Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 876, a rare authentic evaluation. Huh? Madonna? She can't do it. She can only play herself. She can't play a role well unless it's very similar to her own experiences, Ronald thought to himself. I know Madonna's acting skills are practically non-existent. When she auditioned for Famous, Ronald discovered that she couldn't empathize with other people's emotions. The success of the music video for Material Girl was also because she had always admired Marilyn Monroe, so the scene where she wore Monroe's famous low-cut pink dress and flanked hunks was filmed perfectly. No way, I saw her performance in Secret Date, and even New York film critic Pauline Carr praised her performance. But I'll check again, maybe you're right, it seems she made 2 more movies after that, and they didn't do well at the box office or with good reviews. What about your audition actor database? Don't you have any information on Madonna? Ronald remembered that Julia Taylor had created files for many actors, recording the performances on stage and in film and television. Generally, it's Julia Taylor who recommends actors to directors, not the other way around, as Ronald tells her whether a particular actor is suitable. Like you, I don't have much experience dealing with big stars. I'll have to make a few more calls to my colleagues. Julia Taylor hung up and started calling a friend who was also a casting director to inquire about Madonna's performance. Ronald hung up. Taylor was right. Although he had directed some actors who are now stars, like Tom Cruise and Kevin Costner, they were all still before they became big stars when he directed them. Tom Hanks, needless to say, Top Gun propelled him into stardom. Kevin Costner was also brought into the industry by Ronald, landing his first leading role in a theatrical film before getting the opportunity to star in Lawrence Kasdan's The Battle of Silverado, instantly becoming a moderately well-known Western actor. Julia Taylor's previous casting decisions only considered whether an actor's qualities suited the role. Whether the actor was a star was not taken into account. It seems Ronald and his casting director still have to learn this method of casting stars as they go. A few hours later, Julia Taylor called again. Ronald's impression was still reliable. Madonna's subsequent collaboration with her husband Sean Penn in Shanghai Surprise not only flopped at the box office but also received unanimous negative reviews from film critics around the world. They all said it was practically a documentary about a Penn couple's daily squabbles on screen. If it were made into a documentary about Madonna's life, it would surely attract a larger audience. Moreover, after calling Madonna's agent, they learned that Madonna was currently in the midst of divorce proceedings and had suspended all work. Just like that, Madonna didn't even have the opportunity to prove herself through auditions. Sorry, I have a lot of urgent matters to attend to. We can talk now. Ronald hung up the phone and spoke to the group of Chinese people who had been waiting in the hotel lobby after the premiere, hoping to see him. They were unfamiliar with the area and, unlike in New York, didn't have Xiao Yan's help. They were searching for Ronald like looking for a needle in a haystack. If Ronald hadn't gone to a nearby boutique to buy some ties for the upcoming small awards ceremony, they probably would have waited there in vain. The Hilton Hotel is extremely protective of its guests' privacy, and the Chinese people didn't know the alias Ronald had used to register. If Ronald hadn't greeted them proactively, they probably wouldn't have found him by dawn. After confirming with the lobby manager that the Chinese people were genuinely there to see him, Ronald led them upstairs, intending to ask them what they wanted. However, before they could even start talking, he made several phone calls, leaving them waiting for quite a while. Director Luo, you are a very busy person, so it's only right that we wait a little longer. Busy? Ronald turned to look at one of the translators who had come with him, thinking that this flattery was a bit too much. I'm not your leader. Director Wong means that you are a famous Hollywood director with many things to do. We are sorry to bother you, but we don't want to interfere with your schedule. So it's only right that we wait. What brings you here? You don't seem to be artists in the film industry, Ronald said to the translator. We've come to visit Director Luo. Actually, you must have seen quite a few places in America. Our philosophy here is that as long as your product is of good quality and cheap, it will sell. Look at Japan, they used to be our enemy, But now their home appliances, cars, and even computers sell very well in America. Director Wong nodded, took out a pen and wrote it down in his notebook. Indeed, the TVs in the hotel were all Sony or Hitachi from Japan. In light industry, America only wanted high quality at low prices, and didn't care who manufactured them. Actually, our lightning lamp factory in Minhang isn't because of any technological advantage, but because long arc xenon lamps can only be mass-produced in China. You are American businessmen, and this is the only factory that can purchase them in large quantities, giving you a certain technological monopoly. Director Wong continued to jot down notes. This director Luo was very sincere and spoke frankly. It seemed that he needed to change his perspective on foreign investment objectives after returning home, and step out of his original viewpoint to broaden his horizons. The key is not how to introduce new projects, but to understand what the American market actually needs. After chatting for a while, Director Wong also understood that, apart from the different technological development paths of long arc xenon lamps, which led to a monopoly, China was currently only competitive in some relatively low-cost products that did not require high levels of labor skills. However, this time the Economic Commission had benefited a bit from the film studio. The Sun Empire booked a Holiday Inn for the entire Chinese delegation. Because it was inconvenient to leave the main group, they still needed to go back to rest. Ronald called a car from the hotel to take them back. He knew that these people traveling abroad usually had a tax-free quota for purchasing home appliances. So Ronald called Richard and asked him to arrange for each member of the delegation, including Director Wong, to receive a Japanese-made television or VCR, which they could choose themselves. Wearing his newly bought tie, Ronald arrived at the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Awards ceremony early the next morning. This was the earliest of several prestigious Film Critic Association awards in America. The awards ceremony was more like a gathering of old friends. These Film Critic Awards were more about adding prestige to the film critic associations than about making the winners feel honored. However, they also had reasons for encouraging winners to attend, because members of film critic associations in various regions generally have the right to nominate and vote for Oscars, which makes it an opportunity for directors, producers, actors, and screenwriters who want to compete for Oscars to campaign for votes every year. Ronald and Spielberg sat together again. Neither of them had received a Best Director nomination. Ronald's Moonstruck ultimately only won one Gold Award, Olympia Dukakis Best Supporting Actress. In addition, screenwriter John Patrick Shanley won the Silver Award for Best Screenplay. Perhaps due to its late premiere, Spielberg's Empire of the Sun didn't win a single award, which genuinely bothered the renowned director. It seems the Film Critics Association Awards still prefer to go to films with dramatic flair, Ronald muttered. Not only did they fail to win, but even the critically acclaimed The Last Emperor didn't receive Best Picture. The Gold Award for Best Director went to only a few technical awards, like Best Cinematography and Best Sound. These film critics often have a slightly different aesthetic taste than the average viewer. A major reason why the television programs of Chicago film critics Cisco and Albert were so popular nationwide was that they frequently gave positive reviews of commercial genre films, providing reliable feedback for genuine audiences on whether to see a film in theaters. Those who follow the Los Angeles Film Critics Association and the New York Film Critics Circle are primarily the city's artsy youth, only they have the leisure to create such comprehensive film guides. But who can blame them when the people of those two cities are the trendsetters and the loudest voices? Ugh, I knew it was another waste of time, but my agent said I had to come even if I didn't win. A bald, fat man walked towards Ronald and Spielberg, plopped down, and loosened his tie. Ha ha ha, Ronald agreed with the fat man's words. He too had been urged by his agent, Nisida, to come. Ha, Bob, let me introduce you. Spielberg introduced the two. Ronald stood up and shook hands with the fat man, who was also a director. What film are you nominated for? A live-action fairy tale, The Princess Bride. I thought they'd be lenient with children's films. Ha ha ha. This fat man named Bob laughed sincerely. His uneven teeth only added to the feeling of genuine honesty. This carefree yet cheerful demeanor reminded Ronald of an acquaintance. Bob, I wanted to ask, you and Mr. Carl Reiner, it's my father. Bob Reiner smiled. I've heard my father talk about you. He said your films look interesting. Ronald hadn't seen Bob Reiner's film, The Princess Bride, and planned to check it out. He discovered one advantage of attending these smaller awards, the opportunity to meet many directors. While actors often bump into familiar faces on different film sets, and directors encounter former colleagues, it's rare for directors to meet each other during filming. Furthermore, modern Hollywood lacks the old apprenticeship system, making it difficult for directors to build close relationships and offer mutual feedback. Aside from a few new Hollywood heavyweights like Spielberg, George Lucas, Martin Scorsese, and Brian De Palma, who, by chance, all entered Hollywood as college graduates and banded together for a time to avoid being ostracized by older, less educated directors from the film industry, directors rarely offer direct critiques of other directors' work. However, considering director Wong's willingness to cross the Pacific to hear honest feedback, Ronald felt he also needed to find some colleagues to hear criticism unbiased, fostering mutual learning and improvement. Ronald was about to get to know Bob Reiner better when he suddenly jumped up. "I have to go now. Don't tell anyone you've seen me here." Then, with a whoosh, he dashed out of the room at a speed disproportionate to his large frame. "It's Penny Marshall," Spielberg explained to Ronald, Reiner's ex-wife. "They have some disputes over child support." "Hi, Penny." Penny Marshall was also an actress. Spielberg had directed her in the failed comedy 1941, How Funny. "Reiner is such a spineless man." Penny Marshall was very straightforward, immediately berating her ex-husband for owing child support and being too afraid to see her. "Let me introduce you. This is Ronald Lee, and this is Penny Marshall." Spielberg introduced her again. "Oh, you're the director of Spicy Dance? That's fantastic. I haven't seen a good film like this in a long time, one that tells the story of women breaking free from constraints and pursuing their own liberation and progress. I hope you like it." Ronald smiled and exchanged business cards with her again. Getting to know more directors is actually a good thing for his production business. The two chatted for a while, and incidentally, the unpleasantness of her ex-husband's escape dissipated. "What film are you currently working on?" Penny Marshall asked Ronald. "Didn't you know? A modern-day Tess, putting her in a Manhattan financial firm, rising from secretary to investment manager." Ronald chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I thought Hollywood knew about this. I've been so busy lately. I finally managed to secure the male lead for my new film, Robert De Niro. It's hard to believe I got him to play the lead." "Oh, that's rare. What kind of movie did you get him to star in?" "A fairy tale, about a little boy who suddenly grows up and enters the adult world, using his childlike innocence to understand the adult world." Ronald clapped in admiration. These two ex-husbands and ex-wives really had similar tastes, even their film themes were similar. But, is it really a coincidence that they both make fairy tales, a shared aesthetic, or has there been some shift in recent film trends? Ronald turned and saw Spielberg, who seemed to be asking the same question. The two nodded, both thoughtful, as if this was a direction worth exploring. Chapter 877 Trends in Best-Selling Genres. "Thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate it if you could spare an afternoon for the lead actress to audition." Ronald called Jonathan Demme, his senior from the Roger Corman Film Academy, to thank him for allowing Michelle Pfeiffer, the lead actress in his film Married into the Mafia, to take a few hours out of her schedule for an audition for Ronald's Working Girl. "It's nothing, just a small favor between directors." Demme's directing style differed from Ronald's, but they both appreciated each other's work. Married into the Mafia was filming in New York, and Ronald's trip to New York was limited to a short time for the New York Film Critics Circle Awards. For everyone's convenience, he readily agreed. "Thank you so much. My schedule has been so packed lately, I had no choice but to ask you for help. But don't worry, the audition won't take up too much time. I'll have someone arrange the venue and transportation, and the lead actress can go home right after the audition. By the way, you must be very busy these days, running around to film critics and industry union awards." Jonathan Demme had been in the industry for over 10 years longer than Ronald, so he knew what Ronald was up to. "Well, to be honest, my own chances are slim. I'm mainly trying to get the supporting actress and actor nominations. Their performances are truly excellent, and it would be a real shame if they didn't get nominated. Besides, if they get nominated or are lucky enough to win, my box office will be much better." Where do you find so many good actors?" "I watched Moonstruck and thought the supporting actors were quite good. Many of them gave very original performances." Jonathan Demme was more interested in the quality of Ronald's film. "I found them on Broadway. They all want to get into Hollywood, and their acting skills are all quite good. I heard you've been giving them a lot of opportunities." Ronald's schedule was gradually becoming more and more. He had to attend various small award ceremonies in person. This way, the judges with voting rights would feel that he valued them, and their chances of voting for him in the Oscar nominations would increase significantly. As a result, the audition for Tess, the most important female lead in Working Girl, was fragmented. Of course, besides Ronald's reasons, there was another reason: established actresses appear in far more films than male actors. This is because most female roles have far fewer scenes than male roles. So, the actresses they were interested in to play Tess were either already filming or preparing to join a production. Besides Michelle Pfeiffer, who was currently filming Jonathan Demme's movie, another actress Julia Taylor thought was suitable, Meryl Streep, was filming a period drama in Australia. Even if she auditioned and was suitable, she probably wouldn't be able to start filming in time. This made Ronald and Julia Taylor a little discouraged, and Goldberg often called to inquire about the situation. Ronald is now an established director and has a certain degree of control over his schedule. Moreover, these are matters related to awards that Hollywood insiders don't interfere with. Ronald hasn't faced too much pressure yet. However, a courtesy visit is still necessary. Ronald, accompanied by his agent Richard and casting director Julia Taylor, arrived at the Fox building where Die Hard was being filmed. President Goldberg was waiting for him in his office. "Hi, Ronald, I didn't expect to see you here." Goldberg's secretary said he has a VIP guest. "Could it be you?" Director Penny Marshall, whom he had just met at the Los Angeles Film Critics Association meeting, was also sitting in the lounge outside the president's office. "Penny, you go first. We're all directors, there's no VIP, you've been here before us." Ronald had witnessed this female director's fierce side, how she had intimidated her ex-husband Bob Reiner to the point of not daring to meet him and calling him a scoundrel. Ronald was also afraid she would spread rumors that he disrespected other directors, so he quickly greeted Goldberg's secretary and invited Penny to go first. "Haha, I was just kidding. I'm not here for anything important. The casting is done, but I heard you haven't chosen a female lead yet." Fortunately, Penny had a good impression of Ronald and liked his feminist films. "Okay, then I'll go first, thank you." The door was opened by his secretary, and Goldberg stood up to greet Ronald and his entourage. After learning about his audition process for the female lead, Goldberg reacted positively. "Very good. Just go for it with the awards. Anyway, once the nominations are out, you'll have more time to focus on the project." After some casual conversation, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Seeing Goldberg pick up his cold coffee, Ronald took the opportunity to say goodbye, as Penny Marshall was coming later. After leaving the office, Ronald went upstairs to the Die Hard set to see if director John McTiernan had made any more of a messy decision lately. Having learned his lesson, Joel Silver kept a very close eye on the crew. Besides McTiernan frequently making impromptu script changes on set, the filming schedule wasn't significantly delayed, although this came at the cost of triple pay for his extra time spent revising the script. Problems that could be solved within the budget weren't major problems. Ronald patted his partner on the shoulder, asking him to keep a close eye on the director, who was prone to causing trouble if left unsupervised. To avoid alerting anyone on set, Ronald, Richard, and Julia Taylor deliberately took the stairs down, changing elevators on the floor with the CEO's office. "Oh, Silver. Why do I always run into so many weird things when I'm making movies?" Just as they reached the elevator corridor, Ronald saw Penny Marshall there, smoking a cigarette and puffing away by the ventilation window. "What's wrong, Penny? Are you alright?" Ronald went over to greet her. "Oh, Ronald, it seems I have to take back the post I made earlier. I'm in big trouble this time. That coward Robert actually backed out a week before rehearsals. He didn't even have the guts to tell me to his face that this guy has no balls." Robert De Niro. Julia Taylor went over and took Penny Marshall's arm. Casting directors all know that Robert De Niro is that kind of actor. He often goes back on his word before agreeing to a role, a very afraid actor of performing poorly. Sometimes this tension helps him perform, sometimes it makes him perform terribly. What's more troublesome is that De Niro himself can't distinguish between the two. Ronald stayed to chat with Penny Marshall. Richard, who was next to him, had already whispered to Ronald about the woman's background. She not only came from a television background, but she could also write and direct, and was quite capable. What's even more interesting is that several of her siblings were in the film industry. "What are you planning to do, Penny?" Ronald asked directly, seeing that Penny was only annoyed and not particularly panicked. "I managed to get some time off, but we also need to reorganize the casting. The male lead has been changed, and the female lead needs to audition again to see how she'll hold up. Damn it, to work with this damn Italian, don't mind me, I'm Italian-American, I've hired a dozen actresses to play his roles. After all, it's not easy to find actresses who can portray a grown man who falls in love with a 13-year-old at heart, you bet, it's really tough. Ronald scratched his head. Less than a month before filming was scheduled to start, the male lead suddenly couldn't be cast. Was this some kind of joke? He secretly added De Niro to his blacklist. I don't even know where to find a suitable actor. This movie is about a child who suddenly grows up, and the adult actor needs to be able to portray the innocence of a child. Maybe I should try my luck in London. Ronald looked into Julia Taylor's eyes, knowing what she was thinking, and then said, "Why don't you ask Ms. Julia Taylor for her opinion? She's the best casting director I've ever worked with, but you can't compete with me for her." Ha ha ha, really? You have someone suitable? I won't compete with you for her, Ronald. I just need her to recommend some candidates for the male lead, and she'll be the casting director for my new film. Julia Taylor's style is to recommend only one actor, and only recommend a second if the director isn't satisfied. Seeing this, she immediately mentions someone. Do you guys remember the mermaid from a few years ago? Tom Hanks, who played the male lead, would be perfect. Although he played a dock worker from New York, between him and the mermaid, it seems like he's the one who believes in fairy tales more. Of course, Ronald remembered. Diane Lane didn't get the role because of her father's interference. Diane turned down the role that would have made Daryl Hannah a star, opting instead for the mediocre box office hit Ghetto Justice. I should have thought of him. We could have just made the male leads age younger. Penny Marshall also remembered seeing Tom Hanks' performance. What do you think, Ronald? I think he's pretty good. Actually, I invited him to audition for my first film, and if it weren't for scheduling conflicts, I think I would have chosen him, Ronald said honestly. Ahem. Ronald suddenly felt Richard gently kick his leg. He coughed to cover it up and leaned back. Richard whispered two words behind him, lead actress, Diane. I just don't know if it's presumptuous, but I might have another actress who could be suitable for the kind you're talking about, the kind who falls in love with a man with a childlike heart. Who? Diane Lane. It's her, Julia Taylor chimed in with a laugh. I heard they originally wanted her for the mermaid. She had just finished filming The Outcast, and she's definitely more suited to this kind of complex female character. Maybe she's more suitable to work with Tom Hanks. You know what? I'll have to thank you properly when I'm done. Now I need to have my assistant contact the actress. I'll have my assistant call you to sign her, Julia. Thank you, Richard. After returning to his CAA office, Ronald made a point of thanking his agent, Richard. If it weren't for Richard's familiarity with Hollywood and his understanding of his own situation, Diane might have missed another opportunity today. Although Richard wasn't Diane's agent, Ronald decided to reward this loyal agent himself. According to the commission that Diane's agent would receive after successfully landing the role, Ronald would have Daydream write him a check for consulting work. Who financed that action movie? Ronald turned to Nisida and asked about the details of Steve Seagal's new film, the one that had offended him at the premiere of Empire of the Sun. Warner Brothers financed and distributed it, but Nisida hesitated. But what? I'm not trying to mess with him. I just wonder why someone would invest in a B-movie action film at this time. Are low-budget action films starting to gain popularity again? Okay, Nisida leaned closer, as if afraid of being overheard. Actually, Michael Ovitz ran the project himself. He's the actual producer, except he's not credited. He gets the biggest share of the profits. I remember there's a law that says your agent can't directly act as a producer, right? That's why, in substance, he's not officially a producer. Okay, Ronald leaned back. The Jewish people's ability to exploit legal loopholes was indeed second to none. If it was a project arranged by Ovitz himself, then he really couldn't go and cause trouble. Ronald, of course, wasn't the kind of person who would be completely unperturbed after being offended for no reason. Is this movie really worth investing in? Or is it just a hobby project by Ovitz to repay his Aikido instructor? Ronald couldn't understand why Ovitz would invest in such a movie. Action movies these days have increasingly larger budgets. Could such a small production make money? If you're interested, you can go to the set and take a look. They're about to start filming. Ovitz will definitely be happy that you can come. I might go and take a look if I have the chance. Ronald stroked his chin. Facing Steve Seagal, who had served as a bodyguard for two big shots like Stallone and Ovitz. He needed to have a bodyguard who looked impressive to back him up. What about movies about children? I feel like there seem to be more and more movies about children these days. Is that just my imagination? Ronald asked about children's films again. No, your intuition has always been excellent. I did some research and found that major studios are currently looking for movie scripts featuring children, even babies. Nisida handed Ronald a document. You see, movies with children as protagonists have always been box office champions. With the power of family entertainment, at least one parent needs to accompany each child. However, because these kinds of movies are difficult to make, Hollywood always thought it was Spielberg's patent. Ronald nodded. The power of E.T. the Extraterrestrial is still unmatched. However, after this movie came out, it overturned that prejudice. Spielberg is no longer the monopolist who can make blockbuster children's movies. What movie? Ronald took a movie poster. It showed three men surrounding a naked baby boy, who was urinating on the clothes of the man in the middle. Three dads and one baby. Ronald saw the title and recognized the middle-aged actor being urinated on as the famous television actor Tom Selleck. Leonard Nimoy. Ronald's gaze moved up to the director's name. This is the one I know. Yes. The alien Spock from Star Trek. Nisida laughed. Everyone who saw the director's name had the same reaction. Although Leonard Nimoy had directed several Star Trek movies, this was his first time directing a film of a different genre, especially a children's film, which is notoriously difficult. This movie has already grossed over $25 million in just 2 weeks, Nisida added softly. Wow, Ronald frowned. With the Christmas season coming up, this movie will easily break $100 million. Family-friendly films are definitely more profitable. Has Leonard Nimoy never directed a children's film before? Ronald tapped the table. It has little to do with him. The reason why people don't consider Leonard Nimoy the second children's film genius to be a box office hit is for a very simple reason. This film is a remake of a French film of the same name from a few years ago. That film also did very well at the French box office. Ronald understood. This meant that two films, different languages, different actors, and different directors, both achieved box office success. Excluding all other factors, it was because the scripts were good. Indeed, in this industry, no one knows what elements are reliable. Moreover, if you've seen this film, you'll find that it's not actually a traditional children's film. The filming difficulty wasn't as high as Spielberg's films. Nisida took out a French original videotape from her desk drawer and handed it to him. I don't understand French, so I'll watch the English remake first. Ronald picked up the videotape and put it in his bag. I see. After leaving the movie theater, Ronald finally understood what Nisida meant. Baby films and children's films are indeed different. A baby's expressions are limited to a few simple types, and through editing, these expressions can be expanded to convey completely different meanings through consecutive shots. In fact, filming baby actors is much easier than filming 10-year-olds. Penny Marshall's new film, Big, primarily features adult actors portraying the mindset of children. The child actors only appear in a few dozen shots. Her ex-husband Bob Reiner's The Princess Bride has a similar structure, using a grandfather telling a story to a child as a framework, but actually performing an unconventional princess and prince story at its core. These are all opportunistic so-called children's films that attract children but don't rely on child actors' performances. Hollywood, this commercial machine, has found various ways to circumvent the monopoly of children's film geniuses like Spielberg. Ronald figured this out and called his daydreaming assistant, asking him to collect scripts from two directions: opportunistic films that tell stories from a child's perspective, or baby films. Chapter 878 Audition Stand. How is Zachary? Ronald asked Paula Wagner, who was traveling with him to New York, on the plane. Oh, the little guy is adorable, isn't he? Paula smiled as she spoke of her son with Nisida, pulling several photos from her bag for Ronald to look at. What a healthy child, Ronald said, glancing at a few pictures. Little Nisida was quite robust. Paula was in New York to formally meet with Brooke Shields and sign an agency contract with her. The strong-willed Paula, always dedicated to her work, had entrusted her child to a nanny and her husband, traveling on Ronald's private jet. Paula Wagner was very enthusiastic about signing Brooke Shields. Since stepping down as Ronald's agent, her relationship with her husband's most important client had actually improved. Paula excelled at long-term career planning for her actor clients, not simply pushing them towards famous directors. She needed a well-connected director who could get in touch with good roles first. The rest was up to the professional expertise of both parties. Before college, Brooke Shields was undoubtedly the #1 teen idol. 4 years later, most people still remember her. And it's undoubtedly much easier to recall an idol than to create one. Paula saw potential in such a smart, good-looking star with a natural talent for media and social interaction as a potential venture capital investment. I will mold her as a real actress, not as the star she's played before. I've seen many of her film and advertising clips. She has a great imagination and professional physical training as a model. With a solid acting coach, she can gradually develop a memorable character. Paula began, outlining her plans for Brooke Shields' future. Ronald listened with agreement. Paula Wagner differed from other talent agents of her time in that she didn't simply negotiate the highest-paying contract an actor could get. Instead, she carefully selected a range of roles, allowing certain qualities in the actor to blend seamlessly with those characters. The American market is large enough to have many memorable actors. And frankly, an actor's image in the audience's mind isn't solely created by the actor themselves, but rather by the vivid, memorable characters they portray. Diane Lane, in her hands, can be given several potential long-term image positioning. This growing up of Penny Marshall is a great opportunity for Diane. How did Diane and Tom Hanks' auditions go? Ronald asked, remembering the audition results. The initial script reading was very good. The two are a good match, both the kind of handsome men and beautiful women you'd see around you. Director Penny really liked Diane's acting, saying they had a natural chemistry. That's good. Ronald stroked his chin. I haven't even read the script yet. Will there be any passionate scenes? The plane landed at Detroit Airport, where Ed L'Amato, the famous Italian-American agent known for treating clients like family, was already waiting, wearing a trench coat at the bottom of the stairs. Hi, Paula, you're still as beautiful as ever. This is a gift for Zachary. He hugged Paula, who had disembarked earlier, and gave her son a woolen hat. Hi, Ronald, it's nice to see you again. Thanks for your help with Nick last time. We're all on the same side, Ed. Ronald hugged and bowed to him. Several cars were prepared at the airport to take Paula, Julia Taylor, and others back to their accommodations. Ronald, Richard, and L'Amato went to the penthouse apartment on Fifth Avenue. I was surprised when you called me. This movie is all over Hollywood, and many actresses want to star in it. Why did you personally invite Michelle? L'Amato gave Ronald some Italian ham and brandy and asked in the car. Ed, you should know. Ronald glanced at him. This man was very sincere to his clients, but back then, seeing that Ronald had no future, he had spoken ill of him to Michelle Pfeiffer. Actresses might see playing Tess as an opportunity, but for me, choosing the right person for Tess is more of a challenge. All the charm of this film lies in the moment Tess transforms from an ugly duckling into a swan seeking revenge. If the performance doesn't resonate with the audience, the film won't be successful. You're right. This film is definitely not your average commercial movie. I see the great brilliance of traditional theater. L'Amato didn't dare ask too many questions, only expressing his goodwill towards Ronald. In film history, there are indeed precedents where the director not only chooses the actors, but also, upon seeing the most suitable person for a role, will persistently persuade them to take the part, even if they aren't professional actors. However, in today's highly commercialized Hollywood, such things only exist in industry legends. After a night's rest, Ronald and Julia Taylor went to the location where Jonathan Demme was filming Marrying Into the Gangster on Long Island, New York. The weather there was sunny and bright, perfect for filming indoor spring scenes. After obtaining their access passes from the production crew, Ronald and Julia Taylor entered the set, carefully trying to avoid making any noise that might disrupt filming. The shoot was taking place in a small hair salon. Half of the walls of the makeshift salon had been removed to facilitate camera movement. Ronald realized that today's filming would focus on the salon's interior. On one side was a row of hairdressing chairs, and on the other, a simple recliner with a sink behind it and a flexible metal hose extending from it for rinsing customers' hair. Pfeiffer, whom Ronald knew well, had her blonde hair dyed brown and curly, giving her a more down-to-earth appearance. The salon, along with its customers and stylists, had a distinctly black aesthetic. Michelle Pfeiffer, playing Angela, not only styled her own hair but also washed her customers' hair. So Pfeiffer was dressed as a shampoo girl, her floral maxi dress looking expensive. Her character was the widow of a mob boss, a purple long-sleeved undershirt, and an incongruously gaudy green short-sleeved work uniform over it. She picked up an apron, wrapped it around a female customer, and then began skillfully styling her hair. Cut. Jonathan Demme called for a halt to filming. Seeing Ronald approach, he announced a 10-minute break. Ronald watched Michelle Pfeiffer hurry to the break room, exchanged a glance with Julia Taylor. Both felt the trip hadn't been in vain. Pfeiffer portrayed the shampoo girl, a low-level service worker, with a very convincing air and movements, just like someone working in a real hair salon. In the first half of this Married into the Mob, she played the woman of a mob boss, living a life of luxury and exuding the air of a wealthy lady. This ability to seamlessly switch between two different social statuses was precisely why they had proactively invited Pfeiffer to audition. Seeing Jonathan Demme's performance on set this time, they were indeed impressed. Ronald, Jonathan Demme saw them. "I hope I didn't disturb you," Ronald greeted Demme. "As expected, you really have a good reputation among these Broadway actors. They were all thrilled to announce your arrival today." "Huh? Who? Do I know them?" "Hey, look who's here." Ronald, the two Broadway actors, having already spotted Ronald, happily came over to greet him. "Alec, Kevin? What are you doing here?" Ronald greeted them with a surprised hug. It turned out they were Alec Baldwin, the Broadway lead actor, whom Ronald had met at a bar after watching Alan Rickman's Dangerous Liaisons, and Kevin Spacey, who performed a celebrity impersonation show at the bar. "Haha, he's the gangster husband who died in Michelle Pfeiffer's character," Demme introduced to Ronald. "Kevin's helping me out, we've worked together before. He's great at playing a gangster boss in TV shows, so we asked him to guest star in a similar role." Ronald chatted with the two male actors about the film. Their scenes had already been filmed, and they'd come specifically to see Ronald after hearing he was coming. Several other actors they knew were also gathered around, trying to strike up a conversation with Ronald. One actress, in particular, with a slightly protruding chin, was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Soon, Michelle Pfeiffer finished resting and came out to greet Jonathan Demme. Ronald went to meet her, and the two embraced tightly. This was the first time Ronald and Pfeiffer had met since Ronald went to Cher to audition for Moonstruck. Although they rarely contacted each other, they still maintained a friendship and had helped each other a few times. Even when they met, they remained friends. "I haven't had time to change yet." Michelle Pfeiffer had just taken off her apron, knowing she was going to an audition, but unsure what kind of role she would need to dress up for. "This is fine. The character is an ugly duckling in the first half and a swan in the second half, which seems to be the opposite of the role you're currently filming." "Ha ha ha," Michelle Pfeiffer laughed, covering her mouth. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly recalling the tacit understanding they had shared in the past. "We shouldn't keep Jonathan occupied for too long. We should go first. He can continue filming his other scenes." Ronald broke the awkward silence. He went over and chatted with Jonathan Demme for a few moments before turning back to leave with Pfeiffer. On the other side, the three actors, 2 men and 1 woman, were still trying to connect with Julia Taylor. Taylor actually had their files saved and was familiar with some of their previous roles. Except for Kevin Spacey, who was rather reserved, Alec Baldwin and the supporting actress kept glancing over at Ronald. How did the chat go? Ronald went to find his casting director. "Wait a minute," Julia Taylor instructed the 3 actors, then whispered a few words to Ronald. "Since you say so, let's go together. But you have to make it clear to them that as audition doubles, they won't get any roles in the new movie." Audition doubles are people who act alongside the lead actor during auditions to assess their overall performance. Generally, the lead role is decided first, and during the audition, no one knows who will play the lead. The people who rehearse lines with the lead actor during the audition are the audition doubles. They are usually found by the casting director and can be hired for a very low salary. This is within the casting director's authority. However, since the lead role hasn't been decided yet, the audition doubles who are merely there to accompany the lead actor won't get any roles in the movie. The 3 readily agreed. They mainly wanted to build a relationship with Ronald and also wanted to learn more about the inner workings of Hollywood blockbusters. They all got into the specially modified Toyota van used as a nanny van. Ronald asked them to sit down, then handed Michelle Pfeiffer the latest revised version of the script by Kevin Wade. He then addressed the 3 audition stand-ins sitting behind him. "This is the script for Working Girl. Since we didn't expect the 3 of you to participate, we didn't prepare the usual character scripts. However, Julia said you are all trustworthy people in the theater world. I will give you the complete script when you arrive at the audition office, and we will take it back after the audition. The character script Ronald mentioned is a common Hollywood practice to prevent leaks. The script is rebound according to the parts of the character with dialogue, so the actors don't know the rest of the story, and some people don't even know the complete story after filming. Secrecy is even more crucial during auditions. The three women understood and nodded in agreement. By the way, excuse me, could you repeat your name again? Ronald asked the actress who had a slightly protruding underbite but was rather cute. Joan Cusack, the actress replied. Okay, thank you. Ronald noted it down in his notebook, preparing to have his assistant write a check for payment later. Back in the rented meeting room, Ronald marked the script excerpts that Michelle Pfeiffer needed to read aloud. With 3 actors assisting, the audition scenes could be expanded. Kevin Spacey went first. He played Tess's boyfriend, Mick Dugan, a cook. "You're beautiful," he said, naturally displaying a lecherous attitude. "Come here, sweetheart." Spacey shifted aside, clearing one side of the sofa, and patted Michelle Pfeiffer to sit down. "Oh, Mick, just this once, could you get me something I could wear out?" Michelle Pfeiffer read her lines with a mournful anticipation. This scene described Mick giving Tess a sexy lingerie set with garter belts for her 30th birthday, just a set of sexy underwear. All the birthday gifts were for bedroom pleasure, nothing that Tess could wear out with pride. "I wouldn't mind if you wore it out," Spacey improvised. Ronald's eyes shifted, glancing at Spacey. What's this guy up to? Trying to flirt with Michelle Pfeiffer? He's got some nerve. "Hi, it's just a natural reaction from doing too many impersonations lately. Sorry." Kevin Spacey felt a chill run down his spine when Ronald stared at him, as if he were being watched by a wild beast, and quickly tried to explain. "PFFT, ha 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 ha." Michelle Pfeiffer was amused by him, because Spacey was speaking in the tone of host Johnny Carson, which was quite comical. "Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed, letting the matter drop. The second person to come up for a scene was Joan Cusack, who played Tess's superior, Catherine. "We're a team, Tess. People's impression of me starts with my secretary, you." "Yes, Miss Parker." Michelle Pfeiffer began reading this in a timid tone. This was their first meeting, and Catherine was setting rules for Tess. "Your makeup and accessories need some work. If you dress shabbily, people will notice your clothes. If you dress tastefully, people will notice you as a person." Ronald was surprised to find that Joan Cusack's delivery of lines was quite good. She portrayed the arrogant demeanor very well, except that her accent was a bit too Chicago and lacked the fluency of Manhattan high society. "Yes, Miss Parker." Michelle Pfeiffer's delivery was even better than Cusack's. She had been reprimanded by her new boss twice, and these were condescending criticisms that crossed class lines, making her responses different in frustration. The first time, it was because Catherine might not like her clothes and felt the boss was difficult to get along with and demanding. The second time, it was because she came from a wealthy old money family, a graduate of an Ivy League university, and the unintentional disdain she showed towards poor children, night school students, and community college graduates. Finally, Alec Baldwin stepped in, playing the male lead, Jack Trainer. "What, am I not suited to be here?" Michelle Pfeiffer, without makeup, exuded charm with a simple flick of her hair. No, I'm pretty sure you're top-notch at everything you do, ace." This was a line from the script Ronald read during his audition with Demi Moore, and Baldwin's reaction was indeed better than Ronald's. The amateur actor. "I have a business mind and a body that tempts to commit crimes. What's wrong with that? Ugh. I can't take it." Michelle Pfeiffer, a sexy star with an innocent look, uttering lines meant for glamorous women, was incredibly alluring. With the right makeup, costumes, and hairstyle, it would be a real spectacle. After the audition, Ronald had his assistant write checks for the audition stand-ins. He then saw Michelle Pfeiffer to her car and headed back to the Merit into the gangster set. "How did I do?" Not as a director, but as a friend, Michelle Pfeiffer suddenly turned back and asked Ronald a question on the way to her car. Very good." Ronald looked at Pfeiffer. Even without her usual makeup, she was still incredibly charming. She wasn't the kind of actress who needed heavy makeup to look stunning. A simple purple long-sleeved top was enough to give her an extraordinary air. After seeing the other 3 actors off to their car and back to the set, Ronald returned and sat down with Julia Taylor. "I've discovered a serious problem." Chapter 879 New York Film Critics Circle Award. "What, you noticed too? Michelle Pfeiffer is so beautiful. Her beauty is undeniable. Her costume, green with floral patterns, is a color that black people tend to like, which doesn't suit her skin tone at all." But even so, a handsome FBI undercover agent falls in love with her. Michelle's performance in that scene was incredibly convincing. Julia Taylor wasn't very satisfied with Michelle Pfeiffer's audition, mainly because Pfeiffer was too beautiful even without makeup, completely different from Tess's image as a secretary struggling since graduating high school. Ronald nodded, then shook his head. Well, the bigger problem I'm talking about isn't just that. He poured Julia a cup of coffee, then sat down, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Have you noticed that the two male actors playing her couldn't help but flirt with her? Although I suspect a large part of it was just Broadway performance practice, trying to improvise on set. Yes, they were, but that doesn't really conflict with the character of Tess, does it? Didn't Jack Traynor choose Tess over her manager, Catherine? Taylor didn't understand what Ronald meant. And that Joan Cusack, when she acted with Pfeiffer, she seemed to perform exceptionally well, almost like she was competing with her acting skills. Haha. Of course, it was a rare opportunity for her to get exposure, and she wanted to make a good impression on you. No, that's not what I meant. Ronald knew perfectly well that Pfeiffer couldn't play Tess, but it was like watching too much film, a kind of cinematic instinct that made it difficult to explain clearly. Because she's too beautiful. Even if we use makeup to make her ugly, the audience will see her working as a secretary on Wall Street for 10 years, still wasting her time in that position, and they won't be able to accept the character. That would mean our movie would fail from the start. Ronald couldn't help but recall the filming of Dirty Dancing, where Cynthia Rhodes played a character who became seriously ill after surgery. Even without any makeup, she still stole the spotlight from Jennifer Grey, the lead actress, on camera. In the end, they had to use makeup to make her skin look a little yellow to get it right. But can't makeup do all that? I still don't understand what you mean, Julia Taylor said, looking at Ronald, almost thinking that he didn't want to use Pfeiffer and was deliberately using her to contradict him. Let me put it this way, have you ever seen women who are not young, do low-level jobs, but still stand out from their peers, to the point that men often ask them out? Of course, we usually call them bitches, Julia Taylor joked. Michelle is that kind of person, but of course I'm not saying she's a bitch. You see, even Alec Baldwin and Kevin Spacey couldn't help but improvise, and Joan Cusack would be jealous of her, although her outfit today isn't exactly beautiful. It's just that her aura is special. You mean she can't wait 10 years? Yes, a secretary with such beauty and poise working on Wall Street couldn't possibly go that long without a truly wealthy man marrying her. So now I'm starting to worry about the persuasiveness of Demi Moore's portrayal of an ugly woman. Ronald had a history with both of them, and he was a little worried that his judgment wasn't entirely accurate. How about we have the stunt doubles who acted with Pfeiffer today go to Los Angeles and do it with Demi again? That way you can judge from their performance. That's a good idea. I'll talk to her about it. You can ask Alec and, well, forget Kevin. Joan can go to Los Angeles with you. Then Ronald picked up the phone and called Pfeiffer's agent, L'Amato. Hey, Ed, this is Ronald. You're a good agent, so I'm making a call I didn't need to make. Michelle was eliminated, right? L'Amato understood Ronald's meaning. Yes, I promised to let you know early so you could arrange other roles for her. Can I ask why? If your company's receptionist were as pretty as Michelle, would she have worked there as a secretary for 10 years? Well, that's a good reason, thanks. Ronald was very busy and didn't have much time for pleasantries. After declining Pfeiffer's audition, Ronald asked Richard for help to check on the New York Film Critics Circle Awards. Unlike other places where they're called Critics Association Awards, New York has its own unique name, the Critics Circle Awards. Perhaps because there are so many media outlets in New York, film critics have formed more than one association, so they eventually compromised and named it the Critics Circle Awards. This is one of the earliest awards selected by film critics in America, with the first award ceremony in 1935. Therefore, their award ceremony is the most formal, most like the Oscars. The awards are usually announced in December, and the trophy, a pen-nib-shaped trophy pointing upwards, is awarded the following January. Richard took out the New York Times, a very thick newspaper, found the film reviews section, and handed it to Ronald. Then he discarded all the other sections. This is also the habit of most New Yorkers when reading the Times, only reading the sections that interest them. Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, Best Screenplay. Ronald pointed to the list of winners, scrolling down to the bottom, and noticed that only the Best Supporting Actress award was second place, with Olympia Dukakis from Moonstruck coming in second. Ronald frowned. He had donated a considerable amount of money to the New York Film Critics Circle, sponsoring next year's event, so how come there was only one runner-up for Best Supporting Actress today? He picked up the phone and had Richard call Michael Gray, the public relations manager. "What's going on, Michael? My money doesn't seem to have had the desired effect." "Ronald, I was just about to report to you." Michael Gray's voice sounded like he was in a car. "I'm on Fifth Avenue right away. Something serious has happened." 5 minutes later, Michael Gray entered carrying a long cylinder. After greeting the two men, he untied the cylinder's cap, pulled out a large sheet of cardboard, rolled it up, and attached it to a whiteboard on the wall with a magnetic circular marker. The paper was covered with numerous members' headshots. Those supporting Ronald were circled, those opposing were crossed out, and those neutral or unsigned were marked with question marks. The New York Film Critics Circle is the association with the largest number of film critics in the country, and it's likely divided into several factions. Our strategy this time is primarily to target the women. Firstly, Ronald, your film Spicy Dance, a film with a female theme, has garnered them a lot of goodwill. Secondly, these female film critics have long been dissatisfied with the current state of Hollywood films, where stories always revolve around the male protagonist. And the female lead is mostly just an appendage to the male lead. Moonstruck perfectly suits their tastes. Michael Gray had meticulously planned this New York Film Critics Circle Awards as a preview of the Oscars, and now he pointed to the headshots on the wall as he explained to Ronald. Ronald nodded. Gray had mentioned that in these kinds of award voting, the number of votes per person usually wasn't very high. It depended on whether you could secure a loyal following. If they had sufficient reasons to vote for you and acted in unison, even a small group could influence a major award. Our awards were originally enough to push Cher into the Best Actress category, and Dukakis was a sure thing. We also had a chance to come in second for Best Screenplay, Best Picture, and even Best Director. However, a few days before the vote, another force intervened and changed the voting landscape. Then, Michael Gray pointed to a triangle drawn with a green pen on the paper and gave Ronald a rough estimate of the data. These people started voting in unison, which led to today's results. "Who is it?" Ronald asked. The number of these people was staggering. If they voted unanimously, his female supporters wouldn't be able to stop them. Michael Gray remained silent, looking at Ronald's agent, Richard. "Ahem, Ronald, I'll go out for a bit to buy something to eat." Richard tactfully stood up to leave. "Why? No need. He's my most trusted agent. We have no secrets." Ronald patted Richard's shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down. "Okay, in that case, I'll tell you. This group is Jewish." "Huh?" Ronald stood up and walked to the whiteboard, carefully examining the headshots marked with green triangles, along with their names and the media outlets they worked for. They were all familiar faces. Ronald recognized several Jewish New York film critics. They were the same ones who had written articles criticizing his film when Dirty Dancing was released. So they're not done yet, are they? Why is this old story being brought up again? Now Jennifer Grey is the hottest Jewish actress. What else do they want? Ronald was furious. These Jews were really something else. Their logic was completely different from that of other ethnic groups. At least the Italians' truce was genuine, but these Jews seemed to have suffered a huge loss if they hadn't gotten their share of the spoils. After his outburst, Ronald noticed Richard's embarrassment and realized Richard was also Jewish. He quickly said, "It's not that I have a problem with Jews as a whole, it's just, no need, I understand. Jews aren't a monolithic group." Richard assured him he wouldn't be psychologically hurt. "Richard is very likely right." Michael Gray nodded to Ronald. "We've also noticed a strange phenomenon. Not just you, Spielberg's Empire of the Sun didn't win a single award, not even second place. And these people, the new film reviews are all heavily criticizing this Jewish star." Michael Gray gestured with his hand, pointing to the Jewish film critics who had previously written negative reviews of Dirty Dancing, now unanimously showering Spielberg with bad reviews. Spielberg's shameless child-centric, box-office-driven approach ruins this serious theme, too obsessed with visuals and colors, forgetting the seriousness of the theme, and overly romanticizing Japan. The planes and bombings are impressive, but the plot is baffling. How could people on the southeastern coast of China see the Hiroshima atomic bomb? Many of the Jewish reviews were very explicit and unreserved criticisms. Huh? Ronald thought he was seeing things and picked up 2 more Chicago newspapers. Roger Ebert's review was, basically, the film's theme is good, but it crashed before it even took off. Sisko's criticism was even more thorough. I don't know what this film is about. It's so completely chaotic, a hodgepodge of things pieced together from different places. On the one hand, if it wanted to talk about children's views on war, it would be much better to watch John Bowman's film, Hope and Glory, which just came out. On the other hand, Spielberg wanted to make it like an adventure film, so you see John Malkovich's character, like Indiana Jones, helping kids through all the war fun. I don't know what Spielberg is trying to do. Ronald seemed to understand something, and he picked up the list of winners again to look at it carefully. Director James L. Brooks' Broadcast News was a big winner. In addition to his Best Director award, there was also Best Actor, William Hurt. Michael Douglas Wall Street. A whole bunch of people who had won big at the New York Film Critics Circle Awards were Jewish. Okay, Michael, let's keep going at our own pace. I guess these bastards won't be causing trouble at the Kansas City Film Critics Circle Awards. After Michael Gray left, Ronald closed the door and quietly asked Richard Levitt, his most trusted confidant who had risen through the ranks from assistant agent. Do you know what's going on? Why are they unhappy with Spielberg? I've only heard some rumors, the kind that are completely unfounded. Richard also lowered his voice, even though this was Ronald's home and no one would be around. Richard believed the main reason was that although Spielberg was Jewish, he had absolutely no interest in Jewish values, or Judaism. He didn't attend synagogue services, celebrated only the mainstream American holiday of Christmas, and most importantly, didn't use Jewish traditions in raising his children. Therefore, those old-school Jews were very dissatisfied with him, perhaps wanting to take this opportunity to teach Spielberg a lesson. Also, I suspect my boss, Mr. Ovitz, has played a part in it. He's been trying to get Spielberg to join the CAA, but the latter has consistently declined. If he can thwart Spielberg again at this year's Oscars, his invitation will be even more powerful. After thinking for a while, Ronald roughly understood. In short, the Jewish faction in Hollywood has always been dissatisfied with Spielberg's excessive freedom and adherence to tradition. This is a perfect opportunity to put him in his place. Those film reviews that criticize profound themes, prioritize box office, and overuse children to tell stories are all criticisms of Spielberg's failure to follow Jewish customs and pass on Jewish traditions to the next generation. If even a major Hollywood director cannot set an example, many Jews will abandon Jewish traditions in a generation or two, and then, apart from their big noses, they will be no different from ordinary Americans. Therefore, the Jewish film critics in New York unanimously voted for directors and actors like James L. Brooks and Michael Douglas, who have repeatedly stated in public that they adhere to Jewish identity and traditions. In the end, they got their wish and shaved their heads in Spielberg's new film Empire of the Sun, while their own Moonstruck was merely collateral damage. Olympia Dukakis, on the other hand, managed to secure second place for Best Supporting Actress under these circumstances, making her the most likely candidate for an Oscar nomination. Michael Ovitz, that old fox, definitely knows the inside story. He deliberately didn't warn Spielberg, even secretly fueling the flames, waiting for Spielberg to be disappointed before inviting him to join the CAA. Richard, we've known each other for a long time, why do you never act like a Jew? Ronald looked at Richard, his agent who had been attentive from the start and hadn't used any of the typical Jewish tactics. How am I not Jewish? Richard smiled, his glasses increasingly stylish, clearly the kind from a high-end designer. I'm just not an Ashkenazi Jew, I'm a Sephardic Jew. My surname Levitt isn't a transliteration of the German Levitt, but the French Levitt. I see. Ronald patted Richard on the shoulder. It turned out Richard was a Sephardic Jew, a branch of the Jewish community with significant numbers in Spain, Italy, and Germany. Sephardic originally referred to the Iberian Peninsula, but after the Reconquista, they dispersed to Western Europe. They speak Ladino and have a Latino appearance. The most concentrated Jewish branch in America, especially in New York, is the Ashkenazi Jewish community. They are descendants of people from Eastern Europe, primarily Poland and Germany, and speak Yiddish. They are the most religiously conscious and are the mainstream in Hollywood and the financial world. It's this Ashkenazi Jewish community that constantly talks about Auschwitz, because they were the ones who suffered terribly in World War II. The Sephardic Jews, having lived among the Latin people of Southern Europe for over a decade, have adopted some Southern European characteristics, and their distinctive humped noses are less pronounced. Thank you, Richard. If there are any further developments with Mr. Ovitz, we'll discuss what to do. Ring ring ring, the phone rang, and Ronald picked up the receiver. Ronald, this is Paula. Paula, hello. Ronald smiled at Richard. I had a very good talk with Brooke Shields. She's a very intelligent girl. We'll be signing the contract tomorrow morning. Could you come to the signing ceremony? I feel your presence would make Brooke feel better, of course, if you request. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? I'll be there on time. Chapter 880 Mother's Daughter. I'll make it clear to Brooke that for her to return to Hollywood, she can't be a star anymore. She has to hone her acting skills and start with low to medium budget productions to let audiences see her as a grown-up again. Paula Wagner, impeccably dressed early in the morning, sat in her office waiting for Brooke Shields to arrive. Since having a child, she possessed a more mature and confident air, and coupled with her expensive clothes, she looked every bit the professional star agent in Hollywood. Of course, Brooke and I have already relayed that on the phone. Is there anything else you need me to do? Ronald, also dressed in a dark blue metallic button jacket and light gray trousers, sat next to Paula, looking every bit the seasoned Hollywood producer and director. If Brooke isn't prepared for her true place in the market, I'll need your help to convince her that she's no longer the young Brooke she used to be. Also, I might need some small productions to get back into the swing of things. If you have any suitable films, no problem. A film with Brooke in it will definitely sell its television and distribution rights. Ronald chuckled. Wasn't this just empty promises and a little persuasion? Although Brooke Shields wasn't the same Brooke Shields she used to be, with a movie starring her, breaking even wouldn't be a problem. The two finalized their collaboration and then waited for the former top American teen idol to arrive. Hi, Brooke, welcome. A minute early, Brooke Shields knocked and entered the office. Hi, Paula. Hi, Ronald. Brooke was a little surprised to see Ronald there, but she quickly tossed her long hair, gracefully sat down in the chair, legs crossed to one side, displaying the poise of an American lady. I hope you don't mind that I invited Ronald. I heard you two are old friends. Hollywood made quite a few adaptations while you were in college, and I think if there are any parts that need an industry expert to explain, Ronald is the best choice. Paula Wagner explained the reason for inviting Ronald. Brooke Shields smiled faintly at Ronald after listening. She was adept at handling such interpersonal relationships. Then, Brooke placed her hand on Ronald's hand and gently squeezed it. Of course, I can't think of anyone better than him to explain what I don't understand. Thank you, Ronald, she said, then gently released her hand. Thank you too, Ms. Wagner, a natural star, Ronald thought to himself. This smooth handling made both Paula and Ronald feel very comfortable. Ronald recalled the days when she was adored by everyone, with so many fashion photographers and designers praising her, all thanks to this charm that made everyone feel comfortable. You can call me Paula. To be honest, I'm not an agent who represents pure actors, like Meryl Streep. I prefer to represent celebrities. As everyone knows, Tom Cruise is my client. But any star needs to build a solid image through a series of films and television dramas. And you have great potential in that area, so the first thing I'll do after signing you is find you a suitable acting coach. Paula explained her plans after signing Brooke Shields. Of course, Paula. I'm very happy. I've always wanted to be an actress, a real one. Actually, I'm already very happy that you're interested in signing me, which means you really see potential in me. I've known for a long time that I'm no longer that small-time Hollywood actress. To Paula's surprise, Brooke Shields seemed well prepared for starting from scratch. She clearly stated that she would take acting classes as required and wouldn't be picky about the size of the roles or scripts at the beginning. In short, she trusted Paula's professional packaging plan and had strong confidence in her own potential. Ronald, who had also listened to their conversation, did not offer any opinion. Paula and Brooke's previous discussion seemed to have been effective. Brooke Shields was a smart person with strong communication skills, and she had more or less felt this from her own experience after graduation. However, Brooke was wrong about one thing: she wasn't forgotten by Hollywood, but rather she had never truly entered Hollywood. Those who offered her roles before were actually attracted by her appearance at that time. Back then, Brooke Shields had an adult height and figure, but her face size and body fat maintained the proportions of a little girl. Her head-to-body ratio was exaggeratedly like a Barbie doll, a unique blend of an adult body and a little girl's face, making her seem like a real-life Barbie on screen. Now, she no longer possesses that unforgettable blend of woman and girl, and her head-to-body ratio has become much more ordinary. Coupled with slight weight gain, it can be said that Brooke has fallen from a position several levels above other actresses of her age, and in terms of appearance, She is at best one of the most beautiful. However, many people still have fond memories of her, and if she can be properly honed under Paula's guidance, a return to stardom within 3 years is highly probable. If you agree to these terms, we can draft an agreement, and then we'll return to the CAA in Los Angeles to formally sign the contract. You'll then be my official client. Paula extended her hand, ready to finalize the deal with Brooke. Brooke Shields had little income during her college years, yet her expenses remained at the same level. The millions of dollars she earned in her teenage years went towards mortgages in New York and New Jersey, and unnecessary expenses like hiring private chefs and drivers. Therefore, Paula would have Ronald finance Brooke's first 2 film contracts after her comeback. If suitable films were available and both Brooke and Paula agreed, these contracts could be fulfilled. If the scripts were unsuitable, or if they disagreed, they could be sold to new, better films, allowing Brooke to work with other suitable producers. This way, Brooke's living expenses in Los Angeles and the various expenses of maintaining her star status during her first year could be covered. Of course, what are we waiting for? Brooke smiled, picking up her pen. The long-awaited path to becoming a true actress was about to begin. Bang! The conference room door was kicked open with a loud bang, and Brooke's mother, Terry, and a female friend walked in. "Brooke," she yelled, slamming her daughter's hand, which was about to sign, under her own, and roaring, "Don't sign." The pen, slammed down by Terry, rolled from Brooke's hand, tumbling along the edge of the desk, about to fall to the floor. Cough. Ronald caught the pen. It would have broken if it had fallen. "Terry, long time no see. I'm here to witness Brooke signing a contract with Paula Wagner, a senior agent from CAA, one of Hollywood's biggest talent agencies. She's the agent for Tom Cruise. From what I know of the industry, this contract is very fair. If you have any complaints about the terms, you can have a lawyer review it," Ronald explained. "Yes, Ms. Terry, the official contract will be signed when Brooke goes to Los Angeles. Other agents will also be signing with her then. They will all provide very professional services and will greatly help your daughter's future acting career," Paula Wagner chimed in. "What? You're going to Los Angeles? No, no. I will never agree to this. I won't let you kidnap Brooke. You want to take Brooke away from me, to alienate her from me, to ruin her career. Look at this, 2 film contracts. This is trying to kidnap my daughter." Terry, instead of resolving her doubts after hearing Ronald's explanation, erupted hysterically. She started crying and screaming in the conference room, then hugged her daughter and begged her to leave so she could go back to her mother. Paula Wagner had already jumped away from the desk, taking cover for herself. As an agent who had been in Hollywood for over a decade, she had seen too many child stars' parents who would go to any lengths to keep their children by their side, even after they had grown up. "Ms. Terry, I must remind you, Brooke is an adult. If she wants to sign a contract, no one, including her mother, has the right to interfere," Paula said to Terry across the desk, prepared to protect herself. She had considered this possibility and had her lawyers ready. "I'll fight you. You devils, you just want to take my precious daughter away from me." Ugh, Terry's cries intensified upon hearing this. He grabbed the bottle he hadn't finished that morning and smashed it across the desk. "Hey, don't." Paula dodged the attack with a quick crouch. Thankfully she was prepared. "Nobody wants to take Brooke away from you, Terry, I promise." Seeing that someone was about to die, Ronald stepped in to mediate. He stopped Terry, holding her to separate them, and then handed Terry over to the woman who had come with him. "Lila." "Yes, it's me, Ronald." It was Terry's good friend, Aunt Lila, who had been brought in to rescue her daughter. Who knew that the person who had signed Brooke was Ronald's recommended Tom Cruise agent? This was definitely not a trap, but a great opportunity. Besides, even if it was a trap, Ronald was one of the better ones, right? "You can trust me, right? These are the terms Brooke will receive. These 2 film contracts are just a formality. They can only be fulfilled with Brooke's consent. If she finds other suitable opportunities, I will transfer them at the original price, without hindering Brooke's development." Ronald showed the terms to Lila, who was considered one of the more level-headed ones. Terry, I think these terms are very generous. For your daughter Brooke's sake, please agree. I'm begging you. Brooke desperately needs the help of a good professional agent right now. The movies you've gotten for her are no different from hula hoop commercials." After reading the terms, Lila turned around and tried to persuade Terry. This Aunt Lila had always liked Brooke, and sometimes she was the one who mediated between Brooke and her mother when they had conflicts. "You've all conspired to steal my precious daughter away. I'm so unlucky, God." When Brooke was just a baby, her father abandoned us, mother and daughter. "It was only because I had her film a baby formula commercial that we survived," Terry, seeing that Lila had also betrayed them, could only continue to wail while holding his daughter. Even Ronald felt disgusted now. He raised his voice and said to Brooke, "Brooke, you're an adult. You can make your own decisions, Brooke." Terry was speechless upon hearing this. He could only hold his daughter, staring intently at Brooke, afraid that his daughter would be swayed into saying those words. "Stop arguing," Brooke Shields spoke for the first time since Terry stormed in. Deep down, she was also devastated. She both feared and loved her mother's controlling nature. Moreover, during her 4 years of college, her mother Terry's alcoholism had severely damaged her physical and mental health. If she went to Los Angeles, what about her mother who stayed in New Jersey? "If I sign a contract," Brooke felt her mother tremble in surprise. "I mean, if I go to Los Angeles, can my mother come with me and be my other agent?" "That's probably not possible. We at CAA don't accept joint representation with non-CAA agents. However, your mother can go as a manager, but as an agent, I advise you to leave." Paula immediately denied the possibility. Sigh, Ronald nudged Paula, but it was too late to stop her. He was unaware of the unusual and abnormal relationship between Terry and Brooke. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Terry seemed to have gained an ace. No one can force me to go to Los Angeles. I was born in New York, and I will die in New York. It's the most suitable place for you, daughter. All your achievements were made in this fashion capital," Brooke Shields confirmed again. She could only choose between signing a contract and having her mother, and in the end, she gave up the opportunity to sign with Paula Wagner. On one hand, she was sensitive and had a vague feeling that if she insisted on leaving New York this time, her mother, Terry, might soon drink herself to death at home. On the other hand, she still had some hope for her past fame. What if some directors she had worked with in Hollywood came back and asked her to direct sequels to The Blue Lagoon or Endless Love? If all else failed, a sequel to Sahara would also be acceptable. Brooke asked Aunt Lila to accompany her mother out of the meeting room first, then apologized to Paula for a full 10 minutes. Finally, she came to Ronald and apologized. "I'm sorry, Ronald, I know you mean well, but I can't leave my mother alone in our New Jersey home, drinking herself to death with 2 bottles of whiskey every noon." Ronald didn't want to see Brooke lose her best opportunity like this, and he opened his mouth to try to persuade her again. Terry's problem could be treated in a rehabilitation center first, and then inners could be hired to take care of her in their Los Angeles apartment. Selling most of the properties in New Jersey and New York with outstanding mortgages could save her life. "I know, Ronald. But you don't understand the bond between my mother and me. She'll die without me," Brooke replied. "Then forget it. It's your decision." Ronald felt his mother and daughter were truly harmed by this distorted relationship. "So we're still friends, right?" Brooke knew she had offended Ronald quite a bit. "Of course, we're friends, always will be. If you ever need me, just give me a call. You know how to find me." After having but see Brooke off, Ronald returned to Paula to explain. "Don't explain, I understand. She's ruining her parents' lives." Sigh. So many child stars end up like this. Actually, Terry's one of the less bad ones. If she wants to take legal action, I've already prepared a lawyer to ruin it. But there's nothing we can do about the emotional bond between a single mother and her daughter. Paula Wagner clicked her tongue. Just a little bit more, and I signed a female star. If I had a superstar male star and a superstar female star under my management, my career as an agent would be complete. I'll have a private jet take you back to Los Angeles, so Rick, Nisida, won't blame me for abusing his wife." Ronald smiled, letting Paula, who was still breastfeeding, go back first. This trip had really been a waste of her time. "And what about you?" Paula asked, tidying up her documents while directing the cleaners to clean up the broken glass on the floor. "I'm also going to Kansas City for the Kansas City Film Critics Awards. I heard my PR guy, Michael Gray, did a great job this time. Also, I have some lovely old friends to see." "Who? You have old friends in the South?" Paula Wagner asked, surprised. "Some of my best fans." Chapter 881 The second 20 million for the hot dance. The private jet returned Paula and quickly picked up other VIP guests. After a short stop, it refueled and took off, flying to Nashville, Tennessee. As the plane landed, Ronald and many others waited in the airport lounge for it to land. Ronald, who was leaving New York to attend the Kansas Film Critics Awards, didn't take a business flight directly to Kansas City, but instead went to Tennessee, not far from Kansas. First time in Nashville, Ronald looked at the tall man beside him, dressed in a full suit, Ed Bastian, the new partner designated PricewaterhouseCoopers. Honestly, yes. I dreamed of being a rock star when I was young, and this is my dream place. Ed Bastian even danced a few steps in his excitement. RCA Records' Spicy Dance soundtrack actually sold #1 in the US. Michael Jackson's Bad album sold far less than his phenomenal album 4 years prior. The only reason MJ returned to the top of the sales charts was because the soundtrack wasn't widely recognized by the record industry, and Ronald Reagan deliberately lowered the publicly released sales figures. Besides its near 8 million sales domestically, the album's overseas sales were also astonishing. It reached #1 in English-speaking countries like Canada and Australia, with Britain selling over 2 million copies. Even more surprising was the record-breaking sales in non-English-speaking countries like France, Germany, and the Nordic countries. In France, a country where almost everyone speaks English but it's not widely recognized, it still sold over 1 million copies. Germany even surpassed Britain in sales figures, not counting the pirated copies that circulated through underground channels to East Germany and Poland. Even the origins of the mambo dance, Latin American countries, saw good sales. Brazil even achieved a gold record, which is the highest praise for a mambo album from America sung in English. With the year-end approaching, RCA was sharing record sales revenue with Ronald for the second time. This time, the sales figures were double what they were the last time. Although the share of overseas sales revenue is much lower than domestic, the sheer volume of sales made up for it. Therefore, Ronald's income this time was again around 20 million, which surprised PricewaterhouseCoopers. A client who just randomly came to them had unexpectedly become the largest contributor of revenue to the accounting firm in the entertainment industry that year. Ed Bastian, by unexpectedly becoming the client's manager, brought PwC a large sum of money. He also successfully passed the annual partner selection and was about to become a new partner in the New York office. After finishing the accounting and helping Ronald deposit the checks, Ed Bastian was then dragged along by the delighted Ronald to fly to Nashville, the mecca of the Southern record industry. There were still some things for him to handle there. Ronald and Ed Bastian were happily dancing in the waiting area when a handsome, single-eyelid male celebrity stepped off the private jet that had already landed. He greeted Ronald immediately and then quickly came forward to hug him. "Patrick, hi, how have you been?" The person Ronald was calling was none other than Patrick Schwitz, the male lead of the Spicy Dance. This time, Ronald had called him to ask him to come and collect his bonus check. Patrick Schwitz didn't want to come, citing his plans to buy a ranch with his wife as an excuse. Ronald, of course, wouldn't allow it, threatening to wait until New Year's to give him the check if he didn't come. He then had the private jet specially pick him up, effectively kidnapping him to Nashville. At the hotel, Ronald got the accounts from the accountant, Ed, and then attached a check, handing it to Schwitz. "Oh, thank you, Ronald." Patrick Schwitz looked at the amount on the check and whistled with delight. "Lisa, his wife, is a little unhappy that you insisted I come to Nashville, but she'll be happy with this check. We've been planning to buy a ranch for a long time. With this money, we can buy a better one. Ranches with good water sources in California are expensive, you know. We don't have enough from our previous dividends, and we're debating whether to take out a loan or start with a small ranch first." Patrick Schwitz became quite enthusiastic when talking about ranches. He grew up in Texas and, after making money from movies, had always hoped to buy and run his own ranch with his wife, Lisa. "Are you trying to attract New York vacationers?" Ed Bastian had also managed the accounts for ranch companies and knew that small ranches like this, especially one owned by a movie star, mostly tended to develop into resort ranches. The cattle, sheep, and horses were more like props to entertain tourists. "No, I want to raise horses. I don't want to entertain tourists, they're too much trouble. I've loved horses since I was a child, and I want Lisa and I to slowly build a business together. When we have money in the future, we can buy an Arabian horse and have it participate in horse races. If it wins a prize, we can use it for breeding and earn money." "Is an Arabian stallion very expensive?" Ronald asked Schwitz, not understanding. It's alright. Those with pedigree certification are more expensive, but if it's the offspring of a famous horse that has won a bid, it will be very expensive. With specially built stables, jockeys, trainers, etc., the total expenditure will be over $500,000. Patrick Schwitz's passion for raising horses is no less than his dedication to his acting career. Of course, the income from a successful horse is no less than that of us movie actors. I plan to make a few more movies and slowly accumulate enough money to buy my first Arabian stallion. Once I achieve some success in state competitions, I can start charging for breeding. Ha ha ha. Actually, you don't need to wait. Ronald took another check from Ed Bastian and handed it to Schwitz. The previous one was your share of the lyrics, music, and vocals for He's Like the Wind. This one is your share of the entire album as the creator of Sexy Dance. It's just enough to fulfill your expectation of buying an Arabian horse. Patrick Schwitz looked at the check in his hand, then flipped it over and over again. There were 6 more digits after the number 1. This is quite surprising. You deserve it. You might not know this, but our movie soundtrack sold more copies than MJ's new album. Ronald took a copy of the record, tore open the plastic wrap, and handed the case to Schwitz. Then he picked up a pen from the table and handed it to Schwitz as well. Get ready, you're going to sign a lot of autographs. Ronald walked into a small local community center, which was decorated enthusiastically by fans of the Spicy Dance fan club. Many people were dressed up. And there was even a local high school girls band performing. In the center of the stage was a large flower basket made of woven flowers, with a number 100 in the middle. Kathy, congratulations. Ronald recognized Kathy, the founder of the club. Today, as the president of the fan club, she was going to certify 7 fans for watching 100 movies. Including them, there were already more than 10 fans who had watched 100 movies. Ladies, let's give a round of applause to the all-powerful director Ronald. The fan club, all women, clapped and stomped their feet happily, welcoming the director who had brought them countless joys to the stage. Thank you, no matter where I travel, I always think of you. You are my best fans. Reaching 100 screenings is truly moving. To commemorate the new member joining the 100 screening club today, I've brought a special gift. Ronald waved his hand, and his assistants pushed in a fully loaded food cart, surrounded by pink balloons. Underneath a cloth bearing the number 100, a pile of things was covered. Bang! Amidst the fluttering confetti, Ronald unveiled the cloth, revealing the first batch of unreleased videotapes of Dirty Dancing. The ones shipped to Nashville were deluxe editions, including the videotapes, a movie poster, and many stills of the main cast. Ronald unfurled the poster, showing Patrick Schwitz behind Jennifer Grey in front, the two embracing warmly, with the title Spicy Dance in cursive script above them. Oh my, the girls in the fan club cheered again. Ronald presented gifts to each of them. Those who had attended 100 screenings received a special autographed edition with the creator's signatures. The last to receive a gift was the club president, Kathy. Ronald, you haven't kept your promise to us yet. What promise? Ronald feigned ignorance. The creator's autographs, the videotape, the poster, didn't I bring them all right away? The videotape won't be released nationwide until after Christmas. You're the first in the world to get the deluxe edition of Spicy Dance. We want Patrick Schwitz. We want Johnny. We want to dance with him. Kathy had specifically requested to dance with Johnny like Baby in the movie when she last met Ronald. You all want to dance with Johnny? Ronald asked the remaining members. Oh, yeah, we want Johnny, we want Johnny, the girls started chanting. Ronald's words, could it really be? The moment of my life, the theme song of the hot dance suddenly started playing, the lights dimmed, and a spotlight found the entrance. Patrick Schwitz, dressed in a black shirt and trousers from the movie, walked in slowly to the beat. He went straight to Kathy's side, took her hand, and said, "Nobody can leave Baby in the corner." Oh, the entire venue went wild. Club members rushed to the front, surrounding Schwitz and their club president, Kathy, clapping happily for Patrick Schwitz. Kathy finished a song first, then the second immediately followed, then the third, until Patrick Schwitz and all 100 club members had danced for quite a while. Ronald picked up his camera, acting as a photographer, taking several photos of everyone in the club dancing with Johnny as souvenirs. The girls from the south were enthusiastic but very polite. Seeing that Patrick Schwitz was tired, and after a few lucky ones had jumped over the wall, they let him sit down. Next, The members who hadn't seen all 100 screenings came up to Schweetz one by one with videotapes and posters, asking for autographs. They even had some instant cameras, waiting to have their idol sign their photos. Oh, they really are the best fans in the world. Late that night, Patrick Schweetz, whose hand was cramping from signing autographs, was having a late-night snack with Ronald in the hotel restaurant. He was still savoring the memory of the fans who had adored him so passionately, as if they were worshipping him like a god. Yes, they are the best fans. Ronald thought they were truly crazy and enthusiastic. These female movie fans, doing simple jobs in a small town, had actually watched Sex and the City 100 times in just over 6 months. And all 100 times were genuinely paid tickets. Patrick Schweetz even signed their book of ticket stubs. It meant they had to watch it almost every day to achieve such a feat. The next morning, after bidding farewell to the reluctant girls at the fan club, Ronald continued his year-end awards tour. This time, he was in Kansas City, Kansas. The name is so long because the city, sharing the same name as the state, is located on the border between Kansas and Missouri, at the confluence of the Missouri and Kansas rivers. The city on the west bank is Kansas City, Kansas State, while the city on the east bank is Kansas City, Missouri State. The Kansas City Film Critics Association Awards, presented annually at the end of the year, are the second oldest film critics awards in the United States, second only to the New York Film Critics Circle Awards. The first awards ceremony was held in 1965. Among the series of smaller awards preceding the annual awards season, this one is considered very important. Few directors and actors personally attend to accept their awards, and Ronald is arguably the biggest name present. Best Actress, Moonstruck, Cher. The presenters announced the winner. Ronald went up to accept the award on Cher's behalf. Thank you to the organizing committee for their kindness, and thank you to all the film critics who voted. This is a great honor. Cher is unable to accept the award in person due to her concert schedule, and she has entrusted me to accept it on her behalf. Thank you everyone. The film critics eligible to vote here all work in the media in the southern states. So having celebrities here is a great sign of respect for them. They understand that Cher is too busy to present the awards in person, and it's already a huge honor that Olympia Dukakis, the Best Supporting Actress winner, came to accept the award in person. The other awards, Best Director Spielberg, Best Actor Michael Douglas, and Best Supporting Actor Sean Connery, were accepted by representatives. Congratulations, Ronald hugged Olympia Dukakis after she came down from the awards ceremony. What number is it? The second to win, the third to be nominated. Dukakis waved the crystal trophy. Her national awards tour was sponsored by Ronald, essentially a vacation for her and her husband. With each critics award she won, she started dreaming of a Golden Globe, even an Oscar nomination. Her agent was calling more and more offers, the ones being increasingly prestigious, and her salary was rising. Olympia Dukakis was most grateful to Ronald. Is there a chance of a Best Director nomination? Dukakis desperately wanted Ronald to get a Best Director nomination. Winning would be ideal. Best Supporting Actress wasn't a particularly memorable award, but if she won several, people would remember her supporting role in Moonstruck. That's probably not very likely, Ronald said, gesturing angrily to Catherine, the manager who accepted the award in Spielberg's place. Steven is starting to gain momentum now. It'll probably be a 2-horse race between him and Bertolucci of The Last Emperor. Chapter 882, the shortest strike in history. Paula is very capable. My audition for this movie went very smoothly. In the second round of auditions, I acted opposite Tom Hanks. Paula called me yesterday to congratulate me. I got to play the lead role again. Well, as I told you, Paula is very good at considering an actor's long-term development. She doesn't just take whichever role pays the most, she chooses scripts based on your highest income over the next 5 or 10 years. Ronald, I'm so happy. I'm happy for you too. Diane. Back in Los Angeles, Ronald heard the good news from Diane. She had been chosen by Penny Marshall to play the lead role in Big, opposite Tom Hanks. This made up for the opportunity they missed working together on The Mermaid a few years ago. Paula Wagner didn't tell Diane that Ronald had asked director Penny for a recommendation. Diane won the role entirely based on her own strength and acting skills, beating out several actresses and showcasing great chemistry with Tom Hanks. Diane was thrilled. She hadn't received such a large leading role in a long time. Ronald and Diane talked a lot about the performance in the film, How Hanks perfectly captured the essence of a character with the mind of a 13-year-old but the appearance of an adult. Diane also shared how Hanks evoked her reactions, and how many lines resonated with her. Do you think I've gained a little weight? I haven't played such an intense role in years, am I rusty? After the initial excitement, Diane started to feel anxious again. In the enormous bathroom of her Beverly Hilton executive suite, she looked in the mirror, trying to pinch the flesh on her waist, then recited her audition lines. No, you did very well. Penny Marshall is a veteran actress who transitioned to directing. She chose you because of your acting skills and your excellent chemistry with Hanks. Ronald hugged Diane from behind, one hand caressing her smooth, flat stomach. Diane had been practicing yoga with Ronald since last year. Her daily, consistent practice had kept her in great shape, and the last trace of baby fat had gradually faded, giving her a more mature and elegant look. But Penny Marshall is a female director. I think she'll be very picky. Diane, slightly flustered by Ronald's light kisses on her neck, closed her eyes before finishing her sentence. Trust me, I'm a director too. These things depend on the reaction between the male and female leads. Once that reaction is there, everything else is secondary. Ronald looked in the large mirror. Diane's fair skin was beginning to flush slightly. She opened her eyes, glanced at the mirror, and then shyly closed them again. Ronald turned Diane around and began kissing her from the lips. The silk nightgown hung out, the warmth of their skin seeping through. After a long while, the two embraced and lay on the king-size bed watching TV. The lingering warmth and a sweet scent in the air still swirled and stimulated Ronald and Diane's nostrils. I feel like I'm the perfect choice for the female lead now. Ha. After the blissful time with Ronald, Diane's fear and anxiety had completely vanished, leaving only a sense of security and confidence after being satisfied. By the way, has your new role been decided yet? Diane put her arm around Ronald, her neck resting against his chest. She had extra energy to ask about him now. Everything's fine so far, Ronald replied with a smile. Back in Los Angeles, he and Julia Taylor immediately had Alec Baldwin and Joan Cusack, who had come from New York for auditions, bring Demi Moore to read the script and assess her ability to portray an ugly duckling who could stay in a secretary's position for 10 years. As for Kevin Spacey, who always seemed to confuse reality with drama during auditions and was suspected of harassing actresses, he was left in New York and didn't come with the two audition doubles. The audition went very smoothly. Demi Moore was the kind of beauty whose beauty was highly dependent on makeup and clothing. Wearing outdated clothes, exaggerated makeup, huge earrings, and an unflattering blonde wig, Demi's natural beauty was hardly apparent. However, the biggest surprise was the two audition doubles. Alec Baldwin clearly knew this was his best chance, so while in New York, he practiced his audition scenes day and night, even rehearsing with Broadway friends. He himself is quite handsome, having played a suave gangster nicknamed the Gherkin in Jonathan Demme's new film Join the Gang. He even managed to borrow a costume from the film for his Los Angeles audition. Italian gangster attire, as portrayed in The Godfather, has now become more elite. So, in his costume, Alec Baldwin could convincingly portray a Wall Street elite. The chemistry between Demi Moore and Alec Baldwin, ignited by the latter's carefully prepared lines, was immediately apparent. Their dialogue was a lively back and forth, like two goldfish playfully biting each other's tails. The second audition script reading turned into a Broadway performance, brimming with perfect chemistry. Besides playing the Hollywood investment banker Jack Traynor, Alec Baldwin also read lines for Tessa's other boyfriend, the chef Mick Dugan. He captured the character traits of both types of men perfectly, satisfying casting director Julia Taylor. Even Demi Moore privately asked Ronald who the actor was, whether he would be acting opposite her, and whether he would play the chef or the banker. Another audition double, Joan Cusack, was a newcomer to the Chicago theater scene and also a talented stage actress. Her delivery and understanding of the character were absolutely perfect. However, her slightly protruding chin detracted from her overall face shape. This isn't a major problem in theater, but in film, Joan isn't suited for very positive female roles. Although her readings for Tessa's boss, Catherine, and her secretary friend, Sheen, were excellent, they would only be suitable for the role of Sheen in a film. After the audition, Julia Taylor grabbed Ronald. Give Alec a chance. He's absolutely perfect for the role of Jack Traynor. You know I never recommend actors I don't trust. Alec Baldwin is definitely one of the most suitable actors for this role. What about Joan? Ronald didn't answer immediately but asked Julia Taylor for her opinion on Joan Cusack. She can only play Sheen. Her acting ability is more than enough. Although Sheen is a driving force in Tessa's storyline several times, her screen time and status in the film are insufficient. If you ask my opinion, she's in my top 3 recommendations. Tell them to stay. I'm going to see Goldberg. Ronald took the audition tape and went to the Fox building to meet with Goldberg, the president of 20th Century Fox. Mr. Goldberg, it seems we've hit the jackpot. Look at what I found during my audition. Goldberg put on his glasses and watched the audition tape Ronald had brought. After a long pause, he lowered his glasses. Indeed, very good. These 2 actors are exceptionally talented. Hearing Goldberg say this, Ronald knew he agreed. With such a brilliant performance, Goldberg had no reason to disagree. However, Goldberg took out a glass of fine brandy from the cabinet and poured one for Ronald and himself. Catherine, you absolutely must find a well-known actress to play the role. I can't have 3 of the 4 main characters being unknown actors, I understand. Julia Taylor is actively searching for suitable actresses. If you like their performance, could you give them some encouragement? Ronald seized the opportunity. Encouragement? Goldberg was puzzled. If the president of Fox could attend their next audition and read the script, and then personally say a few words of encouragement, Ronald chuckled. You rascal! Goldberg picked up the phone and called his secretary. What are my plans this afternoon? Okay, clear the screen before 3:30. I need to go see Ronald's audition. Very good, thank you, Julia. Would you be interested in doing full-time casting for Fox? Goldberg had come to see the script reading audition in full makeup that afternoon. Seeing live performances was much better than watching them on videotape. Thank you, but I prefer independent casting these days, Julia Taylor politely declined with a smile. Many castings at big studios weren't based on the role itself, and she didn't like compromising just to get TV stars to act in movies. This is Alec Baldwin, and this is Joan Cusack. Ronald quickly introduced the 2 actors to Goldberg. Hello. Goldberg shook hands with him and went back to chat with Demi Moore. You called Goldberg here just so he could say hello to Alec and Joan, Julia Taylor whispered in Ronald's ear. Yes, these high-ranking people, if you don't get them to agree on the spot, they might change their minds in a couple of days. This way, they won't feel comfortable backing out later, Ronald quietly replied. He learned this trick from Capella. That's how he got Marlon Brando to play Vito Corleone in The Godfather. Ring 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 ring. Ronald, who was sleeping with Diane in his arms, was woken up by the phone ringing. Hello. Ronald fumbled for the phone in the dark, picked it up, and groggily heard the caller ID Mr. Lee, this is your wake-up call service. It's 3 a.m. Do you need me to call again in 10 minutes? No, thank you. Ronald rubbed his sleepy eyes and went to the bathroom for a hot shower. After drying his hair, Ronald put on a high thread count shirt, light gray trousers, and then picked up 2 jackets, one dark blue and one reddish brown, and held them up against himself. He was going to the strike in Burbank today. There would definitely be media there, so he needed to dress well. Honey, you look incredibly handsome in that navy blue coat and tie. Diane, still in her pajamas, held up a bright yellow tie and compared it to Ronald's shirt from behind. Did I wake you? Ronald turned and kissed Diane. You're so handsome, I'm going to watch the news later. Diane kissed him back, yawned, and went back to sleep. Ding dong. Ronald, now dressed in his blue coat, heard Bud ring the doorbell. Bud, let's go to the Columbia and Warner Brothers gate in Burbank. Just after 5 o'clock, the car gently stopped opposite the Columbia Brothers gate in Burbank, where many cars like his were already waiting. Ronald rolled down the window halfway, watching the protesters gradually gathering at the factory gate. Today was the Directors Guild's day of strikes in New York and Los Angeles over remaining television broadcasting royalties. They were demanding amendments to the Directors' Royalties Agreement from the Producers Guild, seeking more royalties and renegotiations on what types of films purchased by television stations qualify for royalties. Ronald, a senior member of the Directors Guild and chairman of a member company of the Producers Association, was required by the Directors Guild to be present at the strike at 6 p.m. to participate in union activities. The Producers Association, however, had a representative to negotiate with the Directors Guild, and he, as a member company, was not required to attend. This strike primarily targeted the remaining profit sharing. The remaining profit refers to the profits generated after the film's box office revenue sharing, if it is broadcast on a national syndicated television network. These profits are then distributed to the key creative personnel according to the labor agreement, with directors receiving the largest share. The original agreement had very high standards for calculating the remaining profit sharing. For example, the broadcasting syndicated television network had to account for at least a minimum percentage of the total American television viewership to be eligible. Additionally, only films with a theatrical run exceeding 80 minutes were eligible for profit sharing after being sold to television networks. A major demand of the Directors Guild in this strike was to revise the calculation standards so that any program exceeding 1 hour, even non-theatrical releases, could participate in the remaining profit sharing. Instead of calculating the minimum viewership share of syndicated television networks, any broadcast on a city-level television station would be included in the residual revenue sharing system. Another major demand, of course, was the unchanged minimum wage for each strike. The Directors' Union demanded an immediate 5% increase in base pay, followed by another 5% increase over 18 months. For example, currently, a television director is guaranteed at least $17,935 in minimum wage for 15 days of preparation and filming of a 1-hour television program. Why isn't anyone here yet? Ronald looked through binoculars at the designated strike site across the street. Only a few young people were gathered there. Click. Bud turned on the car radio. From here, he could hear Los Angeles entertainment stations and New York radio stations broadcast via satellite. Joan Rivers, as a strike overseer, has gone to the NBC building. She represents the Screen Actors Guild, stating that they stand firmly with the Directors Guild and will resist any scabs who attempt to disrupt the strike. She also delivered a message that the Television Actors Guild has provided hot drinks to the directors who have been striking for over 2 hours. SHHH, Ronald cursed. Hollywood directors still lack discipline. Television and advertising directors in New York had been striking for over 2 hours early this morning in front of the NBC building. Producers Guild President Nicholas Conti and Directors Guild leader Gilbert Gates said negotiations are progressing well and they are confident a new 3-year agreement can be reached soon to prevent television viewers from having no new shows to watch in the new year. I don't understand, Bud asked Ronald, turning from the driver's seat. Why does the Directors Guild seem so easy to talk to this time? The last writers' strike almost brought Hollywood to a standstill? Is it because you directors aren't very united? Ha ha ha. Ronald laughed at Bud's question. No, we directors are just too united. Huh? Too united? Yes, our Directors Guild and the Producers Guild are too united, Ronald continued explaining to Bud while still looking at the opposing group. In fact, a large number of the Producers Guild's more than 200 member companies are actually production companies founded by the directors themselves. And among the 8,500 members of the Directors Guild, those who are able to get the remaining profits from television broadcasts are mainly the core force, mainly film, television, and talk show directors. So, there are many people like Ronald who straddle both sides. The biggest obstacle to the so-called renegotiation of the profit-sharing agreement didn't come from the producers' union, but from public broadcasters like NBC and ABC. This is why the main force of the strike wasn't in Los Angeles, but outside the television station headquarters in New York. The clauses lowering the remaining profit-sharing threshold had the biggest effect of cutting into the television station's profits. Movies that weren't originally eligible for profit-sharing now had to pay to be broadcast on local stations. And television programs that could previously be broadcast freely now required payment to the directors if they exceeded 1 hour. Time slowly passed, and dawn slowly broke. After negotiating all night, union and federation representatives finally reached a preliminary agreement at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 a.m. Pacific Time. Gilbert Gates, the interim president of the Directors Guild, and Nicholas Conti of the Producers Union walked together from the NBC building, where they were negotiating, towards the strike site, where they were about to hold a joint press conference. Beep beep beep, the car phone started ringing. Hello, Ronald pressed the red call button. It's settled. Let's hold a live press conference immediately, Richard's voice floated through the car speakers. SHHH. So fast, damn it, hurry. Ronald quickly threw down the sandwich he was eating, opened the car door, and ran out. Several cars nearby, seeing Ronald run off first, turned on their lights, and the directors inside, some fat, some thin, some old, some young, followed him, rushing towards the large iron gates of Columbia Pictures across the street. We want a share of the profits, we want fairness. Instantly, Dozens more Hollywood directors joined the strike, expanding to a point where it looked large enough to be captured on television cameras. The radio and television crews broadcasting live also lazily turned on their equipment and began broadcasting. Hurry, hurry, news from New York, an agreement has been reached. We can only capture a few minutes of strike footage here, the television presenter, hearing the astonishing news through his earpiece, quickly urged the cameraman to start filming. Dear viewers, this is a live report from New York. Ken Ossity, the National Executive Secretary of the Screen Actors Guild, said she is not yet familiar with the terms of the agreement. She hopes that directors will be as supportive of her union's upcoming strike as her union was of supporting the directors' strike. A spokeswoman for the Writers Guild told us that her union declined to comment on the newly agreed-upon contract until it is more familiar with the details. The joint press conference between the Directors Guild and the Producers Union was brief. Both sides announced an agreement and then persuaded NBC to agree to the new deal, while ABC still needed further negotiations. The on-site host had to interview other union leaders who had come to lend support. "Okay, thank you for the live interview," said the host in the NBC studio, unwilling to give the camera to comedian Joan Rivers, who was blacklisted by them. Seeing her rush forward to speak, the host cut her off. "Okay, let's take a look at the strike in Los Angeles. Hello, this is the strike in Burbank, Los Angeles. News of the agreement reached in New York has reached us here. The directors have stopped demonstrating, and they expressed their happiness at the agreement." The camera panned to Ronald and other prominent directors, who had already packed up their signs and left, leaving only some new directors to comment to the television station. "Okay, that's it, thank you Los Angeles." Phew, the crew on location in Los Angeles breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally managed to get the location footage sorted out. These directors were so uncooperative. He ran out and shouted a couple of times to cooperate with the filming of some wide shots, then refused to give any interviews and went to enjoy himself in his luxury car across the street. These directors only went on strike for 3 minutes. Isn't that the shortest strike in history? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883 Two Bodyguards. After the 3-minute strike ended, Ronald ran back to his hotel to rest for a few hours before waiting for Eddie, the general manager of Daydream, to report on the situation. The Television Actors Guild and the Film Actors Guild, the two major actors guilds in the film and television industry, have both begun a new round of negotiations with the Producers Union. The Directors Guild's terms have been very encouraging for them. "I estimate they will propose similar remaining profit-sharing terms next," Eddie began, recounting the news from the Producers Union. "This is good news anyway. Their terms will ultimately carve a piece of the pie from the 3 major terrestrial television networks and the various smaller cable television networks. I imagine the negotiations won't encounter any major problems, and the actors' strike of 1980 won't happen again," Ronald replied. Ronald knew that this round of negotiations was a united effort by the unions to demand more benefits from the television stations, to expand the pie. The new media channels had yielded good returns, everyone was happy to finish the negotiations, and a slight increase in the minimum wage would suffice. This was unlike the previous round of negotiations, where the unions united to demand benefits from the producers, making the negotiations difficult and triggering a prolonged strike. Just like the Directors Guild's insistence on remaining profit sharing, internal union documents state that they received over $50 million in profit sharing from television stations this year, and this is expected to exceed $100 million under the new contract next year. With such a large pie, the clause for raising the minimum wage for lower-level directors is relatively easy to pass. "What about other unions?" Ronald asked. "The Producers Union is different from unions for a single job. He has to negotiate labor contracts with all unions, and without one, he can't start work. For behind-the-scenes technical staff, there are no problems with any of the various unions. They don't receive profit sharing, so the minimum wage increase is expected to be acceptable. There's also the Writers Guild for art house positions, and negotiations can begin next January. It's expected that the same profit-sharing ratio as the Actors Guild will be passed for the pay rise." "Great, the production business isn't easy these days," Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. The aftermath of the stock market crash hasn't subsided yet. This stock market crash, comparable to the Great Depression, has left a very bad impression on the public. Calls for a thorough investigation into the illegal activities of Wall Street bigwigs have begun to emerge, and the various lenient financial market regulations are probably coming to an end. The studio's ability to raise funds on Wall Street has gradually been restricted. Many studios heavily indebted are facing difficulties in repaying old debts if their ability to borrow new money is affected. If this continues, it will eventually impact the entire industry. However, Daydream's problem differs from those heavily indebted companies. Their main issue is a lack of good scripts worth investing in. Having been in the industry for a relatively short time, Daydream has only received scripts for low-budget exploitation films. Eddie's visit was also to urge Ronald to leverage his industry connections to secure more scripts suitable for production. Sigh, this takes time and money. We at Daydream aren't established giants like the Big Seven, nor are we newcomers like Cannonball Studios, so let's take it slow, Ronald said, scratching his head. This wasn't easy. Many of the scripts being offered were actually aimed at Ronald himself. If he didn't agree to direct or produce, many screenwriters wouldn't sign with Daydream and would instead seek support from other studios. The two chatted about company business for a while, then ordered pizza for a quick lunch. Eddie turned on the TV, watching the midday news while eating. Your acting was really good, he joked, pointing to Ronald's performance at the strike that morning. Ha ha ha, Ronald also ate his pizza and drank his cola. The SEC is starting an investigation into Cannonball Pictures for any irregularities. Both were drawn to the next news item, and Eddie turned up the volume. As of today, in my opinion, the company is no longer profitable, a female accountant in charge of auditing was giving her opinion in a television interview. Cannonball's movies are performing poorly at the box office, and their accounts show inexplicably huge expenditures under the sales and administrative expenses category. And the $400 million they raised on Wall Street through junk bonds is constantly generating high interest. Cannonball is in financial trouble. Ronald was surprised to hear the interview on the news. Could that old fox Minahan really go bankrupt because of the poor box office performance of several big productions like Superman IV and The Flying Dagger? Unlikely. Cannonball still has many production projects in the industry. When I saw Minahan at the Producers Union, he didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, but since it's on the news, there must be something wrong. Ronald thought about the script drought his Daydream was facing. I'll make a few calls. The first call was to the accountant, Ed Bastian. Ed, I'd like to ask you to do an audit. Yes, not my Daydream, but Cannonball Studios. I need an assessment of their value. You want to acquire them? That's ambitious, but I must remind you, financing on Wall Street is very expensive right now, unless you have additional sources of funding. Ed Bastian was pleased with his client's ambition, as long as the funding source was secured. No, Ed, I'm not thinking about acquiring Cannonball right now. I want to do some accounting, the clearer the better. Cannonball is a publicly traded company. I just want to get a feel for things through the publicly available financial statements. You know, when Hollywood companies go bankrupt and are sold off, they usually bundle their assets into different packages. I want to see if there's any opportunity to snag a bargain. That's simple, but because of the delay in financial disclosure, you won't get a very accurate assessment. It's okay, I just need a rough estimate. Send me the invoices. Then Ronald dialed Minahan's number again. Hello, I'm looking for your chairman, Mr. Minahan Golan. Hi, Ronald, this is Minahan. Why are you calling me today? Ronald frowned. Why wasn't Minahan's secretary answering the phone first? I saw in the news that Cannonball, that's just those bankers' tricks. They're trying to create some noise to lower our financing requirements. It's all underhanded stuff. I'm currently preparing for a new big production. If you don't believe me, you can come and see. Ha ha ha. Minahan's laughter was as hearty as ever. Why not? It's been a long time. You know my movie did well at the box office. Should I come over and chat? Maybe we can co-produce a few movies. Hey, I'll be waiting for your arrival. When are you coming? Soon. Ronald arrived at Cannon's office, not far from CAA. Across the street was Minahan's new building, which would become Cannon's office after its completion. Looks like it's almost finished. When are you moving in? Ronald hugged and greeted Minahan, who came out to greet him. Reaching his office, he pointed to the new building across the street and asked, Around next spring, About the same progress as Fox and the others. Minahan puffed on a cigar in his office. That's great. Don't forget to invite me to the opening ceremony. To be honest, Ronald is quite envious of companies that have the money to build their own buildings. Of course, we can't forget you. Minahan pulled out a new cigar and handed it to Ronald. Ronald lit it and took a puff. It wasn't as good as the ones in the offices of the 7 CEOs. I'm just curious, who wants to mess with your cannon? It's those jackwalls trying to snipe us in the capital market. I've left these matters to Yoram. He'll be giving an interview to the reporters soon and making a statement. Right now, I'm only concerned with next year's film projects. What big production do you have this time? Seeing that Minahan didn't want to talk about the financial issues in the news, Ronald took the opportunity to inquire about his film projects. I'm going to make a sequel to another movie, with a budget of $30 million. Minahan perked up immediately when Ronald asked about movies. Do you remember the He-Man comic book adaptation, Unicorn? I'll be making a prequel or sequel to it. This time, I'm collaborating with the copyright holder, Mattel, and the tentative name is He-Man. That sounds interesting. Who's going to star in it? Ronald remembered the box office flop, He-Man and the Universe, starring Swedish actor Dolph Lundgren, who played the villain in Rocky IV. His acting was terrible. He wondered if Minahan would continue to use him. I was thinking of Sylvester Stallone, or Chuck Norris. What, do you have someone in mind? Minahan was surprised by Ronald's detailed questions and interest. A thought flashed through his mind. Do you want to play it yourself? No problem, you're tall enough, perfect for He-Man. No, Ronald quickly clarified. I just watched the He-Man cartoon and wanted to ask who would play the live-action version. He didn't want to play He-Man, a shirtless, muscular man in his underwear. Sylvester Stallone is a bit short, but he's a star, which can be a big help with distribution. As the two were chatting, the office door was pushed open with a click. Mr. Golan, you promised me you'd make me a movie star. Why haven't you given me a chance yet? A blonde, muscular man burst in. Let me demonstrate my abilities, Uncle. He leaped, his feet airborne, then crossed, his right foot grazing Minahan's nose with a mid-air back kick. Jean-Claude, how many times have I told you, don't use that move on me? Minahan had no time to react, startled by the mid-air kick. This actor's fighting skills were good, much better than Stallone's, but he always liked to scare him. He was very familiar with this move and wouldn't hit him, but no one could stand being scared like that. I just wanted to show you my skills, so you wouldn't forget me, Mr. Golan. The blonde, muscular man chuckled, clearly not the first time he'd done this. Jean-Claude, do you remember me? Ronald, standing nearby, was also startled by the mid-air kick, but recognizing the man's face, he knew who he was. This is Jean-Claude Van Damme, the guy who stole the spotlight with his backflip at the beach breakdance show. He used that aerial sweeping kick on himself back then, and after all these years, he's gotten even more skilled. Ronald, no, Mr. Lee, hello. Jean-Claude saw it was Ronald and immediately came up to shake hands and greet him. Let me demonstrate for you, Jean-Claude, don't bother Ronald. I promised you, and I will give it to you. You just need to be patient. Minahan continued to persuade the action star. Mr. Golan, but I have to survive in Hollywood. Acting coaches are expensive. I have to make movies to survive. Otherwise, I'd have to participate in karate competitions and become a coach to make money. Are you making a movie now? Ronald suddenly asked Jean-Claude. Not now, I'm looking for an opportunity, Mr. Lee. Just call me Ronald. If you're not busy, you can work for me for a while. Minahan thinks highly of you and will definitely give you the lead role if the opportunity arises. What, you want Jean-Claude to act in your new movie? Minahan, like one of his old toys, suddenly noticed by other children and found the toy quite fun, immediately asked Ronald. No, it's not filming a movie. I have some other temporary work here, and I'd like to ask Jean-Claude. Ronald remembered his former bodyguard, Siegel, who had acted all high and mighty at the premiere of Moonlight Strikes Back. He wanted to go see the set of Siegel's new film and learn about the latest developments in action movies. Siegel would definitely provoke him on set, and although he wasn't afraid of him, fighting him would be beneath him. This Jean-Claude Van Damme was quite skilled. Karate was a martial art with practical combat capabilities, and he could serve as his bodyguard. What kind of work is it? Jean-Claude was overjoyed. Working for Ronald was a rare opportunity. I'd like to hire you as my bodyguard. Ronald recounted his conflict with Siegel. No problem. I've been a bodyguard for big shots before. I know Aikido. It can be quite impressive against ordinary people, but against real martial arts, like karate, very good. Go help Ronald first. Once my new film is ready, you'll play the lead role." Minahan Golan suddenly found Jean-Claude Van Damme increasingly appealing. Having been Ronald's bodyguard, his return to acting in a film would be a gimmick. "Who are you going to give the lead role to?" "Mr. Golan, you promised me first." Just then, another blonde hunk walked in. He had overheard Minahan's last conversation with Jean-Claude Van Damme. Both were similar types of actors, and he immediately rushed forward to question him. "Dolph? Don't rush me, I'm talking about another movie. Your Unicorn didn't do well at the box office, so it's normal for President Yoram to have doubts about the sequel's casting. I'm on your side. You just need to improve your acting a little." Ronald looked up and recognized Dolph Lundgren, the lead actor in the He-Man adaptation of Unicorn. "I've already tried my best to improve my acting, Mr. Goran, but acting coaches in Hollywood are too expensive. I need to find a job first. Could you give me some stunt double or supporting role work?" "Hey," Ronald and Jean-Claude both laughed. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" "Oh, Ronald, no." Director Lee. Lundgren recognized Ronald and immediately stepped forward to apologize. "I'm sorry, I just hope to establish myself in Hollywood." "I hope you don't mind. What did you study?" Ronald didn't know him very well. "I studied chemical engineering and completed my master's degree in New York," Lundgren replied. "No, I meant what martial arts you practice." "I practice karate, Goju-ryu karate. I also know a little judo, Goju-ryu." Ronald thought, "Isn't that the style of Master Miyagi from Dragon Boys? He must be good at fighting. I need a few temporary bodyguards recently. Anyone who can fight, can you work for me?" Ronald extended an invitation to him. "No problem, I came to America to be Gracie Jones's bodyguard. I'm very familiar with this line of work." Lundgren also knew that being a bodyguard for a big shot like Ronald was a good opportunity. Anyway, it was his old profession, and he could make money. "Welcome to the team." Jean-Claude shook hands with Lundgren, and the two naturally stepped behind Ronald, one on each side, and the two blonde hunks immediately got into character, becoming Ronald's bodyguards. Chapter 884 B-grade action film. Any projects underway at Cannonball Studios, Ronald led Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme back to his daydream. He wasn't actually using the two action stars as bodyguards, just for show when needed. Lundgren and Jean-Claude exchanged a glance, knowing their opportunity had arrived, and quickly explained the projects they were negotiating with Cannonball Studios. Minahan Golan's films were a bit eccentric. Whatever he made, it always looked like a comic book. He was giving these two new actors comic book movie leads. The project he had prepared for Jean-Claude was a live-action He-Man movie. This year's He-Man adaptation, Unicorn, starred Lundgren. However, Lundgren's acting was terrible, so for next year's film, a collaboration with Mattel to secure the official He-Man license, Minahan would cast Jean-Claude, whose acting was slightly better than Lundgren's, as He-Man. Lundgren's image in the audience's mind was still that of the emotionless fighting machine created by the Soviet Union in Rocky IV. Since he lacked the acting skills to create a new character, Minahan crafted a script for him, having him continue playing a Soviet Union fighting machine, going to Africa to fight a country's rebels. After being bullied by Cuban mercenaries, he was rescued by a local tribe, moved by the freedom of the people, and turned the tables, defeating the Cuban mercenaries and Czechoslovakian instructors under the Soviet Union, ultimately gaining the support of the black people. Their project had been in preparation for a long time, but Minahan had been delaying it for various reasons. They didn't dare to truly confront Minahan, so they could only inquire about the progress every few days. Today, they happened to run into Ronald. Ronald, hearing that their project had been delayed for 6 months, thought that what Minahan said wasn't important. What mattered was how he accurately reflected the Cannon's financial situation. "Has Minahan given you a start date for a filming?" Ronald stroked his chin and asked the two action actors. He said it would be at least by the middle of next year, but given his usual procrastination, it might be the end of next year. Jean-Claude hadn't landed the role of Cannon yet, so he wasn't particularly trusting of Minahan. "You can't say that. Mr. Golan is very serious about making movies." Lundgren had already acted in a Cannon blockbuster, although it ended up looking like a low-quality cartoon because of a lack of funds for special effects. "But maybe you're right, all the big Cannon projects are on hold now, and we don't know why. There are a lot of rumors. I can't promise you anything, but while Minahan hasn't started your big project, you might be able to make some smaller medium-sized productions from my daydream, if you're willing." Ronald looked at the two skilled action actors, a sliver of an opportunity forming in his mind. "Excuse me, are you directing it?" The two exchanged glances and both asked Ronald. "Haha, my daydream is a small production company, only capable of making movies under $5 million. So I can only be credited as executive producer at most. The director and producer will be found elsewhere. But I can guarantee one thing, you will both be the absolute male leads in the film, and you will fully utilize your karate skills. I will find the best action directors to make your action sequences look good on screen." Jean-Claude and Lundgren exchanged a glance. Since Ronald said so, they had no choice but to believe him. Anyway, apart from Minahan and Ronald, no one in Hollywood would cast them in a serious film, let alone as the male lead. A smaller budget wasn't really a big deal. They could make some movies first, earn some money, and wait until Minahan's big production started filming. Very good, very good. I'll go prepare the script now, and then find an action director to tailor-make some great fight scenes for you." Ronald was quite pleased. Actors who knew karate, fought well, and had received film training weren't easy to find. Anyway, Jackie Chan in Hong Kong has a lot of stunt directors. We can find a couple to come over and make some Hong Kong-style action movies, replacing the leads with blonde, blue-eyed Westerners. Just thinking about it makes it marketable. The audience here has never seen that kind of Eastern-style martial arts. I'll pay for suitable acting coaches for you. You just need to study hard and practice karate to keep your skills up. If I need you to step in, you can just act as my bodyguards." Ronald patted the two on the shoulders and went to call Jackie Chan, leaving the two fighters wondering what Ronald was up to. Mr. Ronald, no problem. You want to collaborate on a movie? No problem at all. You want to film it here in Hong Kong, or I can send someone to Hollywood. Ha ha ha. Sister Giano, quickly translate for him. Upon hearing that Ronald wanted to collaborate on a movie, Jackie Chan immediately patted her chest and said it was no problem. "Alright, I'll prepare the script here and send someone over to discuss it with you. Don't worry, your people will help me, and the compensation will be based on Hollywood standards." Mr. Law is too kind, we're friends. Jackie Chan hung up the phone and said to Sister Giano, "Hollywood has so many rules. Director Law said it's a small production, yet he's so meticulous about the script. When his people arrive, remember to remind me to treat them well, Jackie. Even their small productions are worth millions of dollars. For you, that's a big production. Do you think they use flyers and on-set script writing like in Hong Kong? You know, their stuff is really good. The tape Mr. Law gave me last time, I used it to stick things on the walls during filming. Plastic tape for plastic, wall painting tape for plaster, wallpaper tape for wallpaper. If I had these good stuff when I was filming Wheels on Meals, I wouldn't have had to pay the castle owner for renovations after filming." Ronald, I have the results of your investigation into Cannonball Studios' financial situation. Ed Bastian, a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers, flew to Los Angeles to report the findings to Ronald in person. Ronald took the report and began to read it. "You mean, Cannonball isn't bankrupt yet, but it's unable to make large investments?" After quickly finishing the report, Ronald asked Ed. "Yes, actually, Cannonball's $400 million in funding has already been spent, mainly in three areas. First, the acquisition of Star Cinemas, Britain's largest cinema chain. This acquisition gave them distribution capabilities in Europe. Consequently, they partnered with Pathé in France, acquiring controlling stakes in cinema chains in France, Spain, and Italy. Now, Cannonball is the Hollywood company with the strongest distribution capabilities in Europe. Second, the production of over 40 films annually, ranging from small-budget productions of $6 million to large-scale productions of $30 million. Originally, most of Cannonball's production budget came from pre-sales in Europe, which were then used as collateral for distribution contracts to secure bridge loans from a Belgian bank. However, this bank is currently under investigation for money laundering, creating a gap in their cash flow, which they are using this funding to fill. Third, their new office building, only slightly smaller than 20th Century Fox's new building. The real estate market has been very good in the past 2 years, making this one of their most valuable assets. Such extravagant spending. They've spent $400 million in just 2 years. Ronald marveled at Minahan's exceptional spending skills. Spending money wisely and quickly is actually a skill. Look at these 3 investments, they're all quite worthwhile. Ed Bastian quickly explained the difference between running a company and managing personal wealth to Ronald. Money raised from the bond market has only interest as its cost. If you can identify and purchase quality assets, you can not only cover the interest but also increase its value. Leaving that money in the bank would be a waste. The Starlight Cinemas in Britain are a quality asset. In fact, when Cannonball encountered financial difficulties, their first move was to mortgage Starlight Cinemas and obtain an £80 million loan from British banks. I see. The Cannonball building must also be easy to mortgage, right? Ronald understood the essence of the company's investments. That's right. Cannonball's financial crisis is actually a temporary cash flow problem. They're seeking a $300 million loan on Wall Street, using the soon-to-be-completed building as collateral. It seems like they have a high chance of success, Ed Bastian acknowledged his client's insightful observation. So, their financial crisis is mainly due to the second point, the big-budget films they invested in didn't recoup their costs. Ronald continued flipping through the documents. Cannonball Studios used to be a film company primarily producing low to medium budget exploitation films. They would make 20 or 30 exploitation films a year, most of which could be sold on television and recoup their costs at the box office. And among those 20 or 30 films, there was bound to be 1 or 2 blockbusters, such as Breakdance, which Ronald directed for them, which was their biggest success. This kind of business, although it couldn't be a huge hit or win any Oscars, was stable, with a short payback period, and a steady stream of income, making it a good business in the long run. But after receiving $400 million in funding, Minahan seemed to have changed. He started making big-budget productions with big stars. He not only disrupted the Hollywood star salary structure, giving Stallone a salary of over $10 million, but also invested in several big-budget productions of over $30 million a year. It just so happens that this year has been unlucky. None of his big-budget productions have been box office successes, and instead of following the traditional bank bridge loan approach, he financed the productions himself, which is why he is currently facing temporary difficulties. As a small company, Daydream, despite the huge profits from Spicy Dance, needs to learn from its mistakes and not gamble with its own money again and again. On the surface, that's it. Ed Bastian tapped the table, but there are deeper reasons. Cannonball could have continued to raise funds in the market by issuing bonds. At least their financial statements are better than a few years ago, allowing them to secure lower interest rates. However, something profound is happening on Wall Street. Milken, who previously handled a bond issuance, is now under investigation by the Southern District of New York attorney and is in serious trouble. Cannonball Pictures bonds are also part of a series of alleged irregularities in Milken's financial operations, so no bond broker on Wall Street is willing to get involved in this company's bond issuance. So your conclusion is, Ronald understood. Minahan's company still had ample assets, but its cash flow was somewhat depleted. The original bond financing channel was blocked by the special investigation. No wonder some people were starting to spread rumors, trying to take advantage of him. As long as they're willing to mortgage the building, Cannonball shouldn't have a hard time getting through this difficult period. But they need to make a truly blockbuster movie, just one, to change the bankers' opinion of them. Otherwise, if the market continues to question their future earning power, it's only a matter of time before problems arise again. Ronald didn't quite agree with Ed Bastian's assessment. Making money from movies is largely a matter of luck. No one has a guaranteed win. To truly operate healthily, they still need to go back to making small-budget, quick-return exploitative films. Earn a stable little money each year, and then hope that 1 or 2 of those films will be big hits. Thank you, I'll keep this report. It might come in handy later. Ed Bastian said goodbye and left, and Richard came in. Mr. Ovitz has arranged a time for you to visit the set of Steve Seagal's new movie. However, he has other things to attend to, so he won't be able to accompany you this time. Okay, we'll go by ourselves. Ronald nodded. Steve Seagal, Ovitz's Aikido instructor, gained Ovitz's favor and was connected with Warner Brothers to produce and distribute a B-movie action film, casting Seagal as the lead. Although Ovitz was the owner of an agency, he actually did a lot of producer work and had a good eye. CAA's previous package, Ghostbusters, was a huge success, becoming the year's box office champion. Ovitz's project for Seagal certainly wasn't to repay his mentor, but rather because he saw the film's box office potential. Ronald wanted to learn from him what kind of action film even Ovitz favored. "What has Mr. Ovitz been busy with lately?" Ronald asked Richard. "Well, I know he's been in contact with Mr. Spielberg, but I don't know anything else." "Oh, he's quite persistent. Spielberg had always refused to sign an agency contract, moving freely between Universal, Warner Brothers, and Paramount Studios, not tied to any distribution company. And with his abilities, he didn't actually need Ovitz to help him secure projects. In terms of their roles as producers, Ovitz and Spielberg were somewhat in competition. Ovitz's plan to bring Spielberg under his wing and further control his stars had been unsuccessful. He's been very busy lately, and we can't seem to find him. Nobody knows where he is except his secretary. This time, I only managed to find him by chance when I saw his secretary arranging his schedule. Okay, we'll go ourselves. Let's call Doff, Dronger, and Jean-Claude Van Damme. Doff, Jean-Claude, we're going to the set of a new movie starring an actor named Steve Seagal. He's known in Hollywood for using Aikido to intimidate people. So your main task is to prevent him from touching Ronald inappropriately. This guy often has cameramen hiding nearby to capture guests being frightened by him. While Ronald might not necessarily be afraid of him, we need to prevent that from happening." On the way to the Burbank Warner studio, Richard explained the situation to the two martial arts experts. "Hey," Ronald laughed heartily from the sidelines. He wasn't actually afraid of a fight on the spot. It would be a good opportunity to see how genuine Siegfried's boasted Aikido master certificate really was. Happy New Year, everyone. Also, thanks to the new Alliance leader, Infinityx. Chapter 885, Master or Fraud? Warner Brothers was filming Above the Law, an action film starring Steven Seagal, at their studio at 4000 Warner Avenue in Burbank. The script, tailor-made for Seagal, tells the story of Nick, an American soldier who served in the Vietnam War and later traveled to Japan to study Aikido, a true martial art. Upon returning home, he was recruited by the CIA as a special operations agent. However, disgusted by the CIA's torture of prisoners, he left the CIA and became a detective in Chicago, where he also got married. During a drug bust with his new partner, he discovered that the criminals were being protected by the CIA and that they had murdered a church priest. Nick fought back, disregarding the law, becoming a vengeful warrior who killed the bad guys above the law and protected his family. Everyone did it my way, everyone was the same. Seagal, tall and thin, was preparing on set for a scene where he single-handedly fought off many criminals, using Aikido to take them down one by one. Although the film was directed by someone else, the action scenes were all designed and filmed by Seagal himself. All the stunt performers on set had to obediently mimic the powerful energy he unleashed with his magical Aikido, leaving them dazed and sprawled on the ground. This is Warner Brothers' largest traditional studio in Los Angeles. The TV series Kung Fu Hustle and Spielberg's film The Goonies were filmed here. The Vietnam jungle scenes and Above the Law were set here. Please put on your visitor passes, we'll go in from here. Mr. Seagal's inside directing the action scenes. A Warner Brothers set manager led Ronald and his entourage into the filming location. Two bodyguards took the visitor passes from her and handed them to Ronald and his agent, Richard. "You bodyguards are so attentive, I feel like a king." Ha ha ha. Ronald, feeling very comfortable being served by Jean-Claude and Lundgren, two actors who had worked as professional bodyguards, immediately expressed his gratitude. "It's our job," Jean-Claude quickly added, offering his own flattery. "When we go in, don't follow me. There's no danger inside. Take some time to watch how Seagal shoots action scenes, you'll need it when you're making movies later." Ronald instructed them to study hard, as he didn't know much about shooting fight scenes himself, and how much they could figure out on their own was up to them. "Let's go in." The set manager opened the side door of the studio, letting Ronald in. "Lebel, what the hell are you doing? How many times have I told you to follow my design? If I grab your wrist, you have to fall down. This isn't fighting, this is filming a movie, understand?" As soon as Ronald entered, he heard Seagal, with her ponytail, loudly reprimanding a stuntman. "Mr. Seagal, it's not that I'm not following your design, it's just that if I fall like this, my center of gravity is opposite to the direction you're throwing me. There's no mat on the ground, it's all hard, I could easily get hurt. Could you change the direction I'm thrown so I can fall more gracefully? Damn it, are you the lead actor or am I? Huh? I tell you how to fall, and you fall exactly as I say? You're not happy about that? We can practice one-on-one." Seagal rushed over, head-to-head with a stuntman named Lebel, threatening him that if he didn't fall according to his method, he'd be fired. No, no. Mr. Siegel, I'll do it your way, Lebel, unwilling to give up his high stuntman salary, finally gave in. Look at his attire, and that aura he's got, like he's sparring in a dojo. Ronald, seeing Steve Siegel's demeanor, inwardly praised him. He quickly told his 2 bodyguards to watch and learn from him. Siegel, dressed in a black taekwondo uniform, his ponytail swaying, wore a serious expression when bullying others. With his tall stature, he resembled the image of a martial arts master in the American imagination. Okay, let's do it again. Siegel glared at Lebel until he gave in, then ordered the cameraman to start filming, saying he wanted to rehearse the action scene. Action, Siegel shouted, and then his stuntmen stepped forward one by one, assuming a stance ready to charge at him. Ha, ha, ha. Siegel's Aikido was a combination of Tai Chi and Chinese wrestling that Ronald had seen in China. The main point of attack was using grappling techniques to grab the opponent's wrist, then using the opponent's momentum to deflect their weight with minimal effort, causing them to fall heavily to the ground. Each stuntman charged at him in a different direction, was grabbed, thrown in a different direction, and landed with a different posture. Siegel's meticulously designed fight choreography is similar to an Aikido performance. Each opponent attacks one by one according to the choreography, never 2 at once. Aikido techniques emphasize achieving greatness through small movements, and Siegel's own movements are very concealed, with minimal amplitude. This one-against-many dynamic has a rhythmic, dance-like quality. Movie fights are different from real street fights, they prioritize visual appeal. This Aikido master is very skilled at this kind of performance because they demonstrate these grappling techniques with their students when they open their dojos, ensuring students enjoy the spectacle and enroll. Ronald watched and nodded. Siegel might be a bit arrogant, but his action choreography skills for movies are quite good. Several stunt performers were thrown around quite awkwardly, but everyone was following the plan, so this level of stunt was nothing special. After everyone had fallen, it was Lebel's turn. Ha! This time, Siegel used a trick, not throwing Lebel in the planned direction, but unexpectedly changing the direction of his attack. Lebel was shoved hard, his momentum from the full force charge he'd made for the sake of appearances being redirected, sending him hurtling towards a brick wall. Lebel tried to regain his balance and brake, but unexpectedly, after throwing him towards the brick wall, Siegel had suddenly checked his footing. Lebel nearly tripped and fell, crashing headfirst into the wall. Lebel clutched his face, the impact was quite severe, and a trickle of blood flowed from between his fingers. Are you alright, Lebel? Several members of his stunt team rushed over and helped him down. I'm fine. Lebel knew he'd been tricked by Siegel, who had deliberately given him a hard time. Hey, why didn't you fall in the direction designed for you? Lebel, seeing his blood, was furious and began to berate Siegel. Are you even capable? You can't even fall properly as a stunt performer? I just gave you a little push, and you fell in the wrong direction. During the actual filming, aren't you just wasting film? Siegel pointed at him and cursed. There were about 20 stunt performers on set, and they all knew that Siegel was deliberately establishing his authority, taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking to give Lebel a hard fall. Having been deliberately thrown and then blamed, Lebel, seeing his hands covered in blood, felt a little dizzy and didn't know how to retort to this scoundrel. You, Kane, and you, Quadris, do you want to be like Lebel? Siegel pointed at Lebel's companion, his eyes flashing with malice. These stunt performers, who didn't submit to him on set, were going to be thoroughly punished. Darling, you're amazing, could you teach me Aikido? A blonde, big-eyed beauty, completely unaware of the situation, saw Siegel unleashing his power, knocking the stuntman to the ground, and came up to him, clinging to his arm and acting coquettishly. She played Siegel's character's wife in this movie. Wasn't this Sharon Stone, the actress who played the female lead in the Cannonball Indiana Jones knockoff series? Ronald recognized the woman. She seemed mentally unstable. Cassandra Peterson, the lead actress in Ecstasy, had mentioned that she urinated in the cannibal prop vat, making the set stink. And she had a big mouth, constantly bragging about her achievements. PFFT, Ronald couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Who is it? Who's making noise on set? It's you again? Who are you, daring to cause trouble on my set? Siegel recognized Ronald as the young man who had seduced his wife, Kelly LeBrock, at the premiere. I'm just here to observe. Ronald shrugged, indicating he wasn't there to cause trouble. Where's the on-set doctor? Shouldn't they bandage that stuntman? Doctor, The crowd finally reacted and called for a doctor to bandage LeBron. "Darling, you're the most manly man on set." Steve's ego felt a surge of masculinity as Sharon Stone pressed his chest against his. "That's right, honey, I'm in charge here." He put an arm around Stone's waist and slapped her on the butt. Who's that guy? He doesn't seem to listen to you, right? He looks kind of familiar." Sharon Stone stirred things up, as if she didn't want the world to be in chaos. Stassow, who had attended university, was said to have a high IQ, but her problem was that she only thought about how to let everyone know about her high IQ. Hey, I'm talking to you. Who are you? Get out of my studio." Siegel's testosterone surged, and he came up to Ronald, trying to push him away with both hands. "Stop." The two bodyguards noticed Siegel's intention to attack and stepped in to block Ronald from both sides. "Where did this nobody come from?" Siegel looked at the tall bodyguard, who looked a bit like the villain in Sylvester Stallone's Rocky IV. These days, there are all kinds of people, even people dressed as villains. He was about to push him away. Lundgren and Jean-Claude, both European Karate Championship winners, reacted quickly. Lunger dodged Siegel's shove with a quick sidestep, then stepped back to create distance, delivering a solid sweeping kick to Siegel's buttocks. PFFT, caught off guard, Siegel hadn't expected his opponent to disregard the rules of Aikido, suffering a severe blow right from the start, falling to his knees as if begging Ronald for mercy. PFFT, the stunt performers couldn't help but laugh at Siegel's humiliation. I'll kill you." Siegel, deeply insulted, stood up and charged to retaliate. "Uncle." Now it was Jean-Claude's turn to demonstrate. He leaped into the air, switching feet mid-air for a powerful back-sweeping kick. His foot barely touching Siegel's face, his control still so precise. Siegel felt a gust of wind brush past his nose, instinctively stopping and raising his hands in front of his eyes to defend himself. PFFT, everyone burst into laughter again. Siegel seemed stunned by the two bodyguards' two karate moves. "Who's making such a racket?" A woman wearing glasses, who looked like the production manager, was dozing in the dressing room. Startled by the laughter, she came over to see what was going on. Nothing, we were just martial artists sparring." Ronald smiled and stepped forward, indicating that his two bodyguards were just sparring with Siegel. Okay, you guys continue." The production manager-looking woman, seeing Ronald, turned and ran back like a mouse seeing a cat. Ronald was a little confused by her actions. He turned back and extended his hand to Siegel. "Sorry to have disturbed your filming, we'll be leaving now." Siegel quickly shook hands with Ronald, seizing the opportunity to gracefully exit the extremely awkward situation. Hello, welcome to my crew." "You are," Siegel said awkwardly, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Ronald, plotting to find out his background so he could get revenge later. "My name is Ronald Lee, remember that name?" Ronald turned to the two bodyguards, indicating that he had seen enough and it was time to leave. "Let's continue." Siegel began issuing orders to the stunt performers again. However, after this incident, the stunt performers weren't so obedient to Siegel. "Do you think he's a master of Aikido, or a fraud? Who knows? I heard he got his master's certificate by marrying his master's daughter." He's only good at bullying us stuntmen. He's not much of a match in a real fight." The bodyguards and Richard and the others escorted Ronald out of the studio and into the car. "Well done," Ronald praised the two temporary bodyguards. "Thank you." The two men were very grateful to Siegel, this fool who didn't even recognize Ronald, for protecting Ronald today and demonstrating their fighting skills. "Did you notice anything on set?" Ronald asked them. Although Siegel was a terrible person, he was actually quite skilled in action movies. Action movies need choreographed moves that makes the fights look good. I think Siegel's actual skill level is just average, but all those stunt performers were arranged to rush in, and he just stood there motionless, making the audience look like a master. Lundgren had a real eye-opener today. Whether a fight looks good or not is actually closely related to the opponent's coordination. I think the atmosphere is also very important. Siegel looked really cool in his Aikido uniform. "Actually, our karate uniforms look pretty good too, haha. It seems you two really got it. For the next script, I'll have someone work on those two aspects, making the plot complement your fighting skills." The group arrived at Daydream Studios. Ronald told them to rest and then called his script assistant, David Simpkins, to find a capable ghostwriter to tailor a script specifically for the two bodyguards. Ronald, After Ronald finished his work, Richard gave him a wink, indicating he had something important to tell him. What is it? The two went into Ronald's office and closed the door. Ronald tossed him a bottle of Coke. Do you remember that woman who came out of the break room and asked you something? Richard asked. What about her? Ronald asked blankly. The woman looked very ordinary. He didn't recognize her. That's secretary in Rick's, Nisida's, office who was suspected of leaking the office girl script and then disappeared. She looks a lot like her. Are you sure? Ronald's voice rose an octave. Not 100% sure. She changed her hairstyle and her clothes, but her movements and mannerisms are very similar. Richard had been behind Ronald the whole time, and the woman had left quickly, so he wasn't entirely sure. A little while later, he went to look for her again, but she was gone. Go find Rick and have him go to the studio to check? I think she's wearing a high-level production manager pass. Ronald's suspicions grew. This secretary clearly didn't know she was going to the set, which is why Richard recognized her. If she was the secretary who leaked the information, her position as production manager here was likely a payment from the mastermind. With so many film crews in Hollywood, she probably didn't even know which one she was going to work for. I'm afraid she'll run away again once Rick gets there. Richard regretted not bringing a live camera. Run away? Even if she does, it's still a confirmation. Chapter 886 Fist Overlord. Damn it, she got away again. This person didn't even resign that day, she just disappeared from the set. Nisida received the message from Richard and immediately suspended everything he was doing, using all available resources to track down the woman who had secretly taken the internal documents and leaked them to the entire Hollywood. However, the secretary clearly knew she had been caught. After seeing Ronald arrive at the Above the Law set, she disappeared that very day. Who do you think is targeting us? Ronald tapped the table, asking Nisida. Honestly, I don't know. CAA is like a gladiatorial arena. Anyone could be my enemy. External agents are also a possibility. Our every move is being watched. Like how I have some insiders at William Morris, but I follow the rules and haven't done anything to break the rules and leak information. Nisida used I instead of we. Offending a commercially successful director like this wouldn't do any good. The person who spread the information was more targeting Nisida and Richard, the two agents, than Ronald himself. Our interests are aligned. I'll never forget how you sided with me in all the film disputes when you signed me before I even had a screenplay. And their messy practices put me in a very passive position, which I really dislike. Whether they were insiders at CAA or outsiders at WMA or ICM, anyone doing this is my enemy. Ronald detested this kind of unethical behavior. The reason Nisida and Richard got along with him was largely because they weren't Eastern European Jews. They valued mutual trust and didn't have the habit of trying to take advantage of their partners. With these people, there could be conflicts of interest, and negotiations were possible, but ultimately everyone could rationally cooperate based on long-term interests. But Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews, whether opponents or allies, always wanted to win as much as possible. Doing business with them always felt like having a venomous snake lurking nearby, never knowing when they would betray you. Nisida and Richard visibly relaxed after hearing Ronald's words. Many celebrity clients, when faced with this situation, would most commonly use it as an opportunity to terminate their contracts with their agents and find cheaper alternatives. Fortunately, Ronald didn't have such petty greed. I'll keep investigating, I won't give up until I find out, Nisida declared resolutely. Ignoring the evidence, just looking at who benefits from this, who do you think might have orchestrated it? After making it clear that he and his agent were on the same side, Ronald wanted to know their suspected culprits. Being schemed against without knowing who the perpetrator was felt terrible. Ronald felt like knowing there were cockroaches in the room but not being able to find them, holding a slipper, his anger simmering, not knowing where to lash out. So Ronald was willing to wrongly accuse someone else, even if it meant needing to identify the suspect. As he asked his question, he gestured towards the office of CAA President Michael Ovitz. Let's go find an Italian restaurant. I heard there's a new one in Beverly Park at the foot of Beverly Hills. Nisida stood up and put on his coat. This kind of talk wasn't appropriate in the office. At the restaurant, they found a table where no one was around. After the waiter brought the food, Nisida started the conversation. It's highly unlikely that Ovitz would have someone do this. Extremely unlikely. He felt it was impossible for Ovitz to have his secretary do such a thing. It wasn't that he wouldn't plant spies in his subordinates' offices, but rather that such blatant disruption of the balance between different factions of agents within CAA was not beneficial to the company as a boss. So, is it someone you have an enemy in CAA? Or someone I have a grudge against? Ronald insisted on knowing the names of several suspects before slowly investigating. There's someone who fits all the criteria, someone who has conflicts with me, Richard, you, and Paula. And he benefits from leaks, Nistida said in a low voice. Who is it? Jack Lappick, who? Ronald felt the name was familiar, as if it were from a long time ago, but he couldn't quite place it. Nistida looked towards Richard, as if wanting him to explain. Ahem. Richard pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, took off his glasses, and began wiping them. Do you remember the first screenplay you wrote after we signed you, my brother's protector? Ronald murmured, as if memories from 7 or 8 years ago were gradually surfacing from the depths of his memory. Back then, Ovitz took a liking to my brother's protector and, in order to sign Jane Fonda's agency contract, bought the rights for $250,000, giving it to Columbia and Fonda, and then hiring James Bridges to direct. This James Bridges was also a CAA client, and his main agent was Jack Lappick. For his own benefit, Lappick gave Bridges a bad idea, to have a copywriter rewrite the script, removing Ronald's name from the credits. When the conspiracy was discovered, Nistida and Richard had a huge argument with him about it, which went all the way to Ovitz. In the end, Ovitz smoothed things over, keeping Ronald's name on the credits, buying out the script, and letting James Bridges direct. Besides Ronald's situation, Jack Lappick, Nistida, and Richard also had personal grudges. When Richard Lovett first joined CAA, he was an assistant agent. He used his spare time to read scripts for Jack Lappick in exchange for a recommendation, which put Lappick on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged agent. Who knew that Jack Lapco had been using Richard's script for almost 6 months for free, but when it came time to recommend a full-fledged agent, Richard's name wasn't on the list. Instead, a relative's daughter was recommended. Richard was misled and almost missed out on a formal promotion, nearly being kicked out of CAA. Fortunately, Nistida took him in, and Richard worked for Nistida for another 6 months before getting a chance to become a full-fledged agent. Nistida, Paula, and Jack Lapco were mainly competing for clients. Lapco, an Ashkenazi Jew from Eastern Europe, was actually a graduate of NYU's Tisch School of the Arts. He had a natural advantage over most Jewish actors and directors in the industry. He represented the famous British director Ridley Scott and had several stars under his wing, making him a direct competitor to Tom Cruise and others. They had clashed many times, and sabotaging each other was not uncommon. This time, by releasing the news that Ronald was interested in Working Girls, many of his male and female stars became eligible to audition, and the Working Girl resources were no longer exclusive to Nistida and Paula's business. With his Eastern European Jewish connections within CAA, he had a high chance of landing 1 or 2 roles. Is there any way to confirm this? Ronald asked Nistida. I'll figure something out. Also, the private investigator you recommended, Frank Mikopek, can be a great help. Isn't he investigating that Brad Pitt kid? Ronald didn't understand how investigating Brad Pitt could help pinpoint the mastermind. Actors like Brad Pitt rising to fame is a common occurrence in Hollywood. They ultimately only know how to please women. They're expert womanizers. I have a list of all the actresses represented by Jack Lapco. Ronald immediately understood. The two sides corroborated each other. If this connection was established, it was highly likely that Jack Lapco was behind it. He thought for a moment and said, does Jack Lapco represent any singers? Don't forget about Cher and her boyfriend. I'll add the list right away. After arranging things, Richard was put in charge of summarizing all the investigation progress. He had the deepest grudge against Jack Lapco and almost got kicked out of CAA for being an agent. So entrusting it to him would surely ensure meticulous attention. After finishing that, Ronald also found a screenwriter through his script assistant, David Simpkins. A few years ago, a martial artist named Frank Dukes casually boasted to a screenwriter, Sheldon Lettich, about a personal experience. He claimed to have been a CIA member, having studied Tanaka-ryu samurai sword fighting and Kyokushin karate in Japan, excelling in CIA special operations. One day, he suddenly received an invitation to participate in a competition representing the highest level of combat in the world, the World Martial Arts Tournament. This competition was unrestricted, meaning participants had to sign a waiver, leaving no liability for injury or death during the competition. Frank Dukes eventually endured countless hardships to reach a small island in the Caribbean to participate in the competition, winning 62 matches in the elimination rounds, ultimately defeating the defending champion and claiming the World Martial Arts Tournament title. This plot, which seemed like a typical bar boast, greatly intrigued Sheldon Lettich. This story had similarities to Bruce Lee movies he watched in his youth and the popular TV series Kung Fu Hustle at the time. Sheldon Lettich, a martial arts film and television enthusiast, wrote it into a story, registered it with the Writers Guild of America, and then marketed it widely. David Simpkins, who was looking for martial arts action films, saw the script. This script, titled Fighting Kings, perfectly matched the traditional costumes of various fighting styles and the numerous ring fight scenes, making it suitable for fighting experts like Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren. After all, these ring movies didn't require particularly good acting skills. Ronald looked at Sheldon Lettich and asked, "The real-life figure you mentioned, does he insist this is based on his own experience?" "Yes, Frank Dukes is his real name, and also the protagonist's name. He told me he was a former CIA employee and participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. He also introduced me to a martial artist friend who swore he also participated in the tournament, and that Frank Dukes was telling the truth. So what do you think?" Ronald asked again, not wanting someone so prone to lying involved in the film, as it might cause a lot of trouble after its release. "Dukes and I often go to bars, and he's told me a lot of ridiculous stories. Of all these absurd tales, this martial arts tournament story seems the most suitable to be made into a movie. Haha, let the legal department handle everything." Seeing that the screenwriter understood the rules, Ronald instructed Daydream to contact top lawyer Mitch Cantor to ensure the contract explicitly excluded any possibility of Dukes causing trouble. Have someone translate it into Chinese, then send a copy to Hong Kong for Jackie Chan to review, Ronald said after buying the film rights to the script. He had David Simpkins send a copy to Hong Kong for professional feedback. "Who are you planning to cast as the lead?" David Simpkins, who would also be an executive producer on Fighting Kings, was unsure of Ronald's intentions. Should he cast Jean-Claude Van Damme or Lundgren as the fighter Frank Dukes? This film requires some acting skills. I'll observe them further. Ronald felt that aside from the acting requirements of the regular scenes, at least the ring scenes would require a lot of skill in handling close-up shots and mastering the techniques of making the fights exciting. Since neither of them was particularly famous, he'd decide based on their abilities. "Where are we going?" Jean-Claude and Lundgren were led by Ronald to the Burbank studio. Jean-Claude, being more curious, asked Ronald halfway there, "I'm taking you to the editing room this time. If you want to be actors, you need to be familiar with every aspect of filmmaking." Ronald led them to Walter Murch's editing room. "Hey, Walter, how's the editing of The Unbearable Lightness of Being coming along?" Ronald noticed that the editor Walter Murch's beard was longer than the last time he saw him. "About 2 more weeks. I'm like simmering the sauce for spaghetti, slowly reducing it over low heat. It's a very meticulous process." Walter Murch hadn't interacted with anyone in a long time. Director Philip Kaufman had completely handed over the final adjustments to him. The final stages were all minor tweaks. He might only edit 2 or 3 places a day. He was quite happy that Ronald was visiting him, having an expert to chat with. "Great, that way you can make it to my new film. I plan to try some new ideas in this movie, but without your guidance on set beforehand, I'm not confident." Ronald's new film, Working Girl, has 2 super long takes based on a dream sequence. Ronald only has a rough idea, and he's not sure if they can be implemented in the editing. He needs Walter Murch to intervene during filming so that they can reshoot on set if there are editing difficulties. "Actually, you'll be fine on your own. You just don't have experience shooting these kinds of shots. I think you can definitely get it right if you do it a few more times." Walter Murch is very protective of Ronald and doesn't want him to rely on him too much. If the director explores innovative filmmaking methods on his own, he will definitely gain more valuable experience than if he, an expert, gives advice. "I know, but this is a commercial production, and I want to add an extra layer of insurance. Ronald doesn't want to make a film like The Unbearable Lightness of Being, which includes all sorts of experimental ideas, leaving a master like Walter Murch with months of editing work. Well, your pay is always so generous. My eldest child is about to go to college, and I need to save some money for his tuition." "Then it's settled. Don't take a vacation after you finish here. Let's go to New York together for location scouting." "Excuse me, what's the principle behind this?" "You put the 2 pieces of film together like this, and then use this machine to stitch them together. Overly curious Jean-Claude Van Damme, upon entering the editing room, began examining all the various machines used for editing. Ah, yes, put a piece of tape that I invented here, press it, flip it over, press it again, and the sample is stitched together. Walter Murch was very friendly to actors who were interested in editing. Is this one of your actors? He asked Ronald. Many actors entered the editing room just to keep more of their close-up shots. There weren't many who were truly interested in the principles like Jean-Claude and eager to try it out. They're both real fighters, European karate champions. You might not believe it, but they were even my bodyguards. Ronald introduced their backgrounds. My small production company is currently collecting scripts suitable for them. They're both top-tier leading men, and this is a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. I see. Actually, all the shots on your set eventually go through the editing room before they're transformed into the star images you see on screen. Murch then explains some basic editing principles to the two. This is really interesting. Can I learn here? Jean-Claude Van Damme was fascinated by the magic of editing and immediately asked to learn here. If Mr. Murch agrees, you can learn here. What about you? Dove, would you like to come? After greeting Walter Murch, Ronald agreed to let Jean-Claude learn here. I also have acting lessons. Lundgren wasn't very interested in these technical details. He wanted to hone his acting skills and learn how to be a star. Very good, it's settled then. Ronald had already decided on the roles for the two. In fact, the most worthwhile investment for someone aspiring to stardom is learning editing skills. Often, the key to stealing the spotlight is understanding the director's purpose in shooting a scene. Securing prime positions in shots the director is unlikely to cut is crucial for leaving a lasting impression on the audience. Many directors are often bullied on set by stars, forced to shoot numerous scenes highlighting their image. While the director might temporarily yield, the power to direct editing in the editing room remains largely untapped in Hollywood. It's still a no-go zone for directors and editors. Many scenes that stars painstakingly, even through unreasonable demands, end up being cut during the first rough cut, relegated to the floor, numbered and stored away by the editing assistant, never to see the light of day again. In action-packed films like Fighting Man, understanding editing can significantly enhance an actor's performance. Whether Jean-Claude's broad interests and boundless curiosity, or his innate understanding of the final creative process in the editing room, Ronald's inner scales were already tipping in his favor. Chapter 887 Dragon and Tiger Clash. Sunita, born in America in 1963, is a British singer, actress, and television presenter. Her 1985 single So Macho reached #1 in the British singles chart. She has signed a singer management contract and a presenter management contract with CAA in America, and is one of the many female stars under Jack Lapko's management. A few days later, Sunita was again discussing matters with Ronald and Richard in the office. He took out a resume of female stars under Lapko's management and showed it to Ronald. Is this related to Lapko's leak? Ronald picked up the resume, looking at the photo of a black woman on it, somewhat puzzled by Sunita's train of thought. This black singer had black hair and black eyes, high cheekbones, and a pointed chin, with features typical of the working class. However, her figure was like that of a high school girl who hadn't fully developed. Calling her a track and field athlete might be more plausible than a singer. This woman's looks and figure weren't what mainstream white beauty standards dictated, nor were they the kind of beauty often seen in black television programs. I didn't expect it to be her either, so I couldn't get in touch for a long time, until the private investigator you recommended took photos of her with that Brad Pitt kid. Nisita handed over a stack of street photos taken by Frank McCapk. The top photo showed Brad Pitt with his long hair flowing, his arm around Sunita. They looked like they'd just come from a coffee shop. The telephoto lens was a little blurry, but it captured their intimate posture and their faces close together quite clearly. Really, Ronald looked at the next few photos. There were medium shots and long shots, and it was definitely just the two of them together, not a group of friends in a gossip photo cropped with scissors. These two were definitely a couple. Ronald was speechless. Although America had been advocating racial equality for many years, and there were interracial celebrity couples, this clearly attractive pair still felt very novel to Ronald. This kind of thing is common. Your bodyguard, Dolph Lundgren, was also brought to New York from Sweden by the famous black model Gracie Jones. Oh, Ronald remembered a black female model who had more African features, and curled his lip. He didn't expect Lundgren to also get ahead through his girlfriend. But there aren't any black main characters in the movie, are there? Ronald thought that Brad Pitt and Jake Lapcoke were connected, but it would be reasonable to say that Jake Lapcoke deliberately leaked information to get an audition for a white female star. For a black woman like Sinita, there wasn't a single decent black female character in Working Girls. At most, Ronald would get a minor role because of the black quota. Yes, I suspected the same thing until Frank Mickapock sent me the new photos. Nisita handed over another photo, which showed Sharon McCall, the child star of Dallas, America's highest-rated TV series to date. Oh, Ronald took the photo. Sharon McCall was not only a child star but also a multiple beauty pageant winner. Since her debut in The Rich and Powerful, she hadn't had many film or television works, but she was always a popular figure on quiz shows. The photo showed Brad Pitt and Sharon McCall strolling intimately in New York. He specifically checked the date of the photo. It was only a few days different from the photo he'd just taken with the black singer Sinita. Ronald felt a wave of disgust. If this kind of person really became a couple with his cousin Donna, wouldn't that be disgusting? If he used gossip to blackmail him for roles, Ronald didn't want to think about it anymore. We'll unite and protest to Mr. Ovitz. What conditions do you want? Nisita had obtained some evidence and was preparing to join forces with his wife Paula and Richard to complain to Ovitz and make Jack Lapcoke suffer. First of all, I don't want this person to appear in my sight again, Ronald said, pointing at Brad Pitt. That's simple. Anything else, for the movie Working Girl, CAA must stand firmly on my side and let my casting decisions prevail. No other agents besides yours, especially Lapcoke's clients, can be allowed to audition. All negotiations with 20th Century Fox must also be based on my position. Very reasonable demands, Nisita exclaimed, beaming with joy. Not only would actors under her small group of agents have opportunities, but she could also take the chance to sign Alec Baldwin and Joan Cusack, the supporting actors Ronald had his eye on. Any other demands? Richard noted Ronald's meaning and then asked about his other demands. Nothing else, really. After all, we didn't have concrete evidence of Lapcoke's leaks, and that undercover secretary who was with you ultimately disappeared and wasn't found. Ronald weighed his options. This was pretty much all he could get in return. Pa. We're not defense lawyers, and Mr. Ovitz isn't a Supreme Court justice. That's enough reason to point the finger at that bastard, Lapcoke. What more evidence does he need? That secretary went to the film crew Ovitz was handling for Steve Seagal. He was already in the wrong. Nisita had long been dissatisfied with the way these Eastern European Jews, relying on their ethnicity among several CAA partners, took advantage of the company. He had joined forces with some non-Jews and less outrageous Jewish agents to challenge Ovitz, and the chances of success were high. He wanted to secure more benefits for Ronald. For this Oscar Best Director nomination, I'll offer to have Ovitz get it for you. What do you think of that? Nisita knew that his client had strong commercial appeal, but lacked an artistic nomination to sway his peers and numerous stars. If successful, at least stars of Cherry's stature would no longer have the face to question Ronald's directing work. Are you confident? Ronald was excited. He truly believed he wouldn't rely on an Oscar nomination, but on audience recognition to prove himself. But if you could get an Oscar nomination, that would be, well, what's the Chinese idiom again? Well deserved. No one can be 100% certain about an Oscar, but with your nominations at the major domestic film critics awards and your public relations efforts at the Directors Guild Awards, you'd have a 70–80% chance. Nisita looked at Ronald. If he could get an Oscar nomination for Best Director at such a young age, the media would keep bringing it up. Ahem. Ronald coughed excitedly, took a cup of black tea from Richard, and took a sip. That's it. I'm very satisfied with these conditions. Great. I look forward to the day the nominations are announced. Nisita smiled happily. Around the same time, a fax arrived at Daydream's office from Hong Kong. Ronald received Jackie Chan's feedback on the script for the film Fist of Fury. By the time Ronald received the fax, it was already evening in Los Angeles. He carefully looked at Jackie Chan's handwritten comments and some action scene designs. The main revisions focused on two areas. First, Jackie Chan believed that the World Martial Arts Tournament should ideally be held in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a hub for various martial arts, making it convenient to find experts in Muay Thai, Southern Chinese martial arts, karate, boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and sumo wrestling. Second, Jackie Chan recommended bringing in more Chinese actors. He said that Chinese people have been making realistic martial arts action films for a long time, starting with Bruce Lee, and have gathered a group of experienced martial arts action film shooting experts and stunt specialists. This would result in more realistic films, closer to the kind of Bruce Lee action movies that American audiences love. Additionally, Corey Yuen, who previously helped Ronald with advertising action design in Hollywood, also did a lot of work. He drew the scene designs and action storyboards. He even offered to do the film's action design and strongly urged Ronald to shoot the film in Hong Kong. He knew Ronald's company had a small budget and was troubled by union restrictions, specifically pointing out that filming in Hong Kong was cheaper, location scouting was convenient, and there were no union restrictions on daily legal shooting hours. Ronald was delighted. He wrote back to Jackie Chan thanking him for the suggestion and inviting Corey Yuen to Hollywood to participate in casting and pre-production. Besides action films, Corey Yuen was also quite familiar with directing, having worked as a director in Hong Kong. If things went smoothly with a local team, Ronald planned to have him direct. However, Ronald wasn't necessarily keen on having Corey Yuen as the action choreographer. Hong Kong's action crews operated on an old-fashioned theatrical model, lacking commercial viability and relying entirely on Jackie Chan's charisma to gather a group of fearless stuntmen. Asking for help once or twice was fine, but over time, with Ronald making multiple action films annually, he needed a stunt team that met Hollywood standards. Therefore, cultivating his own team and building his own action actor roster was paramount in their first collaboration. To this end, Ronald had another idea. He called his old friend, the Chinese-American actor Zhao Li. "Zhao Li, this is Ronald." "Hi, Ronald, what brings you to call me today?" Zhao Li was delighted to hear from Ronald. "I don't call without a reason," Ronald used an idiom. "My company is investing in a Bruce Lee-style action movie. You've been in Hollywood for a long time. Do you know any of the action crew members who worked with Bruce Lee back in the day?" "Oh? You want a Chinese-American lead?" Zhao Li asked. "Recently, relations between America and China have been quite good, and Hollywood has gradually added more supporting roles to scripts, giving many Chinese-American actors opportunities to play Chinese characters in films and television series. However, opportunities for Chinese-American actors to play lead roles are rare. In the last 2 years, only John Long, with his excellent language and theatrical skills, landed the lead roles in Year of the Dragon and The Last Emperor. Hey, I also have to consider the box office. You understand," Ronald said honestly. While the martial arts and core themes of these low-budget action movies are borrowed from Chinese films and were styled by Bruce Lee, Hollywood hasn't found a Chinese-American star with the same personal charisma as Bruce Lee. So, starting with the 1970s TV series Kung Fu Hustle, these kinds of films and TV shows always cast a white actor as the lead, with many Chinese and Japanese actors in supporting roles. Okay, Bruce Lee's son also loves acting. He's even better in physique than his father, and his movements and appearance fit American aesthetics perfectly. You could give it a try. I've got it, but I can only give it to supporting roles. Ronald noted down the name of Bruce Lee's eldest son, Brandon Lee. The most famous actor who worked with Bruce Lee back then, and is still in America, is Youngs. He's currently the vice president of the Chinese American Bodybuilding Federation. He has a fantastic physique. We all call him the Chinese Schwarzenegger. Oh, I see. That's perfect for a villain. What roles has he played? In Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon, he was one of the villain's henchmen, the really strong one. That's him. Ronald remembered this muscular man. He definitely looked like he came from a bodybuilding background. Yes, he's a good friend of Bruce Lee. Many of the action sequences in the movies were discussed and decided by him and Bruce. If you were white, he might be an action star by now. Okay. Zhao Li, please make an appointment with him for me. I need someone like him, like the story of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Haha, he came as soon as he heard you wanted to cast him in a movie. Besides him, is there anyone else you can recommend? Actually, many of Bruce Lee's former co-stars were recruited from Hong Kong. You can go there and ask. Really? They didn't develop in Hollywood. It's not easy for Chinese people to establish themselves in Hollywood. They don't speak English, and kung fu action films declined after Bruce Lee's unfortunate passing. I understand. I'll look into it. The actor who played Yang Xi's boss in Enter the Dragon, named Shi Qin, was also an actor who often worked with Bruce. And the actor who played Yang Xi's henchman, I remember one named Zhou Hong. Ronald wrote down the names of all the action movie actors from back then that Zhao Li mentioned, preparing to find someone in Hong Kong. Any other Chinese actors you can recommend? There are quite a few action movie stars from the mainland. Would you like some martial arts champions to act in a film? Their ring fighting skills might not be the strongest, but their fight scenes are quite entertaining, of course. Do you have any recommendations? Ronald thought to himself, my movies are all about good fight scenes. You'll need to talk to the relevant departments in China and get them to issue the necessary permits. You should contact the martial arts teams. The Shichihei martial arts team is pretty good. They've produced quite a few talented people. Okay, I've got it. Anything else? That's about it. In the Chinese community, they're either from Peking opera or martial arts backgrounds. Great, thanks. I also have a Tai Chi role. Could you do a cameo? I can't step into the ring. Zhao Li laughed heartily. You could play the master. Chapter 888 Award Nomination Voting. Corey Yuen flew from Hong Kong to Los Angeles as quickly as possible. Upon landing, he was immediately taken to Ronald's office in Daydream. I'm sorry I didn't let you rest first. I have a lot of things to do, so I had to trouble you to come and talk about Fist of Fury first. Ronald apologized to Corey Yuen. It's alright, I slept very well on the plane. We martial arts people aren't afraid of a little hardship, Corey Yuen said, taking a folder from his luggage and handing it to Ronald. This is Kiao Hong. He sparred with Bruce Lee back in the day. He's older now, but still in great shape. He looks very dashing in tang suits and Japanese Ronin clothing. The folder contained audition photos of several actors Ronald had specifically chosen. The actor named Kiao Hong, born in 1927, had a full beard, but his face had a refined, intellectual air. There was also an audition photo of him in Japanese clothing, perfect for playing the lead role of his mentor. After Bruce Lee's death, Kiao Hong returned to Hong Kong to work as a film and television actor, and his roles were not action actors, but more often characters with depth. He also speaks fluent English and played a tycoon in Spielberg's Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. This choice eliminated the hassle of post-production dubbing, and Ronald was very satisfied with Corey Yuen's preparation. This is Jet Li, a national martial arts champion. His film Shaolin Temple is a household name. He's a big star. Corey Yuen pulled out another photo. He recently switched to directing. If you want to hire him, the fee will be quite high, but he has a strong box office appeal in China and Southeast Asia. Does he speak English? Ronald wasn't interested in the so-called domestic box office appeal at all. After being misled last time, he knew that domestic and Southeast Asian box office revenue mainly came from buyout copies. A small Hollywood company shouldn't dream of the box office revenue sharing that even the Big Seven couldn't achieve. Not really. I heard he's learning and planning to immigrate with his wife and kids. That's a pass. Ronald wasn't too keen on actors who needed post-production dubbing. Are there any other martial arts champions in China? Preferably someone with good English. Their English isn't very good. Except for Jet Li, who's already in Hong Kong. The others are all affiliated with martial arts teams. Filming requires leadership approval, and the pay goes to the martial arts team. I see. Ronald was even less interested in having martial arts team members in the film. Many martial arts practitioners in China aren't good at academics, so their English level is questionable. Moreover, for this film to be released in America, it needs to be registered with various unions, and this pay arrangement would likely conflict with union regulations. Ronald wasn't sure if it would cause trouble. If you absolutely must record this live, then we can consider this one. He's also participated in domestic martial arts competitions and won a routine championship. He was born in America, so English won't be a problem. Oh, this guy is quite good looking. He could play the protagonist's master's son. That martial artist who was killed by the villain in the martial arts tournament could perfectly explain why the protagonist participated in the tournament to avenge his brother. Ronald looked at the photo of the long-haired martial arts champion. He was quite photogenic. He flipped the photo over to look at the resume, which listed the name and date of birth, Jiu Yunbo 1960. After settling Corey Yuen into the hotel to help him adjust to the time difference, Ronald began filling out ballots for the 1987 film awards from various guilds. The awards from the Eastern and Western Writers Guilds were jointly presented. They were divided into two categories, film and television. The film category had 3 awards, Best Original Screenplay, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Documentary Screenplay. The Western Writers Guild primarily consists of film writers, and Ronald joined as a film writer, so he had voting rights in the film awards. Ronald filled in John Patrick Shanley's Moonstruck and Bertolucci's The Last Emperor, leaving the others blank for now. The nominations would be announced in early January after the ballots were mailed in. The Directors Guild Awards have categories such as Best Theatrical Film, Best Short Film, Best Directorial Debut, Best Documentary, and Best Television Series Director. Ronald had 5 votes in each category. The nomination list would be announced in mid-January. Of course, he'd get a vote for Moonstruck, then came Bertolucci's The Last Emperor, Spielberg's Empire of the Sun, then his old friend Adrian Lane's Fatal Attraction, and for his last vote, after some thought, Ronald cast it for Bob Reiner's The Princess Bride, a film he'd recently met. Ronald watched the film afterward and found its structure unexpected. The film opens with a grandfather telling his sick grandson a story from a storybook. A very cliched opening, a princess falls in love with a handsome young horse herder. Unlike classic princess and knight stories, this one flashes back to a grandfather telling a story to his grandson at every turning point. The grandson, tired of the familiar tale, always asks his grandfather to steer the story in an unexpected direction. Then the camera flashes back to the story itself, like a child using their imagination to create and rewrite countless fairy tales, weaving them together. This storytelling technique is very difficult to execute, and the actors, Robin Wright as the princess, Cary Elwes as the horse herder, and Billy Crystal as the pirate, were all perfectly cast and delivered superb performances. From a purely technical standpoint, Ronald deserved his vote. After filling out the ballots for all the awards, Richard came to Ronald's office to collect the ballots. "Ah, your Directors Guild Awards votes are all full, haha." "Yes, it's my job, so I took the liberty of writing down all 5 nominations," Ronald laughed. "It's alright, we generally respect our clients' choices for the Guild Awards." Richard picked up the Writers Guild of America ballot again. "I'll use these last 3 to exchange for resources." "Go ahead, actually I haven't written a script in a long time. I'm almost not a professional screenwriter anymore." Ronald was a little embarrassed. Although he paid his membership fee every year, he hadn't participated in any Writers Guild of the West events in a long time. As for the Screen Actors Guild, Nisida and I will use some resources to exchange for votes from Olympia Dukakis and Cher. Richard and his team had received Ovitz's promise. This year, for the sake of the Oscar Best Director nomination, the 2 of them, along with Paula, would mobilize all the resources they could to give Ronald a better chance. Oscar nominations, for each category, can only be voted on by members of that category. Members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Technology are all senior industry professionals, and their membership indicates their expertise. For example, although Ronald is a member of 2 guilds, when voting for Oscar nominations, he can only select 5 films for nomination as a director. He wasn't eligible to vote for Best Screenplay. This is why Oscar nominations largely overlap with the awards of each guild each year. The 2 groups of voters are essentially the same. Of course, there's one exception among the Oscars, Best Picture. This award, theoretically accepted by the producer, isn't nominated by the Producers Guild. Members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, regardless of their role as producer, director, screenwriter, or actor, have the right to nominate Best Picture. Furthermore, a member can vote for 10 films for Best Picture, instead of 5 for other awards. "Which films are you voting for Best Picture?" Richard pulled out a large notebook and started writing. For Best Director, Ronald would definitely choose the 5 films from the Directors Guild. "I'd like to add Wall Street, and remove The Princess Bride, you decide the rest." From a holistic perspective, The Princess Bride wasn't as outstanding, while Wall Street, starring Michael Douglas, although lacking in acting and directing, had a more powerful overall presentation than the other films. Wall Street, also an award-contending film released in December, struck Ronald as having an unusual audience reaction after seeing it. The film, originally directed by Oliver Stone, was meant to expose the ugliness of Wall Street tycoons. Michael Douglas's character, Gecko, relentlessly exploits loopholes in the rules. Charlie Sheen's character, Bud, a man with a conscience, is framed for insider trading and arrested. However, when the audience heard Gecko's famous line, "Greed is good," they clearly sided with him, with some young viewers even applauding and cheering. This reaction, contrary to the director's original intent, resonated deeply with Ronald. The American public wasn't particularly averse to tycoons who legally but unreasonably amassed enormous fortunes. The puritanical moral code of the baby boomer generation had been replaced by a materialistic view that anything made legally was good, becoming a common consensus among young people. Since everyone was taking a positive attitude towards making money legally by exploiting loopholes, Ronald discussed with Kevin Wade, the screenwriter of Working Girl, to add some plot elements to Tess's project. This would allow her to discover a legal loophole that could provide the listed company's client with a way to resist a takeover attempt by Japanese capital. Ultimately, Ronald wasn't the kind of Broadway-trained screenwriter or director who planned characters and plots based on dramatic theory. What he truly valued was what kind of plot the audience wanted to see. If what the audience liked conflicted with so-called Puritan moral principles or the likes and dislikes of drama theorists and film critics, Ronald would always unhesitatingly side with the audience's current taste. Oliver Stone ultimately included an ending twist, where Bud cooperates with the police, wearing a recording device in the park to induce Gecko to confess to his crimes. Gecko is prosecuted, while Bud receives a lenient sentence. However, the overall direction and ending of the story don't seem to fit together, as if the director deliberately did so. The story itself is already quite complete when Bud is arrested and sentenced, while Gecko goes unpunished. Oliver Stone, because of his own attitude towards financial tycoons, deliberately added a Billy Wilder-esque ending after the ending. A Billy Wilder-style false ending is a twist in the afterglow of the story's climax, completely catching the audience off guard. However, this kind of twist requires groundwork laid in the first and second acts. The audience's disappointment with the false ending makes the final twist satisfying. Wall Street took an unexpected turn in this respect. The director thought the audience would be dissatisfied with a false ending, but in reality, they subconsciously agreed with the philosophy of the bad guy, Gecko, making the twist feel awkward. However, this is also what Ronald Reagan liked about the film. After editing, the director only completed 90% of the film's creation. The final 10% was left to the audience to participate in. This lack of audience acceptance of the director's original intention, and their interpretation of the plot according to their own understanding, is often an indispensable part of high-grossing classic films. Okay, let's vote according to this. I'm off. Richard grabbed the voting slips from the Writers Guild and Directors Guild, then the Ronald Oscar nomination ballot, and rushed to the CAA to discuss with Nisida how to form alliances and make deals to gain the most supporters for Ronald. After Richard left, Kevin Wade, the screenwriter of Working Girl, came to discuss the script revisions with Ronald. In the finale, the male lead, Jack Trainer, doesn't side with Tess. Instead, he supports Tess's boss and ex-girlfriend, Catherine. In the end, Tess gains the client's approval, succeeding at work but failing emotionally. Will this ending dissatisfy the audience? Kevin Wade asked. He and Ronald had been discussing script improvements. On one hand, Ronald had been in review the script, adding a lot of professional content about Wall Street mergers and acquisitions to ensure the script was at least flawless in the eyes of professionals. On the other hand, Ronald and Kevin Wade had a lot of discussion about the protagonist Tess's romantic storyline. The marriage and childbearing age of professional women in America is being postponed year by year. I'm not sure if today's female audiences still expect the heroine to live happily ever after with a hero. Look at that blockbuster The Princess Bride. It didn't follow the old fairy tale formula at all, yet it did well at the box office. I'm a little skeptical that today's urban female audiences, seeing Tess go from secretary to manager, might think she deserves a better man. Through Donna's introduction, Ronald also got to know many elite women on Wall Street, had several phone conversations with them, and arranged for Demi Moore and Joan Cusack to work with them for 2 weeks. When discussing this romantic storyline, these elite women working on Wall Street all looked down on Jack Trainor's character. He ultimately didn't trust Tess to figure out the legal loophole to counter the acquisition by the Japanese capital, and on Wall Street, loyalty is the most valuable quality. Okay, I'll do as you say. Write another ending where Jack Trainor gets fired for distrusting Tess. In the end, he and Tess meet again at the ferry terminal in Lower Manhattan, giving them an open ending. That's a good idea. Ronald nodded in agreement. Elite women dislike Jack Trainor's infidelity, but ultimately, they crave romance in the workplace. Such an open ending might satisfy both urban career women and small-town housewives. Both types of female viewers can interpret it according to their own preferences. Ronald's days were packed full of things, his schedule overflowing. After Corey Yuen adjusted to the time difference, the two actors recommended by Zhao Li arrived from San Francisco and other places to audition jointly with Corey Yuen and Ronald. Wow, your muscles are almost like Schwarzenegger's. In the audition room, Yang Si took off his shirt, struck a bodybuilding pose, and showed it to the two. His muscle definition was excellent, and his upper body muscles were highly defined. Aside from their race, his biggest weakness compared to Schwarzenegger was probably their appearance. They didn't look like good guys. Young C had a face full of menacing features, sparse eyebrows, and a menacing smile. He was a natural villain actor. How was it? Ronald asked Corey Yuen. I didn't expect you could get him here. He's acted in a few movies in Hong Kong, but villains there don't get high salaries, so he went back to America to open a bodybuilding club. I thought he'd retired from acting. Young C is the best choice for the villain in this movie. Then, Bruce Lee's eldest son came to audition. Hi, hello, my name is Brandon Lee. Brandon was very tall, a trait he inherited from his white mother. His parted hairstyle and distinctive American accent made Ronald have a good impression of the legendary Kung Fu star's son. Your uncles in Hong Kong missed you a lot after you went to film last time. This time, they'll have the chance to see you again, Corey Yuen said to Brandon in Cantonese as a final greeting. Corey Yuen was also quite satisfied with Brandon's audition. While his face wasn't photogenic, Kung Fu films primarily focus on action sequences and aren't as concerned with the male lead's looks as other genres. Ronald looked over, and Corey Yuen explained. Brandon Lee had always wanted to enter the film industry, but hadn't had many opportunities in Hollywood. Last year, he returned to Hong Kong to film a Cantonese action movie, but it didn't generate much box office success. However, many stunt performers in Hong Kong were trained by his father, Bruce, and with their son's return, they all came to help. Performers like Yang Si, who were brought into the film industry by Bruce, actively offered to play supporting roles for Brandon, essentially promoting him to the lead. I think we should do this. For the quarterfinals and semifinals, the two main matches, we can give Brandon more screen time. Ronald and Corey Yuen decided to give Brandon Lee an important supporting role. He would represent his father's Jeet Kune Do style in the martial arts tournament. What? He doesn't want to participate? Why? Surprisingly, the next day, Brandon Lee's agent called to decline the invitation for a second audition. Ronald received a call from Corey Yuen, somewhat surprised. He's complaining about the limited screen time. They said on the phone that they didn't want to go back to Hong Kong to film. Last time they went to film a movie, it gave Brandon a very bad impression, very long working hours, and he couldn't get used to the food. But it's probably still the reason you mentioned, the limited screen time. Okay, Ronald thought. It seemed someone else was giving him a chance. Then you decide. Chapter 889 Hairspray finished. Corey Yuen was cast as the director of Fist of Fury, and he stayed in Los Angeles to audition actors intensively. Ronald only attended the audition for the male lead, whose character is an officer in a foreign military unit who, after hearing that his master's beloved son was killed on the spot by the villain played by Yang Si at a martial arts tournament, deserts from the unit to participate in the new martial arts tournament in Hong Kong to avenge his master. Who do you think is more suitable? Ronald respected the director's opinion on such matters. From an action perspective, Jean-Claude is more suitable. His karate emphasizes light and agile leg work. Few can execute that aerial spinning sweeping kick as beautifully as he does. The script contains a lot of Bruce Lee-esque martial arts philosophy. The protagonist has to learn to discern weapons by sound of the wind while blindfolded, then kick according to the opponent's punches. Jean-Claude is also better at this kind of standing kick. Lundgren's karate leans towards practical combat, and in terms of action, it's not as elegant as Jean-Claude's. Ronald nodded. Corey Yuen had just arrived in Hollywood, and he wasn't sure which actor he wanted to promote. So his answer only analyzed the technical aspects, leaving room for revisions even if Ronald preferred Lundgren. However, Ronald and Yuen shared the same thought. It wasn't just about the visual appeal of the action sequences, but also the acting. Neither of them were truly trained actors, and their emotional expression was problematic. They could only make do with close-ups of facial expressions. Judging from the audition results, even making simple expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in front of the camera, Lundgren couldn't do well. His facial muscles were rather stiff, and he became nervous and struggled to make expressions in front of the camera. Jean-Claude Van Damme's expression was also stiff, but at least it was relaxed enough that the audience couldn't tell if he was crying or laughing. Corey Yuen finalized the male lead and discussed with Ronald a lot about the background and atmosphere he envisioned. He sketched many film scenes, all traditional Chinese wooden structures, with their authentic Chinese style of flying eaves and brackets, rarely seen even in China. Ronald liked the sketches immediately, They evoked a sense of mystery from an ancient Eastern country, which would be a powerful and compelling way to portray Yang Si, a master of Chinese martial arts, making it seem as if someone practicing in such a place must be a peerless master. Are there any existing buildings on film sets in Hong Kong? Ronald tapped the table with his fingers. He had also worked his way up from the bottom of the film crew. Timber was expensive, and wooden buildings were even more so. If someone wanted to tamper with the accounts, they could simply have a truck deliver extra loads of wood. No, even Shaw Brothers in Hong Kong uses makeshift sets for these kinds of films. But don't worry, I've already found a great location. Corey Yuen showed Ronald a map and some photos he'd taken before coming. Look, this place is between Kowloon Bay and Xinan County across the river. There are many empty houses here, both inside and out, perfect for filming. Kowloon Walled City. Ronald looked at the traditional Chinese characters on the map, trying to read them. It turned out the location he'd chosen was the former site of the Kowloon Patrol Office during the Qing Dynasty. It was one of the most densely populated places in the world, more than 9 times the population density of Mongkok, which Ronald had visited. Because it was a lawless zone, filming costs were very low as long as he got the information agreed upon with the local residents association. After the confirmation of the return, both sides negotiated to gradually demolish this stockade. The first batch of residents who agreed to the demolition this year have already received special subsidies and moved into new houses with running water in Kwantong, so we can find many locations. Brother Long has connections with the local residents association leaders, and they agreed to film scenes at the old buildings left over from the Qing Dynasty, Lung Chun School and the Kowloon Patrol Office. Corey Yuen pointed to the 2 antique buildings and said to Ronald, "It seems you were well prepared. I'm very satisfied." Ronald looked at the photos Corey Yuen had taken before coming and felt he had found the right person. Lung Chun School was the examination hall for the imperial examinations in the Qing Dynasty, with its bluestone floor and wooden column structure, suitable as the interior scene for the martial arts tournament. The patrol office is suitable for filming exterior scenes. Knock knock. After discussing the film's preparations for quite some time, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Ronald replied, and Rachel Tallalet, the production manager of Hairspray, entered. She had followed the entire filming process of Hairspray. Ronald was very satisfied with her and was now promoting her to be the producer of Fist of Fury. "This is Rachel. She will be going to Hong Kong with Secretary Chen from the company to serve as producers." Ronald introduced Rachel Tallalet to Corey Yuen. The two introduced themselves and then began to arrange the filming schedule. Secretary Chen was taking notes. She spoke Mandarin and Cantonese and would be going to Hong Kong to handle translation and daily paperwork. "Hey, what are you still doing here?" After the meeting, Ronald went out and found Jean-Claude Van Damme still in the company. "We will inform your agent of the audition results. There's no use in you being here." Ronald knew Jean-Claude desperately wanted the role. Unlike Lundgren, Jean-Claude hadn't played a leading role in a serious film yet. After his audition, he spent hours daydreaming, eager to know the result. "You could practice your flying kick." Corey Yuen, unaware of Hollywood rules, let slip this as he came out of the office and saw Jean-Claude. In Hollywood, audition results are communicated through agents. Rachel Tallalet quickly explained to Corey Yuen. "All right, go back and wait for the official notification." "There's nothing else here," Ronald grinned. This was the cultural difference between the two film industries. In Hollywood, everything followed rules, while in Hong Kong, a single word from the boss was enough. "I'm still your bodyguard now. I'll be your driver later." "Where are you going?" Jean-Claude knew that at times like this, he needed to appear close to his boss. Anything could happen before the contract was officially signed. "Okay, I have a driver." "You don't need to drive, you drive for director Corey Yuen. Let's chat on the way." Ronald beckoned Rachel Tallalet to his car, and the two cars drove to the editing studio rented by Daydream. The editing of Hairspray was finished, and he wanted to see the final version today. The car quickly arrived at Warner Brothers editing studio, and Ronald got out to see Jean-Claude and Corey Yuen chatting happily. "Ronald, I've given Jean-Claude a Chinese name. It'll be easier for him to film there. It's Jean-Claude Van Damme." "Not bad, that's a very poetic name." Ronald smiled. In addition to being released in America, the film was expected to be sold to Asian and European distributors, and there would be a version with Chinese subtitles. Giving him a Chinese name was a good little promotional trick. Foreign actors in Hong Kong usually did that. The group went to the small screening room, where Ronald met Hairspray director John Waters again. He was still as energetic as ever, a cigarette never leaving his hand. "John, I'm looking forward to seeing your finished film, Ronald, I promise it's great." John Waters hugged Ronald and then ran to the back to get the projectionist to start. Ho-ha. Ronald watched with great interest. John Waters was really good. This movie can basically be seen as a knockoff of Dirty Dancing. The story itself and the plot development have nothing in common with Dirty Dancing. However, the rhythm and tone of the whole story are almost identical to Dirty Dancing, but the audience generally can't tell the imitation because the female lead in this hair gel movie is not a pretty girl, but a chubby, average-looking girl. The tone of this story is not a romantic love story, although there is a love storyline, but an old-fashioned farce. In addition to the good performances of the main characters, several supporting actors are also very outstanding and eye-catching. These include Cher's ex-husband Sonny Bono, who plays a funny, timid parent, and drag queen actress Divine, who plays the mother of the female lead who runs a laundromat. The most interesting thing is that Divine and Ricky Lake, who plays the female lead Tracy, are both chubby, have somewhat similar face shapes, and even their walking and talking rhythms make them look like a family. I wonder how director John Waters managed to train them. Huh? What's this? Ronald was watching when he suddenly spotted a truly disgusting scene. At school, Tracy was pranked by a classmate who put a cockroach in her hair, making a complete mess. Ugh, Secretary Chen, who was watching with him, almost vomited. Ronald glanced at John Waters, who was thoroughly enjoying the film. Ronald remembered that this director usually made very low-budget films. Perhaps because of the limited budget, he often had to include disgusting scenes to show audiences things not seen in normal movies, thus attracting those with a taste for the unusual. A dozen minutes later, another disgusting scene appeared. The drag queen actress, Divine, vomited a huge amount on the ground. John Waters even gave it a close-up shot. Ugh, this time, Secretary Chen couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly ran outside to vomit. However, after vomiting, Secretary Chen rushed back in. She found the scene quite interesting and wanted to see if Tracy won the TV dance competition. "So, Ronald, is it okay to release it like this? The movie's over?" John Waters asked smugly. He'd also noticed Secretary Chen's reaction. She'd rushed back from the restroom, a good sign the film was being well received. "Great. Better than expected," Ronald said, approving of the film's quality. To produce a film of this quality on a budget of just over $2 million, the director's skill was excellent, and he certainly hadn't been greedy. "But what's wrong with you, John? Why did you include these disgusting scenes? We're making a musical romance, not a horror film. Isn't the reaction great?" John Waters still didn't understand. Based on past experience, he thought that making audiences vomit could generate sensationalism and positive word of mouth. "I'm telling you, come on. Have you been making too many films costing a few $100,000? This is a theatrical release, going to hundreds of theaters nationwide. Cut it all out, the cockroaches, the vomit, cut it all out." Ronald was exasperated by the director. This film, Daydream, was already scheduled for release in February next year, a slow season, and a marketing budget had been prepared. This wasn't like John Waters' previous pathetic films, which could only be shown in old midnight theaters in New York and Los Angeles. This was a normal release that could make it into the box office charts. If news broke that audiences were vomiting during a romantic musical, it would be a huge joke. I've never had a problem with this before. John Waters had vomiting scenes in every film he made, along with scenes of cockroaches, rats, and other disgusting animals. He genuinely didn't see anything wrong with this high-value word-of-mouth marketing. "I'm really fed up with you. Cut all those scenes." Ronald made a scissor-cutting gesture. "Cut them today, and send them to Paramount's processing plant. Show them to audiences around Christmas." Okay. I'll do as you say." John Waters was a little unhappy when he heard that these beloved scenes were going to be cut. Ronald patted Waters on the shoulder. "Don't be upset. Your filmmaking skills are superb. I predict this movie will make money. If you revise it according to my suggestions, you won't have to work for me anymore after the movie is released. Plenty of people will invest in you, and you can make it as disgusting as you want." Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Okay. I'll revise it according to your suggestions. Anyway, your movies have high box office. No one understands what the audience wants to see better than you. After laughing, John Waters understood. which Hollywood producer wouldn't offer suggestions for revisions on the final cut. Ronald's decision to cut only 2 scenes was already very amiable. Besides, he had a good intuition for film, so it was best to listen to him. I'll go to the editing room to revise it right away, and it's expected to be sent to the printing plant tomorrow. Waters pulled out a new Marlboro, lit it using an old cigarette butt, took a few deep drags, and then went into the editing room. He couldn't smoke anymore. Ronald laughed and got up to leave with everyone. The film looked like a box office hit. "Hey, why aren't you leaving?" Ronald looked at Jean-Claude Van Damme dawdling. He'd just been acting as his bodyguard and driver, and now his eyes were fixed on John Waters. "Hell, I want to learn editing from director Waters." "How do you connect the beginning and end of a shot when you cut it out?" "Oh, you've become addicted to learning editing?" Ronald glanced at Jean-Claude Van Damme in surprise. Seeing his sincere expression and his explanation of those 2 shots, it seemed he really had learned well from Walter Murch and had a good grasp of the basic principles of editing. "I really enjoy editing. I used to think the actors' performances were the most important, but after studying with Mr. Murch for a while, I realized that the performances on screen are actually the result of editing." "All right, you should learn from Mr. Waters." Ronald beckoned Corey into his car and asked Bud to take him back to the hotel first. Ronald went into the editing room and watched as Jean-Claude Van Damme skillfully used the editing log to find the shot number. He took out the edited film, opened it skillfully, hung the editing machine, and then pressed the button, moving to the part Ronald indicated he wanted to cut. "This is about 20 seconds of footage. If we cut the beginning, what about the scene where Tracy screams in terror at the cockroach?" Jean-Claude Van Damme got into character, much like an editing assistant, doing all the tedious work and waiting for John Waters to make the decision. "This part of the footage is continuous, so if we cut it, we'll have to cut it all out. But the next scene is Tracy coming home, and her mother putting down the iron to comfort her. I'm thinking about what to do. There's no extra footage here." John Waters scratched his head. The original plot was supposed to be continuous, but if it was cut, how would the audience follow along? He needed to think of something. "Let's do a jump cut. Find this frame." Tracy's big head is roughly at the same position on the film, directly transitioning from being bullied at school to being comforted by her mother at home, Ronald suggested. "You heard me? Cut it like that. This is the touch of the master." John Waters knew it was feasible immediately. "Okay." Jean-Claude Van Damme deftly cut out the unwanted parts, then took out the patented editing tape from Daydream, stuck it on, and slapped it twice on the editing machine, securing it firmly on both sides. It seems even better than before." Jean-Claude Van Damme put the film back on the machine, looked at it on the monitor, and then looked at Ronald. His editing skills were this good too? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890 Women of Hollywood. What's Meryl Streep's response? Ronald started another casting meeting with casting director Julia Taylor. Most of the other main characters were confirmed, except for Tessa's boss, Catherine, a woman from a wealthy family, an Ivy League school graduate, and a typical Wall Street career woman. To portray such a character with depth, she needed to outwardly conform to the standards of high society. She had to be self-important, offering Tess guidance and instruction, but inwardly despise secretarial work while simultaneously trying to steal her subordinate Tess's brilliant ideas. She was a feminist on the surface, a career woman, but secretly obsessed with marrying the eligible bachelor Jack Trainer. This role demanded a lot from the actress. She needed to portray both the outward appearance of a career woman and her inner emptiness, in other words, an empty shell. Julia Taylor's first recommendation was Meryl Streep, an actress who started her career on Broadway with Diane Lane. After moving to Hollywood in 1978, she received 2 Academy Award nominations for Best Supporting Actress and 4 for Best Actress in less than a decade, winning Best Supporting Actress for Kramer vs. Kramer and Best Actress for Sophie's Choice. Now, whenever there's a role in Hollywood that requires acting skills, casting directors often think of her first. Filming for Dark Angel in Australia has been very difficult. I contacted her agent, and it's very difficult to make this film. It might not be finished until January of next year, Julia Taylor said regretfully. Dark Angel is a film aiming for various awards. It's based on a true story from Australia. In the 1980s, Michael and Lindy Chamberlain, along with their 9-week-old daughter Azaria, went camping at the famous Ayers Rock. While having a barbecue with friends, they heard their daughter crying from inside the tent. When Lindy went back to check, she found a wild dog carrying Azaria away. Police investigations confirmed Lindy's account, but the couple's religious beliefs were not accepted by the mainstream. The media quickly began spreading unverified claims that the name Azaria meant to die in the wilderness. Public opinion turned against the Chamberlains, blaming them for their daughter's death. Lindy was a remarkably strong woman. During interviews in court hearings, she refused to heed her lawyer's advice, refusing to shed tears or show weakness. This caused her husband, Michael, to waver, becoming suspicious of his wife, and his stammering testimony in court was seen as lying. Ultimately, Lindy was sentenced to life imprisonment and hard labor. 3 years later, a foreign tourist fell at Ayers Rock. Searchers found, far from the scene of the incident, the jacket Lindy claimed her daughter was wearing when she was taken by wild dogs. Lindy was immediately released and acquitted in a retrial. This was the script Meryl Streep was interested in, and it became the most expensive production in Australian history, costing $15 million and featuring 350 actors and 4,000 extras. So it just won't work, Ronald frowned. His reputation for consistently successful box office films led actors who valued acting skills to view his movies as purely commercial. Even if she finishes filming as planned, she probably won't be able to keep up with your working girl, Julia replied. The female lead's inner turmoil was also very difficult to portray. And Streep expended a great deal of energy in her performance. Julia Taylor estimated that it would take at least a month or two for the actress to recover after playing such a role. How about we try asking Jane again? The second person on Julia Taylor's recommendation list was an old acquaintance of Ronald's, 2-time Best Actress winner Jane Fonda. She's already rejected me once, let's try again. Ronald picked up the phone and contacted Jane Fonda's agent again. Hi, Ronald, welcome to my place. How long has it been? Jane Fonda wore a light green top, only a few stars could pull off such a vibrant color at her age. Jane Fonda maintained a figure like someone in their 20s through regular aerobics and yoga. It's been a long time, hasn't it? My film My Brother's Protector was ultimately cancelled, and I regret never having the chance to work with you. Ronald brought Julia Taylor to Jane Fonda's house, trying one last time to persuade her. Ha ha ha, Jane Fonda laughed. She knew Ronald's intentions, of course, but she really didn't want to take the role. Jane Fonda had signed a distribution agreement with Columbia Pictures long ago, meaning her own Fonda Pictures films could be distributed through Columbia. So she tried to buy good scripts and have her film company produce them. If other studios invited her to act, she would carefully select the roles. A villain like Catherine didn't have many memorable scenes, and she didn't want to play that. The leg-warmer business Ronald sold her, along with the annual updates of his aerobics videotapes, brought Jane Fonda a lot of wealth. Now, acting was more of a hobby for her, she would only take on roles that interested her. Actually, this movie has a connection to Teresa Kate from the Leg Warmers Company. Tess and her life experiences are quite similar, Ronald continued, hoping to appeal to emotions. I want to spend more time with Tom now. He's pushing for California's community college funding bill, and I want to attend many events with him, Jane Fonda added, giving a reason Ronald couldn't refute. Her husband, Tom Hayden, is a left-wing activist and a current California assemblyman. For the past few years, he has been advocating for more state-level funding for children from minority and low-income families to attend community college. This legislative work is extremely demanding, requiring a significant amount of time and energy to communicate with other legislators and participate in various social events to garner public support. Because of this work, Jane Fonda and Hayden see each other less often. She has begun to drastically reduce her film and television appearances to spend more time with her husband. I'll look for other suitable actors, Julia Taylor sighed. Unlike Woody Allen, whom she had worked with before, Ronald, this director, wasn't renowned in awards and critical acclaim. Established stars actually preferred working with directors like him. If Ronald had a strong appeal to aspiring actresses, then directors like Woody Allen had a similar appeal to established actresses. Anyway, we have Demi Moore. Go back to Broadway and see if you can find anyone suitable. Ronald knew the key issue was his lack of major awards. After parting ways with Julia Taylor, Ronald went back to the Beverly Hilton Hotel, where Catherine Bigelow was waiting to confirm the filming details for Glued Fingers. Catherine Bigelow had already completed the pre-production work for the script Glued Fingers, which Helen Slater had her eye on, and the actors' rehearsals were almost finished. This trip to Los Angeles was to obtain Ronald's approval to begin filming after Christmas. Ronald's script assistant, David Simpkins, would be working as a producer on the set. Because the budget was only $4 million, they decided to film in Toronto to save costs. David, Catherine, Ronald entered the room and saw Simpkins and Catherine Bigelow discussing the storyboard at the large dining table. "Ronald, you're here." Catherine Bigelow was wearing a black trench coat over brown trousers, her long, flowing golden red hair framing her face. Her smile held a hint of seriousness, exuding the air of a professional woman. Ronald thought she seemed perfect for the role of Catherine in Working Girl. "What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me?" Catherine Bigelow's gaze at Ronald was a little strange. Nothing, Ronald sighed inwardly. He was about to become a director, and the timing didn't match up. Besides, he didn't know how good Bigelow's acting was. "Come over here, take a look at my preparations." Bigelow took Ronald's arm and pulled him to see her preparations for the film. Lots of slow-motion shots. Ronald looked for a while, marveling. It was a very simple comedy, so directing it wasn't particularly difficult. However, Catherine Bigelow's preparations showed an intention to make it an auteur film, incorporating her personal taste in many places. How to put it, some directors can make all kinds of films, all kinds of subjects, and their skill level is very high, but you can't see any common ground between them. If you enter after the opening credits, you might not immediately recognize who directed it. Some directors are completely different, they excel in limited genres and themes, but their personal style is strong, and you can tell who's behind it after just one or two shots. Catherine Bigelow belongs to the latter. Many of her shots incorporate slow motion. However, unlike the stereotypical slow motion additions to certain shots in exploitation films, Bigelow's slow motion doesn't feel overused. "I'm afraid I couldn't make this kind of film," Ronald laughed as he signed the filming schedule, agreeing to the project start date. "Haha, this is a film from a female perspective. If you directed it, it might be a completely different style." Bigelow was delighted. Her previous film had been shelved for a year or two after she finished shooting, but this second film, with Ronald's company investing and distributing, would be much better. "Let's get something good to eat and celebrate." After the conversation, Ronald suggested they all go out for dinner. David Simpkins seemed to misunderstand, saying he wanted to spend more time with his family before heading to Toronto and left first. Ronald went out to dinner with Catherine Bigelow. He chose an Italian restaurant and ordered a lot of food and wine. The two chatted as they ate. "Haha, you've watched a lot of old movies, including many silent ones," Catherine Bigelow said, finishing her glass of red wine as she listened attentively to Ronald's ideas about film. "Since we got VCRs, I've recorded a lot of old TV shows. For silent films, it was Marty Scorsese who told me where to borrow copies." Ronald finished his wine. Bigelow was a great beauty, but unlike actresses, she was Ronald's colleague. Their conversation revolved around various filmmaking techniques, a completely different experience from dating other beautiful women. There are still very few opportunities for women in Hollywood. "If it weren't for you giving me this opportunity, I don't know when I'd get to make my second film." That's not necessarily true. There are more and more professional women in various industries now. "My next film is about a working woman on Wall Street. Hollywood is actually a very conservative place. You're not a woman, so you don't know what we suffer in this industry." Catherine Bigelow talked about the various forms of discrimination she faced in Hollywood. "Many people, just because she's a woman, think she has no chance. Female directors really don't have a chance in this industry," Bigelow concluded. "Do you know Lillian Gish, the first female star of the silent film era?" "Oh, she was incredibly beautiful." Ronald recognized the silent film star. She was the leading lady for D.W. Griffith, Hollywood's first great director, and was very captivating on screen. "Haha, you see, your first reaction was also about her beauty." Actually, Gish once directed a film, becoming the first female director in American history. But after completing all the filming and editing, she said one thing: "In Hollywood, directing isn't a woman's job." But now, things are changing. Penny Marshall is about to start filming her growing up. I also know a Chinese director named Wang. She's already directed several feature films for theatrical release. Ronald casually mentioned a few female directors, not expressing any particular opinion about them, but judging them solely by their work. "You might not know," he said, But Penny, despite her fame, waited so long to get a role in her second film. It turns out Peggy Sue Got Married was supposed to be directed by her, who was also the screenwriter, but her first film was cut short due to editing issues because of her gender. Her directorial debut also ended in a falling out with the producers over editing, and she wasn't credited. As for China, it's a country with gender equality. Female directors there have far more opportunities than in America. Ronald couldn't immediately refute this, so he added, "The situation is improving. There are more and more female directors and even producers in Hollywood now. Besides Shirley Lansing, there's my friend Gail Hurd." Catherine Bigelow's eyes lit up. "The producer of Terminator and Alien 2? I really liked the directors of those two films. Their style is very memorable, especially the final shot of Terminator, where the female lead drives a Jeep at high speed on the highway, a storm forming in the distance, foreshadowing the future Skynet disaster. It's very poetic." "Haha, actually, I filmed that shot," Ronald said, seeing how much Bigelow liked Cameron's work. "I know Jim well. Would you like to meet him?" "Of course, I have time in Los Angeles." "Hello, Jim. This is Ronald. Are you free now? I have a fan of yours who wants to see you." Ronald used the hotel phone to call Cameron. "Come on over, I'm drawing a picture of the abyss. You can come and see it." "Oh, what is this?" "It's very beautiful." When they arrived at Cameron's house, Gail wasn't home, so Ronald introduced Bigelow and Cameron to each other. Bigelow immediately liked the concept art Cameron had drawn on the table. "This looks like a huge tsunami. Intelligent life in the deep sea showing humanity their power," Cameron explained. Ronald glanced at it. It was a very tall wall of waves, slowly rolling towards the shore from the sea. "How are you going to shoot this shot?" Ronald frowned. "This kind of shot was easy to draw, but how to shoot it? I don't know either. I'll go to the Bahamas to see what it looks like on location. If shooting it on location doesn't work, then we'll have to find a place to build a set and construct some large water tanks to simulate it. You don't know how to shoot it, yet you've decided to shoot this kind of scene." Bigelow was intrigued by Cameron's words. "I don't know yet, but this is a scene from my dreams, and I must shoot it. The problem I need to solve now is simply how to get from here to there." Cameron stroked his beard. For a special effects expert like him, this was indeed not impossible. None of the films Cameron had directed or served as special effects supervisor for were ones he knew about from the beginning of the project. Many things were figured out as they were filmed, and he always managed to achieve satisfactory results in the end. "How, every time you shoot, you push the limits of the film industry." Ronald knew his old friend's abilities well. Catherine Bigelow listened intently, her eyes shining, watching Cameron with great interest. Even her usual refutation of the other person was absent. Ronald was momentarily unaccustomed to the beautiful director's silence. "How is Gail doing lately?" After chatting for a long time, Bigelow went to get a drink. When they were alone, Ronald asked Cameron about it. "Ugh, I'm in so much pain," Cameron groaned, burying his face in his hands. Gail Hurd had officially separated from Cameron and moved out of the small apartment they bought with their Terminator earnings. They were still business partners, a producer and a director, both very professional, and their collaboration hadn't been a problem. Their conflict was mainly ideological. Cameron disliked repeating himself and preferred pushing limits. Hurd, on the other hand, liked to use successful formulas to repeat past successes. Their conflict was essentially a clash between an artist and a businesswoman. Add to that their daily disagreements at work, and the constant arguments and fights gradually eroded their accumulated feelings. Finally, after the abyss was approved, they reached a breaking point. "I can't imagine how you two can work together like this," Ronald said, somewhat bewildered by their relationship. "What do you mean, imagine?" Bigelow grabbed 3 cans of beer, tossing one to Ronald. Then he opened another and handed it to Cameron. "I can't believe you dumped me so quickly. Looks like Jim's movies are more appealing to you." "Ha ha ha," Bigelow laughed, putting his arm around Cameron's. "Oh, Cameron's more charming than me." Ronald could only stroke his chin and take a sip of his beer. "You don't understand. Your movies, while brilliant, are still within my imagination. But Jim's movies," Bigelow glanced at Cameron's full beard, "are always beyond imagination." Chapter 891 Donation. "Don't be discouraged, Ronald," Cameron patted Ronald on the shoulder. Catherine Bigelow thought he was more interesting than the other director, which made Cameron quite pleased. "Ah, no, it's just that casting for my new film isn't going well," Ronald replied. He explained that he couldn't find a suitable second female villain for his new film, Working girl, what kind of actress do you need? Cameron and Bigelow both found it intriguing. Ronald was known for using relatively unknown actors, and he had never made a mistake in casting the main roles in any of his films. Now he couldn't find a suitable actress? I need someone that audiences immediately recognize as a strong, sophisticated, and powerful woman. Preferably an established actress, Ronald explained, and now both of them understood. Whether an actor fits the role is closely related to their fame. With an unknown actor, you can always find someone with the most similar temperament. But this time, Ronald needed a star that audiences were familiar with, which greatly reduced the search space. You might want to try Sigourney Weaver, Cameron said, recommending the actress who played the lead in his film Aliens after listening to Ronald's requirements for the role of Catherine. Sigourney Weaver. Ronald hadn't expected Cameron to recommend someone who played a female officer in the Space Force. Did he think she could portray the superficially sophisticated but shallow rich girl? Sigourney is a very versatile actress. You might want to check out her previous work. Cameron smiled without saying a word. This actress had acted in comedies, Ghostbusters, serious dramas, Dangerous Times, and even a romantic comedy about the New York middle class, Annie Hall. I'll have my agent get some copies to watch. Ronald found it hard to believe that an action-oriented actress could impress Cameron enough to play a Wall Street elite. Sigourney must be an extraordinary actress. She's definitely the kind of actress the director likes best. In the small screening room of the Fox building, Ronald finally finished watching several of Sigourney's excellent films. She'd played British embassy officials and New York girls. She's the kind of actress who's particularly adept at capturing the distinctive features of different characters, making them instantly believable. She is the person she's portraying. And she has a special quality: the camera seems to love her. Her expressions and movements on camera allow the audience to immerse themselves in the story from her perspective. This kind of actress is a favorite of directors of low-concept art-house films. Even without a dramatic plot, subtle expressions can captivate the audience's attention. Ronald immediately called casting director Julia Taylor, asking her to contact the actress's agent to see if she was interested in auditioning. "Hi, Ronald. I got a call from Jim. Cameron, I didn't expect you to invite me." Sigourney Weaver greeted Ronald with a broad smile as she entered the audition room. "I didn't expect a female officer from the Space Force to capture the dandyish charm of Wall Street so well either. Please have a seat." Ronald noticed her deliberately bright red coat and black trousers, knowing that Sigourney Weaver was very interested in his film. The entire outfit looked like expensive, high-quality goods, and the fact that she wore trousers gave her a different, yet still professional, charm. Unlike the typical female officer. "Please read this line to the camera," Ronald said, handing the script to Sigourney. Sigourney Weaver looked at it for a moment, then prepared herself emotionally and read the lines. "Some basic rules. To me, you are my contact with the outside world. People's impression of me begins with you. Be firm when necessary, be considerate to clients and important people, keep accurate records and be punctual. Don't make promises you can't keep." Ronald and Julia Taylor exchanged a glance and nodded repeatedly. This was a scene where Catherine first met Tess and laid down the rules for her in the office, and Sigourney Weaver delivered a slightly harsh emphasis from her superior very well. "I drink black coffee, and my lunch is at 1 o'clock. Keep a pack of lax cigarettes in your desk. I'm never on another phone, I'm always in a meeting." Catherine's excuse when she can't answer the phone. "I consider us a team. Therefore, we have to wear the same style of clothing. Simple, elegant, and impeccable. If you wear tasteless clothes, they'll notice the clothes themselves. If you're impeccably dressed, they'll notice the woman in the clothes. Like Coco Chanel." Sigourney Weaver continued reading the next paragraph, subtly concealing the rich girl's disdain for Tess's impoverished background within her lecture. Tess's family background made it impossible for her to afford Coco Chanel. This statement was undoubtedly a greater sting. "How do I look?" Julia Taylor, acting as an audition double, read a line from Tess. She noticed her boss, Catherine, was dissatisfied with her attire and cautiously asked her what she disliked about her. "Remove those distracting pieces of jewelry," Sigourney Weaver continued. "I also want your suggestions, and I welcome your ideas. I like to see hard-working subordinates rewarded. In my team, we have a two-way communication channel. Am I clear?" Sigourney Weaver got into character, her downward-looking expression very convincing. "Yes, Catherine." Julia Taylor was drawn into the scene. Tess, at this moment, felt heavy-hearted. This new boss was not easy to please. Also, Sigourney Weaver adopted a nonchalant expression, deliberately concealing her dissatisfaction. "You can call me Catherine." Ronald couldn't help but stand up and applaud. This hidden contempt for secretaries was a common trait among certain levels of Wall Street. Sigourney Weaver didn't need Ronald's guidance. She naturally portrayed this subtle feeling, a true display of a skilled actress. How did she do that? Ronald was very satisfied with the performance of this actress he had only met once. He called Cameron, saying he might choose Weaver for the second female lead. He recounted Sigourney Weaver's performance in the audition, admiring Cameron's keen eye for talent. She comes from a family of actors, her husband is a Broadway director, and she lives in Manhattan, New York. Cameron rattled off several key background details about Sigourney Weaver. "That's enough, I understand, thank you, Jim," Ronald thought. He assumed that besides the actress's own abilities, it was also the result of observing corporate executives in Manhattan. He took the audition video to Goldberg at 20th Century Fox, who also approved of Sigourney Weaver's acting and was very satisfied with Ronald's choice. Sigourney Weaver's previous roles in Ghostbusters and Aliens had been quite successful at the box office, and American audiences were very familiar with her. Her involvement would be very beneficial for the promotion of Working Girl. "Sigourney, did my audition director call your agent?" Ronald called Weaver afterward. "Yes, Ronald, I'm very happy to have the opportunity to work with you." Ronald's previous films, Top Gun and Dirty Dancing, saw their star status rise dramatically after working with him. This is why Weaver wanted to work with Ronald. "I called to ask about your schedule. I found 2 real female executives on Wall Street for you and Demi Moore. After Christmas, you'll be observing them for a while, watching how they talk, assign tasks, attend meetings, and communicate with clients. That's great. My schedule is fine. I just finished filming Gorilla in the Mist, a film about the life of naturalist Diane Fry, a gorilla expert in Rwanda who was murdered by poachers in 1985. Jim Simpson, her husband, would be very happy if I could go back to Manhattan for Christmas." Then it's settled. Ronald was also very happy. With the main roles finalized, they could now move to New York and begin pre-production. "Ronnie, you haven't spent Christmas with your aunt in ages." Ronald was busy in New York auditioning for other roles and consulting with Teresa Kate about a crash course in becoming Demi Moore's secretary. He also met with 2 senior female executives from Wall Street investment banks recommended by Steve Bannon. These 2 women had the demeanor and style of female bankers that Ronald had envisioned. The biggest difference between them and the actresses who played them was that they weren't as beautiful. Of course, casting beautiful women is a necessary aesthetic choice in commercial films. Another difference was that these 2 female executives were heavy smokers, something Ronald didn't want to replicate in the film. Recently, major cities like New York and Los Angeles have begun to designate smoking and non-smoking areas in public places, driven by appeals from many Hollywood stars and their appearances in anti-smoking advertisements. Enforcement is also becoming more stringent under public pressure. So in the film, Ronald also had to follow the trend of public opinion, limiting smoking to a few scenes where his character experiences significant changes and is feeling depressed. "Fortunately, my new film is being shot in New York," Ronald chuckled. He'd brought back gifts for his aunt, her boyfriend, and Donna, and was taking them out now. Thank you," his aunt said. She'd received embroidered jewelry from China, her boyfriend a set of high-end kitchenware, and Donna a genuine cashmere scarf, light and warm. "Are those all the gifts?" Donna asked, noticing that this year's scarf seemed rather ordinary compared to the cars and jewelry she'd received from her cousin in the past. She earned a good salary, so this was just a way of playfully teasing her cousin. "You can tell me what you wish for," Ronald said, rubbing his nose and mimicking Santa Claus. "Haha. I'm happy with whatever you give me," Donna laughed, then took a small box from her bag and handed it to him. "Your gift? Oh, I didn't expect to receive a gift from you," Ronald said, opening the box to find a Mont Blanc signature fountain pen inside. It had a white Mont Blanc logo, a thick black body, and a gold nib. It felt wonderful to hold. "This is a gift from your aunt," Aunt Karen said, also pulling out a small box. Ronald opened it to find a European pilot's watch, just like the ones passed down in his family. The large dial had luminous markers, perfectly suited to Ronald's identity as a director, and also very practical. The family happily finished their Christmas dinner. Ronald's childhood friend, young Douglas, ran over to chat. Donna greeted him and went to her room. Young Douglas shrugged and began talking to Ronald about the vice presidential campaign. "I've been spending time with little George lately. They're leading in the party primaries and are very likely to be nominated at the Elephant Party convention next year. His brother Jeb has also resigned from his public office in Florida to join his father's campaign team, HMPH, our friend, Little George." Ronald knew his friend wasn't as favored by their mother, Barbara, as his younger brother, so his influence in the campaign team was likely to decline. Now is a crucial moment. Little George and his brother Jeb are both in charge of fundraising. If old George is elected, both of his sons have political ambitions. Little George wants to go into politics. Ronald was a little surprised. This guy had always seemed like a Texas cowboy, without much ambition, like the kind of uncle everyone has. Joining the campaign team, he must have seen all the benefits of politics. Little Douglas had actually learned quite a bit of inside information while working with Little George on the campaign. "Okay, how much do you want to donate to him? How much will I contribute?" Ronald understood Douglas's meaning clearly. They were already tied to George Jr. within the George family, and if they could get George Jr. to outperform his brother during the fundraising, and Barbara had always been very caring towards her family, if George Sr. was elected, then all of his sons could potentially hold important positions. Individual donations shouldn't be too large. Besides legal requirements, in New York State, all Elephant Party figures should respect seniority and donate an appropriate amount. Douglas explained to Ronald the rules of political donations. Knowing the amount Douglas was donating, Ronald took out his checkbook, wrote a check for a similar amount, and handed it to him. "However, while we don't need to donate too much individually, we can also donate to the political action committees supporting George Sr., Douglas said, taking Ronald's check and handing him a brochure. "Continue to promote jobs and prosperity." Ronald looked at the names on it. "What does this mean?" "The new election law allows Americans to spontaneously organize various action committees. There are no legal restrictions on the money here, and it cannot be used for any specific candidate's campaign. These political action committees, PACs, are formed to achieve certain goals, supporting any candidate who vows to advance these goals," Little Douglas explained. "These PACs are not regulated by election laws, nor are there limits on donations to any organization. However, in reality, they are used to support a candidate through television and newspaper ads, or on-the-ground promotions. As long as you don't directly state your support for a candidate in the ads, you can advertise extensively. For example, this Continue to Promote Jobs and Prosperity Action Committee could advertise that they support continued prosperity and job creation in America, and that they believe George is the perfect candidate to achieve this goal. This self-deceptive practice is legal and widely used by candidates at all levels of elections." "Okay," Ronald frowned, looking at the figure many times larger than the previous donation, but still took out his checkbook and signed another one. This money could buy him and his family several brand new German luxury cars. "Don't do that. If George is elected, this money will be well spent." Little Douglas knew Ronald wasn't familiar with these political maneuvers, so he opened the Continue to Promote Jobs and Prosperity pamphlet and pointed to an inconspicuous line in the action plan for Ronald to see: "Support continued reform of a more reasonable federal tax system." What did that mean? Ronald didn't quite understand. Hell, it means deferring investment income and reforming personal income taxes," Little Douglas chuckled. "Huh?" Ronald became interested. "I see. The current president has implemented sweeping reforms to the personal income tax system. While the overall tax rate has decreased, the supervision of tax collection has become much stricter. The biggest reform is that there are no longer any tax breaks or deferrals for income from securities, real estate, and other investments. The stocks Ronald bought after the stock market crash would have been subject to nearly 20% federal personal income tax after the tax reform. This tax reform is clearly aimed at reducing the burden on the middle class while strictly taxing the wealthy, thus broadening the tax base. However, there are many people on Wall Street in New York who are many times richer than Ronald, and they don't want to pay so much income tax for nothing. So many PACs, provisional accountants, targeting the deferral of personal income tax on investment income have been established. They are all watching to see who will become the Republican presidential candidate, and then provide huge sums of money to ensure that the new president can continue the policies of the past 7 years of golden age. Is that enough? If not, I'll add some more. The PAC, led by Ronald and the Douglas family, has naturally placed its bets early, injecting funds into George's campaign team during the primaries. No rush, there are still many rounds of fundraising. If you donate a lot, you can have dinner with Barbara and take a photo with George. I have all of that. Ronald smiled and put away his checkbook. Although the temporary donation was a bit painful, the benefits that George's election would bring were huge. A tax exemption policy would save him, well, at least several $1,000,000 in expenses. Don't rush, here's another one. Douglas smiled and took out a third donation document, handing it to Ronald. What's this? The biennial federal congressional elections will also be held at the same time. This year, we support our candidate for New York's 14th district. Ronald looked at the campaign materials of a white man, around 60 years old, with gray hair. He had a firm gaze and looked very imposing with his glasses. Guy Molinari, his father Robert Sr. was my grandfather's comrade in arms in World War II and was New York's first Italian-American congressman. Grzett himself is also a Marine Corps veteran, a staunch Republican. I'll donate about the same amount as old George. Right. Ronald pulled out his checkbook again. You've got it. Ha ha ha. Little Douglas picked up the checks and put them away. Ronald looked at the list of previous New York State Assembly members in the campaign materials and noticed that it included people of all races. Many of the representatives from several districts north of Manhattan and in Brooklyn were black or people of color. District 14, representing Lower Manhattan's Wall Street area and the entire Staten Island, had a representative whose skin color was similar to the racial composition of the voters. Supporting him will have its advantages. With Guy Molinari helping you smooth things over on that plot of land where you plan to build a Chinese-style garden, the approval process for the land use change with the Staten Island government and New York City Hall will be faster. Of course, I'll call his office. Ronald thought to himself that while the president at the highest level was giving him tax breaks, the assemblyman was like a local bigwig. This three-time re-elected congressman could easily open doors for him with various administrative issues in his hometown. Chapter 892 Rushing to Christmas Parties. Ah, you're here, Ronald. Ha ha ha. George Jr. and his wife Laura were both present at the fundraising event for George Sr. This fundraising event was a special one for supporters in Staten Island and Lower Manhattan, excluding Wall Street. All participants had to donate at least several $1,000s. Those who sat in the front row and had the opportunity to chat and take photos with the vice president's family needed to donate even more money, or be leaders of grassroots Elephant Party organizations who could vote in unison for George Sr.'s group. Of course, those who ultimately got to sit at the same table with George Sr. and Barbara, chat about family matters, and have their families personally greeted by the vice president were Ronald, Douglas Jr., leaders of the Manhattan Chinatown community, representatives of the Little Italy group, and some old-timers from the old Jewish neighborhood. Mom, look who's here. George Jr.'s welcome to Ronald was very enthusiastic. The advertisement that Ronald had his assistant director, Emil, filmed for him made George Jr. and his wife stand out among their many children, becoming the most popular children of the vice president among voters. Unlike his younger brother, who debuted in Florida and spoke with an overly bureaucratic tone, George Jr. spoke like a middle-aged man you could find in any household, making him the most appealing figure to voters. This garnered his father a significant number of supporters from the lower and middle classes. His mother, Barbara, was also surprised by George Jr.'s popularity in the polls and placed more trust in her eldest son, giving him more influence within the campaign team. Moreover, Ronald's donations. Ah, Ronald. Let me hug you. Barbara, with her white hair and simple clothes, hugged Ronald and kissed him. To secure the party nomination, Barbara had been traveling across the country meeting with various supporters, seeking more donations. New York has always been a major hub for fundraising, and she had already held secret meetings with many heavyweight party figures and Wall Street tycoons, attending numerous fundraising events. What surprised her was that the 14th District of New York, home to Staten Island and the minority-populated areas of Lower Manhattan, had raised so much money in the primary stage, even more than some private Wall Street fundraising events. Especially the Action Committee for Continuing to Promote Jobs and Prosperity that Ronald and Douglas Jr. set up. The numbers on the checks were truly impressive. I saw your name on the list of organizers for this pack, and I thought it was just a coincidence. You're such a pleasant surprise, Barbara said. She hadn't expected that Ronald, a film director, would now be a multimillionaire donor, and a staunch supporter at that. This isn't just my achievement. This is my friend, Douglas Hanson Jr., the most promising young man in the Hanson family on Staten Island. Ronald first introduced his childhood friend to the old lady, then continued, "It's all thanks to George Jr." He explained the vice president's policies very clearly. "We, the people of Staten Island, want a candidate who will continue to be tough on foreign policy and uphold the old economic policies as president." Ronald emphasized old economic policies, and Barbara, of course, understood immediately. George's idea is to continue free economic development and limit federal power. If the old system works well, we don't need to fix it. Haha, Ronald, you're too kind. I'm just better at putting things in simpler terms. George Jr. was even happier to hear Ronald attribute the fundraising success to him. Simpler, not more convenient, his wife, Laura, quietly prompted him from behind. Pretty much the same. George Jr. waved his hand dismissively and continued chatting with Ronald and his mother. "Your Excellency, Vice President of the United States of America," the waiter at the door announced George's title loudly. While this position might be a useless backup plan for ordinary people, in George's hands, it was the most powerful in any president's history. As the former CIA director, George was inevitably involved in the Persiagate scandal. Rumors circulated that Amram Neal, a counterterrorism expert and a mouthpiece for the Israeli government, finalized the deal with George during his visit to Jerusalem, using the money from selling F-14 fighter jet spare parts to Persia to bypass the Democratic-controlled parliament and secretly fund opposition forces in Central America. However, George was a member of the Republican Party committee, the establishment's chosen candidate for the next presidential election. Therefore, faced with irrefutable evidence, the high-ranking officials involved, such as Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberg, Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams, and National Security Advisor Robert C. McFarlane, remained silent, none of them revealing George's name. Before even securing victory in the party primary, George Sr. was embroiled in a major scandal, flying across the country to raise funds while also dealing with questioning from the Congressional Special Investigations Committee and the constant provocative questions from the media. Thank you everyone. Like all Americans, I love New York. Ronald noticed that the person walking in with George Sr. was Representative Guy Molinari from Staten Island, his own election registration address. He had just had a long private conversation with George Sr. in the back room, arriving a few minutes late for the dinner. Ronald couldn't help but turn to look at Douglas J.R. Molinari and Peter Rodino, a fellow Italian-American representative from New Jersey and a member of the Congressional Special Investigations Committee on the Persiagate scandal, our longtime friends. Ronald realized, just as George Sr. finished speaking, and he joined the others in applause. After taking photos with George Sr. and MRS, George Jr. and MRS, Representative Guy Molinari, and others, Ronald got into his car and went to Julia Taylor's party. Julia Taylor is a veteran employee of the casting studio, having cast for many renowned New York-based directors, and she helped select actors for many of their breakthrough films. However, Woody Allen, with whom she has worked most frequently, was absent this time. Julia Taylor seems to have a grudge against him, having stopped casting for him since last year. This party invited many directors and casting directors from New York together at the former casting studio office, a kind of nostalgia. "Marty, it's so nice to see you. Did you come back from Morocco before Christmas?" Yes, I just got back 3 days ago." Achoo, there's a cat here, and I'm allergic to cat fur." Many famous directors attended the party, including Ronald's former university professor, Martin Scorsese. One of the conditions for Scorsese and Tom Cruise to make The Color of Money was signing with CAA, and then Ovitz promised to make his lifelong dream film about the ascension of Jesus Christ. This year, thanks to Ovitz's persistent promotion, Universal finally agreed to make the film, providing a budget of $7 million. A delighted Scorsese cast Willem Dafoe, an old acquaintance of Ronald's, as the male lead, and Barbara Hirsch, with whom he had previously collaborated, as the female lead. He flew to Morocco and spent 3 months filming The Last Temptation of Christ. After finishing, he returned to New York to rest and spend Christmas with his wife. Achoo, Scorsese continued sneezing. Seeing this, Ronald picked up the cat and put it in another room. When Ronald returned, he found Scorsese's symptoms had immediately subsided, and he was chatting with a very gentlemanly man. "Ronald, come see Peter. The three of us started out under Roger Coleman." "Hello, Peter." Ronald recognized the man as Peter Bogdanovich. He had dined with him, the late Orson Welles, at a restaurant years ago. He was the guy whose girlfriend, Stratton, was murdered by her husband. To commemorate her, he spent $5 million to buy back the distribution rights to Laugh Out Loud, a film starring Stratton, then invested heavily in its release, only to see it flop and bankrupt himself. Hey, Ronald, I saw your latest film, Moonstruck, very poetic. Was Cher quite difficult to work with? Peter Bogdanovich was a proud man. He wasn't willing to flatter a junior just to build rapport. He himself quite liked the film, hence his comment. Sigh, you can't imagine, Ronald sighed. Cher had given him a lot of trouble, but thankfully, the dinner scene was filmed with divine intervention. Oh, wait, you directed Cher, so you understand my struggles even better. Ronald recalled Bogdanovich directing The Mask, starring Cher and Eric Stoltz, in 1985. He must have suffered a lot directing Cher back then. I directed Cher in many scenes very closely, but she denied it in later interviews. She's a difficult person. Ronald, Bogdanovich, and Scorsese all share a similar experience when it comes to directing stars, often having to outwit them. What are you working on lately? Ronald and Bogdanovich seemed to get along quite well this time. Perhaps because he had squandered all his wealth and was now back to directing to earn money, his mindset was more normal. I'm starting production after Christmas, Illegally Yours. I'm back to comedy, a $13 million budget. I'm just trying to make money, Peter Bogdanovich joked. Your comedies are always a box office hit. Who's your star this time? Ronald had seen Bogdanovich's What's Up, Doc, and found it hilarious. It was the second highest grossing film of its year. I got Rob Lowe, he's a Brad Pitt kid, HMPH, Ronald fell silent. The teen stars from the Brad Pitt gang hadn't fared well afterward. Emilio Estevez had almost disappeared from the public eye because of his own actions, and Andrew McCarthy's acting career had stagnated. I got a lot of stars in the cast. Besides him and Louise, I also cast David Bowie in a supporting role. Bogdanovich seemed a bit out of touch with audience tastes. Rob Lowe, this handsome young man, was far superior to Ryan O'Neal, whom Bogdanovich had worked with in his early years, despite his solid acting skills. As for Louise, she was the sister of Stratton, the Playboy cover girl who had tragically passed away, and Bogdanovich's ex-girlfriend. What about your next movie? Bogdanovich talked a lot about his film ideas, but seeing that Scorsese and Ronald were being somewhat perfunctory, he changed the subject. Working Girl, you know, Ronald chuckled. Julia still has the script. I don't really like this script. It's a serious drama, but it doesn't expose much of the social reality. It's good at wrapping the truth in a sugarcoating. Bogdanovich took out the script for Working Girl and gave it another critique. Ha, you might as well say I only make movies that cater to the audience. Ronald and Scorsese exchanged a smile. This guy really was as arrogant as the rumor said. No, it's just my personal preference. I'm really looking forward to your new movie. I'll definitely go see it. Let me tell you, this movie is going to premiere in a theater that holds thousands of people. You should wear sunglasses and sneak in after the movie starts. The audience will definitely stand up and applaud at the climax. Enjoying that scene of thousands of people cheering for you is very good for your mental and physical health and confidence. I think you're right. Ronald thought for a moment and had to admit that Bogdanovich was right. The frenzy of the audiences at the premieres of his wildly popular films like Breakdance, Top Gun, and Dirty Dancing gave Ronald immense confidence, making him feel like he could make any film. After experiencing such peak performance, one isn't easily deterred by even the greatest difficulties. Maybe after I finish this movie, I can have the confidence to try making some films that I personally like. Works with a stronger personal style, Ronald said with a smile. You absolutely mustn't think like that, Scorsese and Bogdanovich said to Ronald in unison. Why? Ronald was surprised. Did these two directors usually make a few commercial films and then switch roles to make the films they wanted to make? Times have changed. There are too few films being made now. The Last Temptation of Christ was only made because I saw its box office potential, Scorsese explained, having experienced the consequences of overly personal styles leading to box office failures, so he quickly advised Ronald to abandon this idea. Yes, you'd better keep making big hits. You know, I've interviewed many famous directors from Hollywood's golden age, like Frank Capra, the director of the first Oscar-winning film It Was One Night and the annual Christmas blockbuster It's a Wonderful Life, whose record was 13 consecutive blockbuster films. He told me that the biggest secret to directing is making money at the box office. Bogdanovich, who had suffered even more from box office failures than Scorsese, quickly tried to dissuade Ronald from this terrible idea. "Okay, I got it. I wish our new film's great success." After finishing one party, Ronald rushed off to a third. Now that he was famous, he received invitations to many celebrity gatherings. Ronald turned down most of them, only attending those with close friends or particularly important parties. Today was the Christmas holiday, so since he was out, he might as well attend one more, making more efficient. Ronald, the host of the party, record company boss David Geffen, came up to greet Ronald. "Hello David," Ronald hugged him in greeting. Geffen was wearing a white turtleneck sweater, CK jeans, and sneakers. This party wasn't a formal banquet like George's, nor a casual private gathering for directors. It was a different kind of gathering, brimming with art. The large house was filled with all sorts of artworks, and one wall was covered with strangely colored paintings, the very kind of modern art that David Geffen wanted to promote. "Look at this, how incredibly creative modern artists are. You know, this is made using a screen printing method. By breaking the rules of the game, incorporating popular culture, and creating the ambiguity of art, he created the satirical meaning of pop art." Geffen enthusiastically introduced his collection to Ronald, who now collects a wide range of works by modern artists. The recently deceased Andy Warhol was one of the artists he was planning to heavily promote next. Prints. Ronald looked at the strange paintings, many of which were four-panel works. Warhol's works often featured Hollywood actresses. He might create four versions of a single actress's portrait, one in a shade of pink reminiscent of calamine lotion used for treating skin conditions, and the other in a sickly green, then assemble them into a series. Pop art is that simple. A high school student could create it once they knew the method. He broke the tradition that artists needed highly skilled hands. His work was anti-traditional. Art isn't monopolized by a few, it belongs to the masses, David Geffen continued, explaining the essence of modern art to Ronald. Rumors of Ronald's recent success in the stock market were rampant, and this newly wealthy class was exactly his target for art business. He created all of these himself. Ronald looked at the 2 rows of Marilyn Monroe portraits and headbands. It was clearly just a matter of creating molds, using different paints, and then having someone screen print them. And the molds were even based on Monroe's most famous portrait photographs. There was no artistic difficulty involved. You could just put these in a screen printing press frame, roll the rollers back and forth, and create a piece in 3 seconds. Whether an artist actually uses their own hands to create a work is no longer the key factor determining the authenticity of a work. Rather, this conceptual revolution in artistic execution is the fundamental reason why 20th century art is no longer the same as all previous art. David Geffen knew Ronald had seen through the trick behind the work, so he quickly made amends, explaining to Ronald the differences between so-called modern art and traditional classical art. Then he whispered in Ronald's ear, "The Warhol auction is next week in New York. Now is a good time to collect. His works have great potential for appreciation." Then Geffen patted Ronald on the back and went to greet other guests. "It's clearly a print," Ronald complained, looking at a set of portraits of Marilyn Monroe, not understanding. "It's a print. I bought several. Anyway, they were cheap. Who knows if they'll appreciate in value." "A man dressed like a rock star answered Ronald's question. "Ah, Mr. Bowie." Ronald looked up and recognized him as David Bowie, the rock star and actor in Bogdanovich's new film. "Call me David. You must be Ronald. I heard from Geffen that you're back." David Bowie patted his leather jacket, rummaging through his pockets for cigarettes. "I have some Laskers, want one?" Ronald handed over the Lasker cigarettes the prop master from Working Girl had given him. "Ah, thanks, I can't live without these," Bowie said happily, tearing open the pack and lighting one for himself and Ronald with a lighter. Not bad." Ronald and David Bowie started puffing away in the corner. "I heard you're going to be in Bogdanovich's new film," Ronald asked. "Ah, yes, they're filming in Florida. The sunshine there is perfect for me." Bowie's teeth and fingers were stained yellow from cigarette smoke. He was clearly a heavy smoker. Ronald and he chatted as they smoked. Chapter 893 Poverty, like pregnancy, cannot be hidden. David Geffen's party was essentially a prelude to next week's Andy Warhol auction. New York's elite were invited to view the late eccentric's posthumous works. Unlike the Impressionists, who were closer to the classical artists, Warhol's output was staggering. After all, screen printing was far more efficient than brush painting. Ronald and David Bowie were smoking in a corner. Bowie was straightforward and humorous, his British accent quite endearing. Ronald switched his accent to more British New Concept English. "Hey, buddy, how come you speak our language?" Bowie joked after noticing. A favorite British joke was mocking the American cousin's rustic way of speaking. "I thought we spoke the same language. Maybe I'm wrong. The rebels should rename it American English," Ronald joked about colonial independence. The two laughed for a while, and Ronald explained, "Actually, my grandmother was British, and I only recently found out." Bowie, rarely encountering a New Yorker with such a good sense of humor, not arrogant at all, and knowledgeable about Britain, was intrigued and about to press for more information. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, as if some big star had arrived. "MJ, MJ," several young female fans from high society were already calling out impatiently, preparing to go forward for their idol's autograph. It turned out to be Michael Jackson. Ronald and David Bowie smiled and went forward. They were both familiar with MJ, and since they had bumped into each other, they should say hello. "Hi, Ronald." Michael Jackson saw his tall, imposing old friend in the crowd and came up to greet him. He had just returned from Australia after finishing the first part of his world tour for the album Bad. He had been invited by Geffen to see modern art. MJ's album sales had always been overshadowed by Ronald's spicy dance soundtrack. Only after he intervened did it take the top spot in the RIAA sales figures. This made the musical genius MJ a little jealous. Compared to Thriller 5 years ago, his record sales were significantly lower, actually losing to a movie soundtrack. MJ's outstretched hand didn't immediately receive a warm response from Ronald. He paused for a moment, then looked at Ronald, who seemed stunned for a second, before finally reacting and hugging him. "Hi, David." MJ greeted David Bowie with another hug, turning to his right to reveal a very tall blonde beauty behind him. "You all know each other, right?" "Ha ha ha, Brooke, of course. We meet again." Ronald suddenly felt that Brooke standing next to MJ was a bit of a thorn in his side. They were all old friends, and his outstretched hand was rejected. "MJ. Hi, Ronnie." Brooke Shields' eyes showed a hint of panic for a second. However, she quickly hid this emotion, then generously hugged Ronald, employing her social instincts to chat with everyone about Andy Warhol's art. "I really like this piece. David, could you pre-sell me a copy?" "Of course, whatever you need." David Geffen stepped forward from the side. Warhol's works already had many copies. Selling a set to MJ would elevate the auction's prestige, attract more collectors, and wouldn't reduce the number of works up for auction. MJ pointed to the silk screen print Warhol created for the famous singer Diana Ross, a set of 4 panels. At the height of his fame, he didn't want to waste time at the auction and wanted to pre-sell it. "This is it. Have my manager write you a check." "Ronald, do you want one too?" This is a rare opportunity. Geffen had witnessed the scene. Male hormones often create miracles for art dealers at auctions. Ronald's rationality told him it was just a display of male masculinity, but the hormonal stimulation still made him a little excited. Andy's paintings are very interesting. When the 54 Club was popular, many collectors and artists who frequented the club collected his paintings. Andy even gave me one, a painting of poinsettias. But I know Ronald might prefer classical works. Someone told me that the composition of the ad he did for me is similar to that of classical Renaissance painters. "Ha ha ha," Brooke Shields quickly interjected, both praising Michael Jackson's taste in buying the painting and mentioning her past status as an American Idol, and finally making sure Ronald wasn't angry with her. Investing in art requires some forward-thinking appreciation. Van Gogh wasn't understood during his lifetime, Geffen added, making Ronald feel uncomfortable, as if she was talking about him, yet also as if she wasn't. "Well said. That reminds me of something," Ronald said to the paintings on display. "If it's convenient, I'd like to buy these too. I need them as props for my next movie." Ronald pointed to 2 strange paintings also made from photos of female celebrities. Although his ears were red from the hormones, Ronald didn't forget to find a reason not to directly compete with MJ for male animal strength. "These 2 paintings have limited copies. If it's convenient, it would be best to sell them at the auction." David Geffen wasn't so attentive to Ronald. MJ buying paintings could become news, but Ronald buying paintings? "Hey, come on." Ronald was dissatisfied with Geffen's approach and wanted him to be more straightforward. "David, Ronald is a very interesting person. You won't be disappointed if you sell to him." Bowie also whispered a few words in Geffen's ear. "All right, I'll have my assistant come and hand over the goods to you. Please continue your tour." Geffen relented and waved for a female assistant to come and hand over the goods to MJ's agent, Dilio. Ronald didn't have an assistant with him, so he had to go in person. One painting is $1,500. The female assistant showed Ronald a book of Andy Warhol's paintings. We accept checks and bank cards. Write a check. Ronald thought it wasn't too expensive, took out his checkbook, and wrote a check for $3,000 with a pen Donna had given him. Sir, these are 8. The female assistant pointed to the paintings of Marilyn Monroe and another tall blonde actress in the catalog, and told Ronald. Andy Warhol's paintings were all screen-printed using the 4 primary colors CMYK, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, divided into 4 side-by-side 4-panel comic strips. Ugh, Ronald grumbled angrily. David Geffen, you swindler, how can this count as 4 paintings? But returning it now would be stingy, so Ronald gritted his teeth, tore up the check, and wrote a new one for $12,000, leaving his address. HMPH. Ronald put away the checkbook, turned around and left. This lousy party, he lost money and got angry. He didn't want to stay. Ronnie, Brooke Shields' high heels clattered as she ran at the door, her anxious calls coming at him. Brooke? You're not in there. Ronald pointed to MJ, who was surrounded by a group of fans in the lobby. Hey. I accompany MJ to some public appearances, so I can get exposure. Brooke Shields gave an awkward smile, holding a bag she bought 5 years ago in front of her, trying to cover her small belly. Seeing Brooke trying to maintain their relationship and prevent it from falling apart, and glancing at her outfit today, which looked somewhat familiar, Ronald shook his head inwardly. Brooke Shields seemed to be having serious financial problems. Poverty is like pregnancy, no matter how you try to hide it, it's easy to be discovered. Her weight control hasn't improved either, which is a disaster for an actress. Truth time, what happened? Ronald pulled Brooke aside. Although he was angry that Brooke stood Paula Wagner up, she was still his old flame, and he didn't want Brooke to become a socialite. I'm fine, I'm waiting for a good script. Brooke Shields smiled bitterly, then tried to keep her spirits up so that Ronald wouldn't suspect anything. Ronald stood silently opposite her, watching her. They were about the same height, and Ronald could feel Brooke's chest heaving, her heart rate and breathing noticeably quickening. Fine, whatever, it won't be embarrassing to tell you anyway, Brooke said, captivated by the powerful masculine scent emanating from Ronald. She raised her hand and playfully eyed him a few times like a little girl. They walked to a secluded spot on the hallway, where Brooke began to recount her predicament. Neither she nor her mother had any financial acumen. All their earnings were tied up in New York real estate. Several properties were still under mortgage, but their lavish lifestyle, including food, clothing, a driver, a cook, a makeup artist, and a gardener, hadn't diminished. Their millions in cash were almost gone. After Brooke's comeback, she discovered that going to college had been a devastating blow to her fame. Her comeback wasn't starting from scratch, it was starting from a negative figure. Brooke's mother, Terry, lacked any professional skills and couldn't find a suitable script to pave the way for her daughter's comeback. Their bank savings were dwindling, and if Brooke didn't earn more money, she would default on her mortgage payments. The mortgages on multiple properties would trigger a chain reaction, and soon all her wealth would vanish. Brooke might even file for bankruptcy. To earn money, Brooke had even started taking on advertisements for cheap products like shampoo, hair dryers, and stockings. While she had cash income, this further damaged the public's memory of her previous high-end image. To break this vicious cycle, Brooke desperately needed exposure, so she had to attend events with big stars like Michael Jackson. Oh, God, Ronald touched his furrowed brow with his fingers, never expecting that Brooke's mother, Terry, was such a foolish woman with no judgment. Do you remember what I told you last time? Call me if you have any problems. Ronald carefully looked at Brooke Shields. Although she was a little overweight, this was a common phenomenon for white American girls. Now she needed a movie to remind the audience of her and establish a new image. Brooke was almost in tears because of what Ronald said. She had once been the most beautiful girl in America, adored by so many people. The note with Ronald's agent's phone number had been crumpled up countless times. Her remaining pride and dreams made her prefer to seek exposure from others rather than ask Ronald for help. I have a low-budget film here. The female lead is similar to Brenda Starr, the comic book character you made last year, also a journalist. If you're interested, I can cast you. However, you'll have to film in Hong Kong, Asia. I'll pay you according to your 1981 salary, not because of our past relationship, but because your participation will greatly benefit the film's promotion. Brooke Shields stared blankly at Ronald, then suddenly hugged his broad body, speechless. Ronald patted Brooke's back comfortingly. He led her to the public phone in the lobby, dropped in a coin, and dialed his office number in daydream. The producer, Rachel Tallerley, laughed upon hearing that Brooke Shields had agreed to star in her first production, Fist of Fury, leaving Ronald speechless. "Boss, you're really something." Brooke Shields is still incredibly famous in Japan, Hong Kong, and other parts of Asia. People here idolize her. You got her a contract for only $500,000, that's a steal. Is there any chance, just this one? Brooke doesn't have an agent, and multiple contracts are a hassle. You know how difficult her mother is. Ronald hung up the phone, looking at Brooke with a wry smile. Brooke had heard Ronald's assessment of her mother, and to be fair, her mother's ignorance was a major factor in her inability to get reliable scripts. "Brooke, your mother has done a lot for you, but you've repaid her. Now it's time to think about yourself." Brooke looked at Ronald, and his words felt like a heavy blow, as if a bell was ringing in her heart. She needed to think things through. Just like her mother, Terry couldn't live without her. Brooke had also relied on her mother since childhood, never leaving her mother's wing. "I need some time to think, no rush, this is important." Ronald tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. Brooke, where are you?" MJ's high-pitched voice came from the lobby. It wasn't loud, but it was very penetrating. "I'll go over first." "How long are you staying in New York?" "I'll come find you." Brooke had come to the event with MJ, and it wouldn't be right for her to disappear with Ronald immediately. She kissed Ronald on the lips, then laughed and wiped the lipstick off him. They arranged a time to go to Los Angeles for the audition. Ronald gave her Rachel's contact information, and the producer would arrange the schedule. Then Ronald hugged her goodbye. He went back to his Fifth Avenue apartment and slept for the night. David Geffen, that Jewish businessman, was ruthless, but he was also efficient. 8 paintings had already been delivered to the apartment. Ronald had them moved to the living room downstairs and line them up to admire. In the bright daylight, they looked even more like a promotional advertisement for some kind of product. Ronald felt like he'd been tricked by the Jewish businessman again and shook his head. However, he stood up and stepped back to look. This kind of vulgar, yet trendy art print was quite fitting for the style of Catherine, the second female lead villain in Working Girl. A rich girl like her could afford such expensive artwork to decorate her home, which suited her taste. "Hey, I actually guessed right," Ronald laughed. They immediately needed to finalize the director of photography and art direction. Catherine's clothing, props, and furniture had to match the style of these 8 art pieces of art. Before the important crew members arrived in New York, the actors were there. Ronald invited the 4 main actors, Demi Moore, Sigourney Weaver, Alec Baldwin, and Joan Cusack, who had just flown in, to his home. They had already been assigned mentors. Teresa Kate would give Joan Cusack and Demi Moore a lesson on how to be a secretary on Wall Street. Then Donna would give Demi Moore and Sigourney Weaver a lesson on how to be an investment manager on Wall Street. Then, the 3 actresses will each spend several weeks learning from 2 real investment managers and a senior secretary. Alec Baldwin will learn from a male investment manager on Wall Street, an old friend of Steve Bannon. Because Tess, played by Demi Moore, undergoes a transition from secretary to manager, she has a tough time, having to work on both sides. Ronald specially found her an assistant to take care of her daily needs. After discussing the next steps, Ronald ordered takeout from Mr. Chow Chinese restaurant, opened a bottle of red wine, and had lunch with everyone. Sigourney Weaver noticed Andy Warhol's paintings in the living room. "These paintings are so strange. The colors are all wrong. Is this a portrait of Marilyn Monroe? Who is this? Haha, these are props I prepared for you, they'll be placed in your house in the movie." Ronald laughed. Weaver was about to begin serving this uptown girl style. "Oh, Jim, you slob." Sigourney Weaver, having gotten into character with Catherine, casually placed a hand on Ronald's arm. "Would you like some more dumplings?" Catherine was a character who used her looks to extract benefits from her many lecherous clients and colleagues. Sigourney Weaver switched to a Long Island accent, and her performance was truly excellent. Very good, Ronald nodded in approval. "Seriously, I really want some more dumplings. Mr. Chow's snacks are quite good." Sigourney Weaver reverted to her original accent, smiling as she went to get the remaining dumplings. Ronald, influenced by her, was also a little hungry, so he grabbed a few and put them in his mouth. Although they were a bit cold, he still ate them with relish, though the filling wasn't hot enough. causing a slight discomfort in his stomach. Ugh, ugh, Demi Moore, who had eaten 2 dumplings, suddenly covered her mouth as if about to vomit, and then ran into the bathroom. Are you alright? Should I take you to the clinic? Seeing that Demi Moore hadn't come out yet, Ronald knocked on the door worriedly. I'm fine, just a little nauseous. I've been feeling like this lately. It'll be fine in a bit, maybe it's a hangover from the plane. Demi Moore returned to the dining table, indicating she was alright. Ugh, ugh, but when she smelled the steamed dumplings, she felt like vomiting again. Ronald, Sigourney Weaver came over and quietly nudged Ronald. Is it food poisoning? Are you all alright? Ronald was still worried that the dumplings might have gone bad. Weaver whispered in Ronald's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, your leading lady seems to be pregnant. Really? Ronald turned to look at Sigourney in surprise. None of the actors here were single and had any experience with this. Really? How many months pregnant? An hour later, casting director Julia Taylor, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, looked at Ronald in astonishment. It seems to be a little over a month. Demi has never had a child before. Bruce Willis took leave from the Die Hard set and is flying over by private jet. Ronald admitted he might not be entirely sure himself. The pregnancy test he just had ordered had come back positive. If it were a little over a month, we'd be in trouble, Julia Taylor said, covering her face with her hands. How could we be so careless? An actress suddenly getting pregnant before filming a big production, what trouble? Should we replace her? Ronald asked, looking at Julia Taylor. Good heavens, you don't have children. Usually, a pregnancy is noticeable by 3 or 4 months. And our movie is scheduled to start filming in February. Also, pregnant women aren't suited for high-intensity filming. Tess is in almost every scene in the movie. Ronald also covered his face. He roughly guessed that the two of them probably couldn't control their burning desire on set during the filming of Die Hard last month, and their lack of proper protection was the result. He immediately called Joel Silver, the producer of Die Hard, and demanded, what the hell is wrong with you? Such a high-budget movie, and you didn't even use protection on set, who the hell knows? They're living together. I thought they were on pills. But, is she really pregnant? Bruce's hit rate is pretty high, ha ha ha, Silver gloated. Make sure Bruce comes back right after he sees Demi. The crew is shut down today waiting for him, it'll be a huge loss, and you invested in that too, get lost. Ronald laughed and hung up. What should we do? Ronald looked at Julia Taylor. Casting these two leading ladies was already difficult. They needed acting skills, the right charisma and beauty, and a certain level of audience recognition. Let's wait until Bruce gets here. Go to the clinic for a test to confirm. Julia Taylor remained silent. Actually, countless Hollywood actresses have given up their babies for leading roles in big-budget productions. It all depended on Demi Moore and Bruce Willis's own choice. Chapter 894. The 30-year-old actress. Honey, Bruce Willis arrived at Demi Moore's hotel as soon as he got off the plane. He knocked on the door and opened his arms for a hug. What are you doing here? Demi Moore, unaware of Willis's arrival, was surprised to see her lover and immediately invited him into the hotel. Surprise! Bruce Willis made a gesture of surprise, then pulled Demi Moore into his arms. Tell me, honey, is it a big surprise, or a super big surprise? It's a sweet surprise. Demi Moore was happy that Bruce Willis had come. However, she was conflicted. Willis must have known about her pregnancy before coming, which made Demi very conflicted. Demi Moore didn't want to give up this fantastic opportunity to star in a big-budget production, to be the leading lady. She wanted to act, she wanted to be a star, she wanted to make a lot of money. This was a golden opportunity. But the child, after all, it was her child. Imagine, next year the media will be reporting that Demi and Bruce Willis are expecting their first child. Bruce Willis was overjoyed, as this was the first time he'd received such good news. Oh? You want the media to call us a couple? Demi Moore's heart skipped a beat at Willis's words. This pie seemed pretty big. Of course, darling, we're married, ha ha ha. That was just a game we played when we were drunk in Las Vegas. No, you're serious? Demi laughed for a moment, then her eyes widened as she looked at Willis seriously. Last month, before filming Die Hard began, Bruce Willis had taken Demi to Las Vegas for a relaxing weekend. They had a wonderful weekend, and on the last night, after watching a show and eating delicious food, Bruce got a little tipsy and insisted on playing a wedding game. Bruce Willis had found Little Richard, a singer and actor performing at the Venetian Hotel in Las Vegas, to play the role of a pastor and officiate their wedding. They even exchanged vows, took a Polaroid photo, and drank heartily. However, when Bruce Willis woke up the next day, still a bit tipsy, he didn't bring it up again. Little Richard wasn't a legally recognized witness like a priest, pastor, judge, or government official. Demi Moore assumed Willis was just playing a role-playing game to add some spice, and since there were no documents or certificates, she could only lament missing a good opportunity. But judging from his demeanor today, was he acknowledging that his marriage to her was official? Las Vegas is also in America, so of course the marriage is serious, Bruce Willis said seriously, looking at Demi Moore. HMPH, Demi couldn't tell from his eyes whether he was telling the truth or not, or if he was only agreeing because of the child. In that case, marrying him wasn't a bad choice. Demi Moore suddenly frowned. No, that doesn't count. I want a formal wedding, with lots of guests, a priest, and a church ceremony, of course, darling, of course, Bruce Willis replied, still basking in the joy of becoming a father, finding this a reasonable request. Also, I'm having a wedding in Los Angeles, so I need media coverage, of course. Demi Moore officially marries Bruce Willis. What do you think of that headline? Also, I'm not changing my last name after the wedding. Many viewers already know it. Bruce Willis hesitated. He was very chauvinistic, and it was a bit embarrassing for his wife not to change her last name. Ouch, Demi Moore pinched him hard. Do you agree or not? Okay. I agree to everything. Bruce Willis was afraid that Demi would sacrifice their child for the leading lady, so he immediately surrendered. Then the two shared a sweet kiss. Okay, congratulations. After all, true love is the rarest. Ronald was notified immediately after Demi made her decision. Being the lead in a movie is great, of course, but to be married to a star like Bruce Willis, a big star who earned $5 million for just one Die Hard, a big star who played the male lead in a hit TV series that ran for 3 seasons, and to have them register their marriage in California where marital assets are split 50-50, is an achievement no less than that of Tess, the lead actress in Working Girl. Damn it, Ronald started cursing as soon as he hung up the phone. Don't be like that, Ronald, this is true love, the birth of a new life, we should be happy. Casting director Julia Taylor was very pleased that Demi chose the child over the lead role. Actresses in this industry often face this dilemma. As a mother herself, she applauded such a choice. You mean they didn't use any protection? Filming was about to start, and then the lead actress suddenly disappeared. Damn it, Ronald opened the Coca-Cola the apartment manager had put in the refrigerator and took a big gulp. PFFT, he quickly spat it out. It was cherry-flavored. No one can avoid this kind of thing. After all, the success rate of taking pills is only a little over 90%, Julia Taylor replied seriously, thinking Ronald was genuinely concerned about women. In America at the moment, the most popular protection method was taking pills, stopping for a week every 3 weeks to avoid disrupting the normal menstrual cycle. If the timing of switching was not accurate, the failure rate was very high. Ronald scratched his head. He always used a different method, and at least with his female companions, he had never gotten anyone pregnant. So what do we do? We've looked at almost every suitable star. Should we look in Britain? Any recommendations? I'm not familiar with London stars. Ronald looked at Julia. Actually, if we don't cast a star as Tess, we can make this film What's Your Best at Casting Unknown Actors. I have a 100% suitable candidate here. Who is it? Ronald asked, his curiosity piqued. Although he knew that this film was a $20 million production, casting unknown actors would put a lot of pressure on the distributor, 20th Century Fox. Melanie Griffith, Julia Taylor said, uttering a name. Oh? It's her? The lead in Jonathan's movie. Ronald knew her. Last year, Jonathan Demme, a senior from Roger Coleman University, had mentored Griffith, directing What Ronald Loved in Something Wild. Why did you recommend her? She's just turned 30 this year, a child star who hadn't had a smooth career until last year's Something Wild, which earned her critical acclaim. These experiences are actually very similar to Tess's. You know, an actress in her 30s is very different from one in her 20s. They often only have one chance left to fight fate. If that doesn't work, they have to find a suitable man to marry. Isn't that the choice Tess faced? Let's get her auditioned, Ronald decided, making a temporary measure. Hey, Jonathan, this is Ronald Lee. Ronald, having made his decision, contacted Jonathan Demme as a precaution. I need your help with something again. Yes, It's still about casting for my movie. The female lead is changing. I wanted to ask, is Melanie Griffith, whom you worked with last time, suitable? Haha, you're looking for her? To be honest, if you don't use a star, she's really suitable. Melanie is a natural actress, often having brilliant improvisations on set. I really liked her acting style. Ronald's idea was affirmed by Jonathan Demme. Griffith was an actress who often surprised the directors she worked with. Many of the brilliant scenes in Shrek and Lulu were Griffith's improvisations, which could also inspire her co-stars. Melanie, your luck has come. Ronald Lee wants to audition you. Phyllis Carlyle, Melanie Griffith's manager, came to tell Griffith the good news as soon as she heard it. Huh? Melanie Griffith jumped out of bed excitedly. She'd been quite drunk, but the exciting news instantly sobered her up. Ronald Lee? Top Gun, Hot Dance, Moonlight Romance. Griffith rattled off a string of Ronald Lee's directorial works, each featuring a leading lady beloved by audiences. Yes, I heard the original lead actress was pregnant, so he urgently sought out more actresses, and you were the first one he found. Phyllis Carlyle, besides being Griffith's manager, was also a casting director herself, and she had a private channel of communication with Julia Taylor between casting directors. And Working Girl is a female-centric film with a strong female lead. God has finally smiled upon you. Oh, I auditioned for Ronald's film before, and he saw a very bad side of me. Melanie covered her face with her hands, recalling her hair-pulling fight with Tatum O'Neal. What if Ronald doesn't like me? Besides, I've already entered the second round of auditions for another film. Melanie Griffiths, overjoyed, then began to feel anxious. Darling, just give it a try. Ronald invited you to read the script. Phyllis Carlyle gently patted Griffiths' cheek. Why not? I have a business mind and a body that's irresistibly alluring. Melanie Griffiths sat at the audition table, reading in a husky, sexy voice the lines from the scene where Tess first meets the male lead, Jack Trainer, and the two immediately become attracted to each other. Ronald was actually quite satisfied. This voice was similar to the one he'd heard from the female lead in his dreams, the kind of unique sexiness that only women in their 30s possess. It was subtly different from the sexiness that women in their 20s gain solely through beauty. Actually, the husky voice was caused by excessive smoking and drinking. Melanie Griffiths clearly had a lot of audition experience. She knew exactly how to please directors. She wore a beautiful white linen suit from Yves Saint Laurent. She looked every bit the Wall Street professional. This dapper style was understated, not emphasizing her personality, and perfectly suited to business requirements. But she paid attention to the fabric, the small patterns, and the details of the tailoring, only revealing her individuality in the subtle details that a discerning eye could see. This suit, for example, perfectly suited Tess's sharp mind and sexy figure. Melanie Griffiths changed her expression again and began reading the scene where she first met Catherine in the office. You know what? I'm turning 28 on Tuesday. We're practically twins. Julia Taylor read again manager Catherine's lines. These were her words on her first day at work, when she saw Tess. The secretary assigned to her by the company, and tried to build a rapport with her. Of course, Catherine's words actually had the opposite effect. Her condescending attitude made Tess feel distant. Melanie Griffith's demeanor suddenly shifted from a lead to that of a bullied secretary. Except I'm older, I'm only a little younger, Julia Taylor continued, reading Catherine's lines with a mocking tone. I've just never worked for anyone younger than me. Or a woman. Melanie Griffith's expression was one of forced smiles. All her resentment was carefully concealed, leaving only a faint trace mixed in with her professional grin. Ronald nodded inwardly. Demi Moore couldn't pull off this expression. It wasn't entirely a matter of acting skills, but rather that Melanie Griffith's age was beginning to show on her face. When her expression shifted, the fine wrinkles and slightly sagging muscles were things the youthful and beautiful Demi lacked. This person's experiences, in this moment, transformed her into Tess. Ronald looked at Julia Taylor. His old friend's recommendation was correct, except for convincing 20th Century Fox. Aside from Goldberg, the president of KX, Melanie Griffiths put down the script. She thought it was very well written and that she could play the role effortlessly, perhaps because the character shared many similarities with herself. She had spent almost half her savings on a high-end suit she could afford for the audition, and it seemed she had made a good impression on Ronald. She clearly saw the admiration in his eyes when she walked in. Across the audition table, besides Ronald, there was audition director Julia Taylor, and many other unfamiliar people, such as Ronald's agent Richard, and Teresa Kate, a former Wall Street secretary, who came to offer advice. "Thank you. We'll let you know if there are any further auditions," Ronald said with a smile, extending his hand to Griffiths. Ahem. Griffiths shook hands with Ronald. She felt she had performed well. Ronald shouldn't be affected by the fight she had caused a few years ago. She's the girl. It's almost an instinctive reaction. She's cute, funny, vulnerable, sexy, she has it all. After Griffith left, Julia Taylor said happily, "This actress is clearly more suitable than Demi Moore. It's great that the casting director recommended such an actress. She is indeed suitable, but I don't know if it will work out. The studios will be disappointed because Melanie isn't famous." Ronald was considering more. A big production requires major studios to clear their schedules in advance. Only the 7 major studios can handle such a large-scale release. And big productions need big stars to guarantee success. Melanie Griffith's weakness is also obvious. The audience doesn't know her. You tell her agent to prepare for the second round of auditions. I'll have Sigourney Weaver test her chemistry. Oh, how are you going to solve the fame problem? Julia Taylor didn't know how to solve the fame problem either. Go to Los Angeles, see Goldberg. I'll try to persuade him. Ronald wasn't confident he could convince the president either. To persuade Goldberg, Ronald called Jonathan Demme. This time they arranged to meet at a restaurant. Jonathan Demme had just finished filming Married into the Mafia and was on vacation in New York. They ordered food, and while waiting, Ronald explained his purpose. "I need your help, Jonathan. Your Shotgun Lulu hasn't been released on videotape. Can you get a copy? Orion is disappointed with my Shotgun Lulu, so there won't be any follow-up. I just think they haven't found a suitable marketing plan." Jonathan Demme was critical of Orion's marketing. "However, I have a copy at home. I can lend it to you privately if you want. But you can't use it for public screenings." Demme really liked Ronald, so he agreed to the request. "I know my manners. Just give it to me. We have some business to discuss. No need to disturb us." Ronald took the wine from the waiter and poured it for Damien himself. "I'm taking it to see Goldberg, the president of 20th Century Fox, so he can see Melanie Griffith's performance." Ronald poured himself some too. Jonathan Damien's Shotgun Lulu hadn't done well at the box office, and many studio executives hadn't seen it. "So you've got your eye on Melanie for the lead role." Jonathan Damian forked a slice of Italian sausage and put it in his mouth. This was an authentic Italian restaurant. The sausage was thinly sliced and tasted excellent. "Yes, aside from business considerations, she's my first choice. So I need some evidence to convince them." Ronald made a gesture of twisting money in his hand, indicating there were still some business issues and he needed some evidence. Demme picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The wine was a good choice, with a layered aroma that paired well with the red meat. "Now that you have an idea, I have some things to remind you. Melanie Griffiths would be great as an actress, but she has some issues on set." "I'm listening with both ears." Ronald put down his glass and began to listen attentively. "First, she's an alcoholic and has a history of drug abuse. You'll need to have someone keep an eye on her on set. She can cause problems when she's drunk. Melanie can be very wild when she's had too much to drink." "I know that," Ronald nodded in response. "She and Tatum O'Neal once got into a hair-pulling fight on my audition." Jonathan Demme nodded and continued. "Second, she's a womanizer. She often falls for male actors on set, causing jealousy and rivalry among the crew." "Huh?" Ronald raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jonathan Demme, his senior, had really helped him a lot. Avoiding this kind of pitfall would save him a lot of trouble. "This is something new to me. You'll feel it soon." Jonathan Demme ate heartily. Anyway, Ronald was rich, and the food tasted great. Chapter 895 Roll Swap. Whoosh! The noise from the projector seeped through the small opening in the projection booth into the seats of the front screening room, swirling around a few times, mingling with the dust particles floating up and down in the projector's white light, and finally reaching the ears of 20th Century Fox President Goldberg. Click! The film reel ended, and the editing symbols appeared on the screen in black text on a white background. Goldberg picked at his ear with his finger. The other side of the screening room was an unfinished area because of Die Hard, and it was always very dusty. "Is this the Melanie Griffith you chose? Her acting seems to have improved a lot since she was a child star." Goldberg looked at Griffith's sexy appearance on the screen, but his mind drifted to the blonde woman in Hitchcock's The Birds, Melanie Griffith's mother, Tippi Hedlund. Ronald stood up first and gestured for the projectionist to turn on the lights. Back in Los Angeles, Ronald spent considerable effort persuading the busy 20th Century Fox president, Goldberg, to take the time to watch Griffith's performance in Shrek and Lulu. "Look at her performance in the 3 scenes," Ronald said. "At the beginning, she's dressed like a street girl. At the high school reunion, she exudes the poise of a typical southern small-town beauty. And finally, after being kidnapped by her ex-boyfriend, she's like a gaslighted housewife. Our film needs an actress who can switch between different roles and psychological states." Ronald quickly seized the opportunity to speak well of Melanie Griffith. She hadn't had any notable works for many years. Shrek and Lulu, due to poor marketing, hadn't generated much buzz in the industry. If Ronald hadn't received the film, Goldberg wouldn't have known about this Oscar-worthy performance. Goldberg waved his hand, stopping Ronald from further promoting the film. "I know she's a good actress. I can tell just by looking at her performance. I'm considering other things." Although Goldberg started in television before moving to Fox's film division, his years of experience allowed him to distinguish between good and bad acting. "You're worried about the star?" "Actually, Sigourney Weaver has a pretty good reputation with audiences." Ronald took a document from Richard, who had followed him, and handed it to Goldberg. It contained a survey commissioned by CinemaScores. While Sigourney Weaver's fame was still quite different from that of stars like Cher, Cameron's Aliens 2 had won over a large proportion of viewers, and many who knew her said they would see her new film in theaters. "Ronald, this is a big-budget production of $20 million. I have to be responsible to the chairman and the shareholders." Goldberg took off his glasses and wiped them. Sure enough, his concern was that with only one star, Weaver, in the lead role, the film's marketing would suffer. 20th Century Fox loves to gamble on high-budget blockbusters. Besides Working Girl, there's Die Hard, and Growing Up, starring Diane, is slated for release next year. As CEO and president of a publicly traded company, Goldberg has only one thought: to minimize project uncertainty as much as possible. That's how Hollywood executives are. They talk a good game, but few truly understand why a film should be a box office hit. Don't be fooled by their endless arguments to the media. When it comes to making decisions, they always come back to a hard metric. How many stars does your film have? Of Fox's 3 major productions for next year, Goldberg is actually most confident in Ronald Reagan's Working Girl. However, Fox still can't do without Wall Street bridge loans and channel financing to raise funds for filming and distribution. Those bankers, when evaluating films, don't understand film directors or casting suitability. They clearly don't understand, yet they still try to find ways to mass-produce box office winners. Wall Street analysts, many graduates of prestigious universities, spent countless hours in their offices, working behind closed doors, analyzing countless films. They ultimately settled on 2 points. First, large investments should ideally target plot models already proven in the market. For example, if E.T. the Extraterrestrial was a hit, then they'd make family-friendly movies for younger children. If Ghostbusters was popular, they'd continue investing in that thriller comedy genre. Second, they should cast established stars, especially male stars. Various industry surveys showed that the biggest reason audiences went to the cinema was to see a particular celebrity. These 2 reasons became the gold standard for Wall Street's Jewish capital in measuring the return on film investment, and thus the investment model for the 7 major studios, also controlled by Jewish investors. A film model that satisfies both reasons is the most favored by investors and producers, inevitably leading to sequels to box office hits. This explains the continuous production of films like First Blood and the Rocky series. But if we change actors at the last minute, the stars won't have time to schedule, right? Ronald started making excuses, trying to convince Goldberg that replacing Melanie Griffith wouldn't affect the film's box office potential. "You don't object to me changing the male lead?" Finding a more famous star, Goldberg turned to look into Ronald's eyes, as if to confirm if this was Ronald's true intention. "If you can find a big-name male star to play the lead, like Harrison Ford or Warren Beatty, to play Jack Trainer, of course I don't object. Actually, their star images are quite suitable for Trainer's temperament." Ronald began to make excuses for himself. Alec Baldwin, whom he and Julia Taylor had their eye on, was quite good. His acting was competent, and his appearance was exactly the type with overflowing masculine hormones and a broad, powerful jaw. In this kind of highly dramatic film, the first scene of the character's appearance should firmly give the audience a hint that this is a male lead who is larger than life, a common Hollywood trope. Baldwin had no flaws except for his lack of fame. "Interesting, you yourself think highly of Harrison Ford," Goldberg chuckled. What? You can get Harrison Ford? Ronald was astonished. Shouldn't such a big star have his project scheduled a year in advance? Harrison wants a change of pace. His previous screen image was limited to humorous action stars. He wants to try romantic comedies. Last week, Michael Ovitz from CAA called me to convey Harrison's intentions, so I recommended this script to him. And Harrison himself is very interested in working with you. Goldberg smiled happily. Since Ronald himself came to propose changing the female lead, it was only natural for him, as the producer, to propose changing the male lead. With a production budget of over $20 million, a superstar male lead was essential. Or at least 2 female stars would be acceptable. If Demi Moore hadn't had that accident, it would have taken him countless hours to persuade Ronald to change the actor. One of the things directors hate most is forcing them to change actors. You're not kidding, are you? Ronald's face showed a "this is possible" expression. I'm not kidding, isn't this just a coincidence? Harrison had a crush on you before. His film The Witness, with Kelly McGillis, did well at the box office, but the reviews were quite critical of the chemistry between him and McGillis in their romantic scenes. Meanwhile, with Top Gun, you've sparked a new standard of beauty among audiences. McGillis has become a new sex symbol among high school boys, and her love scenes with Tom Cruise have also resonated with female audiences. Ronald glanced at Richard. Was his boss, Ovitz, involved in this? Richard shrugged, indicating that Ovitz's grasp of CAA information was accurate and comprehensive. Okay, I'll arrange Harrison's audition. Ronald stroked his chin. Actually, when screenwriter Kevin Wade was writing the script, Jack Trainer also used Hollywood's top male stars like Harrison Ford and Warren Beatty as templates. Maybe it really would work? Haha, Ronald. Harrison doesn't audition, Goldberg laughed. Harrison either acts or he doesn't. Harrison doesn't audition, he's competing with others for a role. Ronald glanced at Richard, receiving a nod of approval, and then said to Goldberg, have him read the script and talk about his thoughts on the character. Goldberg gestured with his chin towards Richard. I'll talk to Mr. Ovitz. Richard closed his notebook, maintaining his smile. What about the film's budget? Ronald asked Goldberg. Harrison Ford's salary is now slightly higher than other A-list Hollywood stars. Dustin Hoffman and Jack Nicholson, since the Cannonball broke the unspoken rules of salary, have all demanded to be like Stallone, so their salaries are all $6 million. Harrison Ford, with 2 Indiana Jones films and the final Star Wars film since the 1980s, 3 films that grossed over $100 million in North America, and the critically acclaimed and commercially successful The Witness, has seen his salary rise to around $7.5 million. 20th Century Fox will increase the budget accordingly. After deducting the salary, the original production costs will remain basically unchanged, Goldberg said generously, confident that with Harrison Ford on board, there would be no shortage of investors. I need more, the kind of lavish on-set arrangements for big stars. These will all have to be paid for from the production budget, Ronald insisted, insisting that the production budget couldn't remain unchanged. Big stars like Harrison Ford need the best hotels, private RVs, several assistants, masseuses, bodyguards, personal hairstylists, makeup artists, costume designers, and their own publicity staff and photographers. Besides these, some stars also require special food and chefs. Some even bring pets, pet sitters, and veterinarians. All of this money ultimately comes from the production budget. That adds up to a huge sum of money. If the production budget remains the same, the money available for filming will actually be less. Goldberg whispered something to his assistant, then assured him, an additional $1 million in production budget will be allocated to meet Harrison Ford's demands. There's also a contingency fund. We can add more if necessary, so that's $28 to $30 million. Ronald and Richard exchanged a glance, indicating their agreement. How much was Ovitz involved in this? Leaving Goldberg's office, Ronald and his agent Richard remained silent until they got into their car and started talking. I'll look into it indirectly at the company. Richard pushed up his glasses, but based on what I know of Ovitz, he's most likely behind it. Ronald was a little annoyed, leaning back without speaking. Ovitz was a businessman at heart. He signed some screenwriters and directors, but his real purpose was to package up star actors and stuff them into the director's clients' productions. Relatively speaking, the stars' salaries were much higher than the directors, and CAA's commission was also much higher. So, the director's artistic preferences, the film's narrative completeness, and the suitability of the casting all had to take a backseat, making way for the client who brought in the most money and the male star. As the owner of CAA, which held more than half of the shares, Ovitz was required by regulations to report all agent and client activities to him. This wasn't like the previous leak about Ronald's interest in Working Girl, which involved a spy. It was all in accordance with the agency's rules on the surface. Although compromises were common in film projects, Ronald was still very unhappy. After all, film directors are often control freaks, trying to control everything on set, from the smallest details to the biggest. With a superstar like Harrison Ford on set, many things might be decided by someone else. Harrison Ford is interested in playing Jack Trainer. Casting director Julia Taylor frowned upon hearing Ronald's report. The role of Jack Trainer requires nuanced acting in many parts, such as his internal struggles in the final scene where he weighs the pros and cons between Tess, Catherine, and the important client, ultimately choosing to betray Tess. These are all very demanding acting skills. This inner turmoil cannot be fully conveyed through dialogue. For the audience to understand, it relies entirely on the actor's body language, facial expressions, and other subtle gestures on screen. Harrison Ford, his crooked smile and cool demeanor are quite good. Stop complaining, at least it's a step forward, isn't it? Fox agreed to let Melanie Griffith play the lead role, the third-ranked lead. Julia Taylor smiled without saying a word. In this movie, Harrison Ford is definitely the lead, Sigourney Weaver is the second, and the lead actress with the most screen time, Melanie Griffith, is actually the third, appearing in the second row on the poster, below the names of the two stars. She probably won't mind, Ronald thought. Griffith is lucky to have this opportunity. Why would she care about these things? But it's a pity about Alec Baldwin. Should you talk to him or should I? Julia Taylor thought of Baldwin, the actor originally slated to play Jack Traven. Baldwin's acting was perfect for Traven, but even a star has to step aside. Casting for film projects often involves changes before or even after filming begins, and those who are replaced can only accept their bad luck. What do you think about casting him as Tess's ex-boyfriend, Mick Dugan? Ronald suddenly suggested. He also quite liked Baldwin's acting. I'll talk to him. Alec's acting is certainly adequate. But suddenly being demoted from lead to supporting role, Julia Taylor didn't know what Alec Baldwin would think. You invite him over, and we'll explain it to him together. Ronald felt it was important to show his seriousness and sincerity at this time, so that no matter what Baldwin thought, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings or the impression that he was fickle. Melanie, I have great news. Harrison Ford will be playing opposite her in Working Girl. Phyllis Carlyle, Griffith's manager, rushed over to tell him the good news. Phyllis, I'm so worried. Look, Melanie Griffith took a document and handed it to her concerned manager and friend, Phyllis. What? Phyllis took the document, opened it, and saw it was a contract from another production team Melanie had auditioned for earlier. The Accidental Tourist? Director Lawrence Kasdan confirmed it. Phyllis Carlyle took the document in surprise. She had almost given up hope of getting the role. Yes, Director Kasdan just called me. Melanie Griffith bit her lip. Shotgun Lulu had not only won over Ronald, but also another famous director, Lawrence Kasdan. Coincidentally, Lawrence Kasdan was also the lead screenwriter for Harrison Ford's two blockbuster films, The Empire Strikes Back and Indiana Jones. This time, his unexpected visitor brought back many stars he had worked with, making it a kind of personal showcase. For example, William Hurt, who played the male lead, and Catherine Turner, who played the female lead, had previously starred in his film Body Heat. He had his eye on Melanie Griffith for the role of Muriel, a significant supporting character on par with Catherine Turner, the woman who ultimately ends up with the male lead, Macon. What am I going to do? The filming schedules for both movies are almost the same, both are directed by famous directors, and both are major female roles. If only the two movies were filmed one after the other. Melanie Griffith was almost in tears. She hadn't received any good scripts for the past 5 or 6 years, and now 2 at once. What do you think? Phyllis Carlyle thought for a moment, then asked Melanie for her opinion first. I don't know. I called my mother, Tibby Hedlund, and my ex-husband, Don Johnson. One said to choose Kasdan, the other said to choose Ronald. Melanie Griffiths held 2 scripts in her hands, glancing at one after the other. Both were scripts and roles that perfectly suited her. A passionate actress, she felt that both would be incredibly enjoyable to play, and she wished she could have them both. Phyllis Carlyle knew this client well. She was an actress very interested in acting. In fact, Talking about salary and benefits was superfluous, and both roles were challenging, promising good career prospects if she took them. "Look at me, Melanie." Phyllis Carlyle grabbed Griffith's hands, staring intently at her, and said seriously, "Whoever plays Muriel in The Accidental Visitor will win an Oscar. Whoever plays Tess in Working Girl will become a star. Tell me, Melanie, what do you want to be?" Melanie Griffith took both scripts in her hands. "I'll go upstairs and think about it," she said, then went upstairs and locked herself in her bedroom. Knock knock knock. About an hour later, Melanie Griffith came downstairs and said, "I've made my decision." Phyllis Carlyle said, "Who? I want to try Tess in Working Girl. I feel this role is very similar to my experience. And it's the one that suits me best at this stage. An unexpected visitor. Well, I'm not ready for the role of Muriel yet. Well, that's the final decision." Chapter 896. The Demeanor of a Celebrity. On Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood, there's a restaurant with a view, specializing in Russian cuisine. Ronald reserved a corner table with a large table that could seat 12 people. He was meeting the lead actors there today. "Listen, I'm really sorry, Alec. But there are many things in Hollywood that a director can't change. That's just how it is. Can you accept playing a different role?" Ronald and Julia Taylor sat to one side, opposite the originally cast male lead, Alec Baldwin, and his agent. "Mick Dugan is also a good role. I accept." Alec Baldwin didn't complain, accepting the change of role very calmly. Baldwin's understanding made Ronald a little uncomfortable. In Hollywood, a place where competition is so fierce it's almost cutthroat, Alec Baldwin's approach was very rare. Most people would protest vehemently, then, after extracting some benefits, feign reluctance to accept. It's nothing more than some boring haggling. "I understand my situation. Harrison Ford's involvement is something no producer could refuse." Alec Baldwin is well versed in Hollywood rules. Having worked on Broadway for a long time, he's long been unfazed by the unexpected twists and turns that often occur in the entertainment industry. Although it was an embarrassing last-minute replacement, Baldwin wasn't too disappointed. To become a star, the first step is to appear in a big-budget production by a big-name director and play an impressive role. This film is not only directed by Ronald, but it also has very exciting dramatic conflicts, and the actor playing his ex-boyfriend, Mick Dugan, has a significant amount of screen time. He's confident that the audience will remember him, a vulgar man who doesn't see Tess as an independent professional woman. This kind of person is typical in America. As long as he can perform well, he has the capital to enter Hollywood. Rather than waiting for a lead role in a small production, it's better to join a supporting role in a big production first. "I'm glad we've reached this solution. You can start preparing." Ronald felt a little sorry for the man, but that's how the industry is. He can't go against everyone and insist on using him. Julia Taylor briefed Baldwin on how to prepare for the role, suggesting he go to the docks in Lower Manhattan, New York, to observe how blue-collar workers spoke. She also recommended visiting Staten Island to observe the restaurant chefs there and understand why Dugan and Tess couldn't communicate and live together. After seeing Alec Baldwin off, Ronald spoke with Julia Taylor, waiting for the arrival of the big star, Harrison Ford. "I've asked screenwriter Kevin Wade to come over. Harrison will definitely need to make some revisions to the script, so I'll have him participate in today's meeting." Ronald placed the script, which he had already read many times and marked extensively, on the table. The script had been so thoroughly reviewed that every page was unfolded, making it considerably larger than when it was first bound. "Kevin." Just then, Ronald saw Kevin Wade, the screenwriter of Working Girl, approaching, and quickly raised his hand to greet him. "Isn't that Kevin?" Kevin Wade was walking towards Ronald's table when he was interrupted by a man with a typical Jewish appearance. The man stood up and blocked his way, trying to speak to him. "Please move aside. I need to discuss the script with the director. Today is the first gathering since our cast and crew took over." Kevin Wade's face showed disgust as he gave the man a cold look. This man was his former agent, also working in Hollywood. This agent looked down on Kevin Wade, believing that this Working Girl movie would never have a chance to be made into film. After Ronald agreed to the director's offer, Kevin Wade immediately fired him and became his current agent. "This is the director of your script." The man looked incredulous. "Kevin, is he someone you know?" "Harrison will be here soon. We need to talk first." Ronald waved for him to come over quickly. "Harrison? Which Harrison?" "Harrison Ford, exactly." Kevin Wade smiled, brushed aside the inconsiderate former agent's hand, and strode over. Bang! The agent jumped to his feet, hitting his head on a table ornament, and fled the restaurant, clutching his head. Satisfied, Ronald, who had witnessed everything, invited Kevin Wade to sit down and began discussing the new developments. The CAA people told me that a big star like Harrison Ford would demand many revisions to the script. I want you to write down all his requests, but don't argue with him. What we need to do today is understand all of Harrison's thoughts on the script. No problem. Kevin Wade took out his notebook and recorder. Before coming, his new agent had also explained many key points about working with stars. The two sat at a large table, each picking up their script and turning to the one featuring Harrison Ford. The sunlight was bright, streaming through the window and warming the table. Ah, it's Harrison Ford. After a while, a commotion suddenly broke out at the restaurant entrance. The greeter's sudden exclamation aroused everyone's curiosity. Many restaurant waiters and customers taking their seats at the entrance began whispering among themselves. Some of the bolder ones even tried to stand up and get closer to see if the newcomer was Han Solo from Star Wars or Professor Indiana Jones from Indiana Jones. Ah, my boy, aren't you bored greeting guests here? The newcomer was Harrison Ford. He stepped forward, placed his hand on the shoulder of the overly excited and shrieking greeter, and used his unique charm to soothe him. Mr. Ford, I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. I'm a fan of yours. The greeter, seeing his idol speaking to him, stammered, unsure of what to say. I imagine you're very responsible. Let's not block the entrance. Someone is waiting for me, a gentleman named Ronald Lee. Okay, the greeter said, flipping through Ronald's reservation and welcoming Harrison inside. Harrison, Ken. Some of the bolder onlookers had already taken out pens and paper, hoping for an autograph. Oh, I don't sign autographs, thank you. Harrison Ford flashed his signature mischievous grin, stopping those who came up for autographs. However, those who had managed to exchange a few words with Harrison felt their trip was worthwhile, and no one tried to force an autograph. Seeing this, the restaurant owner brought over a screen, blocking out the corner where Ronald was, to prevent customers from taking photos and invading the star's privacy. Harrison Ford chatted with him briefly, thanking him for his thoughtfulness. Hi, Harrison. Ronald stood up and hugged the big star. This is the screenwriter, Kevin Wade. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the script. I really enjoyed it. Harrison Ford introduced a lady behind him. This is Patricia McWhinney, my manager. Hello Patricia. Ronald shook her hand. This manager had worked for Ford since American Graffiti, initially as an agent, then as a manager, handling all of Ford's affairs. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down and began discussing Harrison Ford's performance in the script. Harrison Ford asked, Kevin Wade answered, and the two went over all of Jack Trainor's scenes in the script. Ford was particularly interested in Jack Trainor's lines in each scene and the logic of the plot. He spoke softly and slowly, but in a pleasant way. Ronald observed for a long time and was surprised to find that Harrison Ford in real life was not much different from his on-screen image. Masculine and charismatic, with a strong sense of confidence in his words. If there was anything different about him compared to Han Solo and Indiana Jones, it was that Harrison Ford was slightly shy when interacting with unfamiliar people. Yes, shy. Ronald hadn't expected that someone who always played a tough leader on screen would laugh like a high school boy caught not doing his homework when he didn't understand something in a conversation with Kevin Wade. Maybe he wasn't that smart? So he didn't understand some parts? Ronald thought to himself. Before becoming famous, Harrison Ford worked as a carpenter, and was said to be quite skilled. That's it. Jack Trainor is exactly that kind of Wall Street elite. And the most prominent characteristic of Wall Street elites is their extreme confidence. Kevin Wade was captivated by Harrison's charm, answering every question with meticulous care. Since Harrison Ford lacked experience in the financial industry, Kevin Wade also shared some of his initial ideas for creating the character of Trainor. Very good, Harrison Ford smiled at Kevin Wade. At times like these, Wade felt the satisfaction of being recognized by a superstar, and then patiently and carefully discussed his ideas. More than an hour passed, and Kevin Wade was hoarse from talking, finally finishing discussing Jack Trainor's final scene. Jack Trainor didn't support Tess, but in the end, the client believed Tess was the one who came up with this brilliant business idea. The two parted ways, and later Tess and Jack bumped into each other on Wall Street. Jack Trainor said he needed to go back to his hometown for a while to figure out what he wanted in life, and would come back to find Tess later. The camera lingered on the scene where the two seemed to be holding back their words. Harrison Ford asked his manager, Patricia, to order some drinks and snacks. Overall, he was satisfied with the script. Waiters brought out plates of food and drinks, and Harrison personally thanked each of them. Everyone picked up their glasses and ate and drank, relaxed. The biggest star was basically satisfied with the script, and Ronald also felt that Ford wasn't as terrible as the CIA agent had described. Harrison Ford took a bite of sausage, then casually wiped his fingers with a napkin and said to Ronald, "Listen. I have a question about that ending." "A question? I thought you liked that ending." Kevin Wade, still caught up in his excitement, interrupted. "Hey Kevin, I absolutely love your script. What do you think made me agree to play Jack Trainer?" Ronald, yeah, Kevin Wade was still nodding frantically, immersed in his joyful mood. Harrison, let's get straight to the point. What do you think is wrong with the ending? Ronald had practically observed the entire discussion, and he had a feeling Harrison Ford was going to say next. Ronald, I have no problem with that, but if you want me to be direct, I'll just say it directly. You remember that last scene? Jack Trainer clearly knew that Tess had come up with that brilliant idea to prevent the Japanese company from taking over, and then Catherine wanted to take it for herself, but he didn't fight on Tess's side. Of course I remember. Ronald glanced at the still-dazed Kevin Wade, signaling him to calm down and not rush to answer. I don't quite agree with Jack Trainer's reaction. I don't think that's like Jack Trainer, Harrison Ford, in his signature Han Solo-esque relaxed tone, articulated his concerns. Ronald's premonition, as if emerging from the fog, slowly began to clear, as if a bright light had shone upon it, dispelling much of the mist. Not like Jack Trainer, you see, the character I'm playing, at least in my own understanding, and based on Kevin's brilliant interpretation, thank you, Kevin, is an American tough guy hero. He's a born leader, and leadership requires fairness and impartiality, not wronging anyone. He hates those who claim credit for others' work, like Catherine. And he genuinely admires and likes Tess, a woman with both business acumen and a captivating figure. I don't think he will let Tess suffer a second's disappointment. Kevin Wade's mouth gaped open. This wasn't Jack Trainer's character at all, this was Han Solo and Indiana Jones's. I think what you've described is exactly the kind of character our lovely writer Kevin is trying to create. Ronald's mind had been completely illuminated in the fog, and at the end of that road was a little man resembling Harrison Ford, yelling at Ronald, I'm a star. Stars can't do this kind of tasteless behavior. Change Trainer up. Maybe we can call him Jack Solo, or Indiana Trainer? Very good, I like Jack Trainer, and the reason I agreed to play him is because of his natural leadership qualities. He's a pure American leader, someone we can rely on, someone the nation depends on to win in competition. He hasn't been influenced by those nasty office politics, becoming weak and sacrificing his good partner Tess's opportunity for his own advancement. A pure leader, absolutely right. Your words remind me of the president's speeches in the Oval Office. Ronald understood what Harrison Ford needed. A star is a star, after all. Although when he first arrived, Harrison had talked a lot about not wanting to be limited by roles like Han Solo from Star Wars or Dr. Indiana Jones. He didn't want to always play the same tough guy roles and hoped to broaden his acting range, trying roles that relied on intelligence rather than action. But ultimately, stars aren't actors, they need blockbuster movies to maintain their established star image. Maybe I'm too slow to grasp it. Kevin just explained to me that Jack Trainer's inner world is that of a successful person who came from a small town to Wall Street, the most competitive place on earth. If you were that kind of person who betrays his friends, he wouldn't have achieved his current success on Wall Street. Harrison Ford remained as humble as ever, speaking politely, but he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal of modifying the character to suit him. Kevin Wade's mouth gaped open even wider. This scene had truly broken through his psychological defenses. Just moments ago, he had hailed his script as a masterpiece, and now even the male lead's character had been changed? Despite what you say, I still don't want to change the ending of the story, Ronald said with a smile. Although everyone understood that the final outcome had to accommodate Harrison Ford, since the other party had handled things so well on the surface, Ronald had to follow the script. Upon hearing this, Kevin Wade nodded happily to Ronald. This was the style of a great director. His script's ending was logically sound and a natural conclusion to the plot's development. Changing it would create a disconnect between the characters' beginnings and endings. Harrison Ford's manager, Patricia, frowned, about to say something her client couldn't say. But, Harrison, the thing I least want to do is disrupt an actor's train of thought and ideas for portraying a character, Ronald continued. I just feel that it's necessary to speak up about things that don't feel right, and actors need to be honest with directors and screenwriters. After all, Harrison said, glancing at screenwriter Kevin, whose mouth was practically dislocated. Wait, suddenly, Ronald's tone rose, as if an actor inspired by the brilliant performance of his co-star, also excited and eager to perform. What? Harrison Ford turned to Ronald, his eyes shining, like Han Solo listening to Luke Skywalker's wondrous new idea inspired by the Force. I have an idea. What if Jack Trainer ended up on Tessa's side? His support made the client waver, giving Tess a chance to explain. That way, they could have a happy ending, moving in together and becoming a couple. What do you think, Harrison? Ronald also looked intently at Harrison Ford. Harrison turned his head, pondered for a while, then turned back and said, it's an unexpected idea. I like it, but we still need to try it out. Kevin, Ronald turned to look at screenwriter Kevin Wade. Could you rewrite the ending of Jack Trainer in this direction? I certainly can. Kevin Wade's voice trailed off, his dream of guiding stars and big directors bursting like a soap bubble. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897 All-Star Lineup. Ronald sent the new screenwriter Kevin Wade back to revise the ending and some of Jack Trainer's lines in the script according to Harrison Ford's suggestions, making them more in line with Harrison's own style, such as this line that appears in every film. Ronald also started brainstorming. This happy ending, while superficially more appealing than the original open ending, lacks surprise for the audience and might actually weaken their emotional impact. Working Girl is actually a modern adaptation of the classic novel Tessa of the D'Urbervilles. Ronald first asked Richard to help find a screenwriter who could write this type of script to restructure the film's narrative. At the end of the year, the Directors Guild of America held a convention in Los Angeles to elect a new president. Ronald went to the convention to vote, hoping to talk to some big-name directors about how to handle relationships with stars. Hi, Ronald. Martin Scorsese also came from New York. He was in Los Angeles for the distribution arrangements of The Last Temptation of Christ and also to attend the Guild convention. Marty, perfect timing. I have something to ask you. I don't know. Ronald was happy to find a teacher to ask. This kind of thing, how to deal with big stars, required an experienced director with whom he had a good personal relationship. The two sat down in the back and began to talk in hushed tones. My new film stars Harrison Ford, and I don't know how to deal with such a big star. Do you have any advice for me? Ronald expressed his concerns. Stars usually use various methods to achieve their goals on set, and Ronald worried that his fame wouldn't be enough to overshadow this currently biggest star. I think the most important thing is to have an open mind on set, Scorsese spoke quickly, giving Ronald a quick lesson in just a few minutes. It's not that stars are bad actors, it's just that in their daily lives and on set, they are constantly playing a role, a star named Harrison Ford. Unlike character actors, stars usually have a fixed persona, and they try to take on roles similar to their own personality. The closer to the persona, the better. When a character's personality clashes with their own, the actor might use various privileges to influence the director, hoping to achieve their own goals. And often, they succeed. Scorsese told Ronald that the most important thing about working with stars is that they generally understand the person they're constantly portraying better than anyone else. Sometimes, a role doesn't necessarily work best according to the script. A star's intuition often has extraordinary effects. In such cases, it's not necessary to insist on following the script exactly. You can let the star perform one take in their own way, and then another according to the director's vision. This way, you take one take, I take another, and in the editing room, even the biggest star can only comment on their own screen time, not interfere with the director's and producer's editing work. You need to be prepared, Scorsese said. Stars always have all sorts of quirks. It's not because they like to act like divas, but because stars are inherently very shy. Ronald knew that some actresses felt shy when filming scenes that required showing the private side. Did big-name male stars have the same problem? Yes, I noticed that when I was directing Paul Newman on The Color of Money. They're all very perceptive, Scorsese nodded. This counterintuitive fact was something he and many friends in the industry had confirmed. Why? Ronald was still confused. Let me tell you a true story. When I was filming The Color of Money, Tom Cruise's Top Gun hadn't been released yet. He had just finished a take and was taking a break. I was sitting in a corner of the studio, spacing out. A temporary security guard came over. He didn't know who I was, but he recognized Tom Cruise. He said to me, "Is that Tom Cruise? I bet my wife will sleep with him." Ronald scratched his head. Tom Cruise had just made a blockbuster film, Crazy Boys, back then. Did he already have such crazy fans back then? Martin Scorsese continued. The security guard went on to say, "I bet my wife will crawl on the ground if Tom agrees to sleep with her." Oh, Ronald thought of the fervor with which first ladies and small-town Southern housewives wanted to dance with Patrick Schwitz. He had experience with this kind of treatment of celebrities. But a few years ago, he was playing a minor supporting role in Francis Coppola's film. If it were you, what do you think a celebrity fears most? Losing all of this? Yes, you have to make the most of that. I can't say more. Hey, thank you. Very insightful. Ronald thanked Scorsese for offering guidance, just like in college. Oh, and one more thing, you'd better find a good art director and cinematographer. Celebrities care a lot about their image, and if you have a well-known expert on your side, they'll listen to you more. Ronald pondered. He currently only had one editing master, Walter Murch. That wasn't enough. He needed a master art director, a master cinematographer, and preferably a makeup artist. If he could find well-known figures in the industry to form an all-star lineup, he could use these allies to put pressure on Harrison Ford when they disagreed. With so many all-star masters praising him, could he perhaps be mistaken? Ronald began to ponder who would be suitable as the cinematographer, art director, and makeup artist for this film that captured the visual texture of Wall Street. You seem a little confused. I was thinking about which well-known Hollywood experts would be suitable for this modern urban film. Martin Scorsese chuckled at Ronald's furrowed brow. This former student was adept at understanding market tastes and could direct films like Top Gun, which heavily utilized backlighting and sunset lighting. He was a director with his own distinctive visual style. However, he hadn't previously directed many films with strong dramatic tension, like adaptations of Broadway plays. The makeup and visual tone of such films greatly influenced the final product, affecting whether the audience could accept that the story actually took place on Manhattan's Wall Street. Ronald could direct any genre and could produce blockbuster works right away, but his lack of focus on a single genre meant he didn't have a long-term technical team. To help someone out completely, Scorsese went all out and asked, "If you don't have a director of photography in mind, why not try Michael Ballhaus, the director of photography for The Last Temptation of Christ? He's German, a true money grubber, and he also shot the new version of Death of a Salesman. He's very experienced in commercial cinematography." "Thanks, I'll look at his past footage and then contact him." Ronald noted down the man's name and the films he'd worked on. "Do you have a suitable candidate for art director?" Ronald seized the opportunity to ask a master. Scorsese had been in Hollywood for many years, experiencing both highs and lows, and had seen a lot. Those he recommended were all truly talented. Have you forgotten Peter Bogdanovich, whom you met at the party in New York last time?" Scorsese said with a smile. Could he really overlook such a master art director? Is Peter also an art director? Isn't he making a new film now? Ronald asked, puzzled. That's right, when Peter was a big shot in Hollywood, Ronald hadn't even entered the industry yet. Scorsese leaned close to Ronald's ear and whispered a name, Polly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, the old president, Gilbert Katz, and the new president, Franklin Schaffner, shook hands, officially transferring power as president of the Directors Guild. Katz, a Jewish man, had served in the Directors Guild for 4 years, and members had many complaints about him. Therefore, this year, members voted to replace him with Schaffner, the son of a devout Christian missionary. There was considerable dissatisfaction with Katz's style of doing things. Perhaps a Puritan would be better. Thank you for your trust, Schaffner began his speech. He had been acting in this position for quite some time, and now that he was officially in charge, his signature would be on the new union membership cards starting next year, the most prominent feature of the union president. Ms. Pratt, hello. A day later, Ronald warmly welcomed Bogdanovich's ex-wife, Hollywood's most famous female art director, Polly Pratt, to his office. "Call me Polly." "Ronald, I'm surprised you came to see me. We haven't worked together before, have we?" Polly Pratt, with her short, ear-length hair, had a capable and quick-witted demeanor. She was Peter Bogdanovich's early film collaborator, and many believe that Polly's design of environments, props, and especially the color palette, greatly contributed to Bogdanovich's directorial achievements. Without Polly, Bogdanovich could not have achieved his artistic success. Whether this was true or not, Ronald didn't know, but after Bogdanovich abandoned Polly and their child for Sybil Shepherd, he hadn't made any films that received positive box office or critical acclaim. "Actually, many people recommended you to me, Polly. I'm currently preparing a film about working women on Wall Street in Manhattan, and no one can recreate Wall Street on screen better than you. It was through conversations with Peter and me in New York that I learned of your name and your enormous contributions to film." After receiving Scorsese's recommendation, Ronald watched all of Polly Pratt's films. Besides Bogdanovich's last film, Paper Moon, she also produced Brooke Shields' breakthrough film Pretty Woman and the Oscar-winning The Mother and Daughter. She has a knack for recreating films from various eras and genres. Ronald had complete faith in her. With Polly on board, the film would undoubtedly be a huge success. However, Polly Pratt had just finished working as the art director on her good friend, director Penny Marshall's Growing Up. She had just finished designing various aspects of that film and wanted to take a break to spend time with her children. Polly and Bogdanovich have 2 children, whom she raises after their divorce. Besides being a top Hollywood art director, her most important identity is that of a single mother of 2. Therefore, Polly initially declined Ronald's invitation. However, Ronald persisted, asking many people to intercede. Finally, he found Roger Coleman. Coleman was a benefactor to Polly. After Bogdanovich abandoned her and their children, Polly faced severe financial difficulties and couldn't find new work. Roger Coleman was the only mutual friend of the couple who called to offer comfort. He also offered Polly 2 low-paying jobs to help her through her difficulties, including art direction on his low-budget exploitation film. Polly Pratt found it hard to refuse this favor. Plus, Ronald offered her double the market rate to poach her, which is why she came to talk to Ronald about the new film. "No, actually not. When I worked for Roger Coleman, you were already the assistant producer on Pretty Girls. Recently, Brooke even starred in a small production for my company, filming in Hong Kong." Polly's eyes softened slightly. Ronald was offering a job to the down-on-her-luck Brooke Shields, just like Coleman had helped her back then. This is the script. It's about a Wall Street secretary who, through her own efforts and adventures, overcomes the glass ceiling to become a manager at an investment firm and ultimately finds love. Ronald pushed the script towards Polly. "A script with a female lead? That's rare." Polly Pratt quickly finished reading the script. It was completely different from typical Hollywood workplace dramas. The female lead was the center of the drama, while the men were more like decorative figures. Tessa's success was entirely due to her own efforts. "I like making scripts with female themes. It's a trend in America." In the 1980s, many companies were managed by women, and their performance and management styles were no less impressive than men's. "I want to reflect this trend in the film." "Okay, I agree," Polly readily agreed. Many directors and producers in the industry who had worked with her were well aware of her abilities, and many believed she should transition into directing or producing. However, the gender issues common in Hollywood meant she hadn't found a suitable opportunity yet. The plot of Ronald's film suited Polly's taste perfectly. Add to that the favor of her benefactor Roger Coleman, the kind words of her friend Penny Marshall, and most importantly, double the salary, and she agreed. Filming would be in New York, allowing her to spend time with her children. "I'm so happy you're joining. With you, the art director and cinematographer, the 2 most important team members, are all here." Ronald jumped up from the sofa excitedly. He had previously interviewed Michael Balhaus, the cinematographer recommended by Scorsese. Balhaus's previous workplace-themed photographs had greatly pleased Ronald, possessing a quality that immediately conveyed the feeling of New York. With 2 heavyweight artists joining, Ronald felt great. It felt like being surrounded and supported by masters more capable than himself, a wonderful feeling. The most important thing in workplace dramas is to create an immersive experience for the audience. Besides color management, the most important things are props, locations, costumes, and distribution. Do you have a good costume designer? Tessa's going from secretary to manager. The 2 roles require different outfits. We also need a good hairstylist. Do you have any recommendations? I need the best. Ronald asked quickly. And Rose is the best. She did costumes for Meryl Streep and Jane Fonda. She did the costumes for the movies where they won Oscars. Great, I'll go ask her right away. Ronald noted the name. And a hairstylist? Never mind, I'll recommend one. Polly Pratt noticed Ronald didn't have a fixed team. Alan D'Angelo, Italian-American, and J. Roy Holland, two of the best men in Hollywood at styling hair. Streep and Michelle Pfeiffer both specifically requested their hairstylists. Alan, Roy. Ronald quickly jotted down the hairstylist's name. Having such an experienced hairstylist was great. She knew exactly who was good and who wasn't, and Polly's recommendations were always the best. What about an accent coach? Polly's abilities were multifaceted. Just one look at the script, and she knew the actors needed to learn the smooth, white-collar accent of Wall Street and the exaggerated blue-collar accent of a secretary. I've worked with that before. When Ronald was filming Moonstruck, he found Julie Boyceau, a supporting actress, to teach Cher the Brooklyn Italian accent. Yours won't work. We need Wall Street. Your Brooklyn accent won't do. I'll find one. Broadway has plenty of accent coaches. You're so capable. I don't know what I'd do without you. Ronald had just cast Polly Pratt as art director, and this woman, who could practically be a producer, had already done a lot of work. Great. Give the contract to my agent. After we finalize the casting, arrange for me to meet Harrison Ford and the other lead actors for a costume fitting. Chapter 898, Taking Celebrities as the Standard. What else do you want? Harrison Ford, upon seeing Ronald again, maintained his standard celebrity demeanor. However, Ronald sensed Ford's growing impatience. Polly and I have the costume and prop team in place, and we've even found an accent coach suitable for Wall Street elites, Ronald said politely to Harrison Ford with a smile. We mainly want to know your schedule, when you can come to New York for pre-shoot preparations. Preparations? Harrison gave a standard Han Solo-esque smirk, glancing at his manager, Patricia. Harrison doesn't need any extra preparations. Just give us the shooting schedule, and he can arrive in New York a few days in advance. Patricia spoke on behalf of her employer. Ronald was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Are all celebrities this direct? No script readings before shooting, his costume fittings all done in his own private dressing room, no life experience, no accent correction, nothing like that? Ronald was completely unsure whether this was typical behavior of celebrities or if Harrison Ford was trying to get special treatment, so he turned to Polly Pratt, who had come with him. Harrison, I've known you and Melissa for a long time. This movie has potential. If you spend more time preparing, you might achieve a breakthrough in awards and critical reception. The script has potential, and I think both the lead actresses and actor have a lot of room to perform. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask Melissa. Polly Pratt was indeed experienced. She certainly knew this was a common practice among celebrities. The biggest difference between celebrities and ordinary actors is that, regardless of the film, they all play a star named Harrison Ford, so pre-production preparation isn't important to them, since they won't ultimately follow the script. However, another common trait among celebrities is that they are often disliked by awards and critics. Although Harrison Ford has two major blockbuster franchises, he is consistently criticized by critics and ignored by awards. Given a chance to change the awards, celebrities often make certain compromises. Polly, having spent considerable time in Hollywood, has a good relationship with Harrison Ford's wife, Melissa Maidson. Unlike many male celebrities who marry actresses within the industry, Harrison Ford's second wife, Melissa Maidson, is a talented woman. She started as a set assistant on Coppola's The Godfather Part 2 and later became a screenwriter, penning films like E.T. the Extraterrestrial and Indiana Jones. If anyone could persuade Harrison Ford to seriously prepare for Working Girl, it would be Melissa. In fact, it was Melissa Maidson who recommended that he transition to romantic comedies and dramas to broaden his acting range. After all, always playing tough guy leaders would only narrow Harrison's career path. Scripts that can afford Harrison Ford are becoming increasingly scarce. If he proves he can handle romantic comedies and dramas, his options will expand significantly. Hearing Polly mention his wife, Harrison Ford's face lit up with affection. Their son, Malcolm, had just been born. You might be right. I'll go to New York a little earlier after the new year. How so? A week earlier. Ronald was experiencing this kind of super narcissistic confidence from a big star for the first time. arriving a few weeks later than the other actors. He was still confident he could keep up with the performance. Hollywood stars like Paul Newman, who were humble enough to help their up-and-coming co-stars with their lines after becoming famous, were rare indeed. Polly gave Ronald a wink. For a star to compromise was already a huge concession. It was better to agree first and then take it slow. We plan to start filming at the end of January. What about your schedule? Ronald understood Polly's meaning and changed his mind to start setting a release date. Manager Patricia and Harrison Ford exchanged glances. It needs to be postponed to late February. Harrison needs to spend more time with the children. He needs to set aside enough time to spend with Melissa and the children after each film. Cough cough. Ronald choked and coughed. He had heard plenty of stories about stars throwing their weight around, but seeing it to his face was still a bit much for Ronald, who was used to making decisions on set. This schedule conflicts with 20th Century Fox's plans. This film will be released at the end of the year, aiming for next year's Oscars. We also need to allow enough time for editing, test screenings, and adjustments. If it's delayed by a month, Ronald started trying to find a way to persuade Harrison Ford to change his mind. Ha ha ha! Harrison Ford burst into laughter. Ronald was a little confused. He looked at Polly, who was also laughing. Manager Patricia spoke up. Harrison is a star. Maybe right now, he's that star in Hollywood. When whose schedule conflicts with a studio, the star's schedule takes precedence. Ronald licked his lips. That was quite a bold statement. He didn't know if it was true or just another test from the star. Harrison is the target of every studio, not a washed-up star like Stallone. Ronald stroked his chin. That was even more outrageous. Although he also felt that Stallone was fading into obscurity, he still had two blockbuster franchises, First Blood and Rocky. Although Sylvester Stallone was in a bit of a mess due to his divorce, the word washed up coming from Harrison Ford's manager, spoken with such certainty, made Ronald realize that the competition between stars was probably even fiercer than among ordinary actors. I like you, Ronald, Harrison Ford began in his charming, magnetic voice. Steven and I are discussing a new Indiana Jones movie. After I finish this one, I'll need at least 3 months of rest to spend time with Melissa. That's Hollywood, Ronald. Forced to change the filming schedule, Ronald was a little angry. It was his first time working with a star, and he'd made some assumptions. Just like Polly Pratt had told Ronald after getting into the car, sometimes stars are infuriating. They do things not for any particular reason, but to show that they can do it. Ronald had bought J.R. drive directly to the CAA office. He wanted to confirm in person whether Spielberg, as director, would also have to accommodate Harrison Ford's schedule. I don't know the specific details, but what he said is likely true. After listening to Ronald's thoughts in the office, Nisida poured him a glass of Italian brandy to calm him down. Then she revealed her true thoughts. Really? Even a big-name director like Spielberg can't get a star to change their schedule. You have to think of it this way, Ronald. If you and Spielberg were on Fifth Avenue in New York, how many people would recognize you and ask for your autographs? What about Harrison Ford? Hollywood is a game of influence. Ronald fell silent. He lived in a high-rise apartment next to Fifth Avenue, and apart from a few screenwriters who recognized him and asked to see their scripts, ordinary New Yorkers didn't recognize him. But directors and producers also have their advantages. In the editing room, stars have no say. Haha, that's true. Ronald cheered a little, and Nisida got up to see him out. As they walked into the lobby, their partner, Michael Ovitz, came in from outside. Ah, Ronald, it's been a long time. Working girl? Harrison Ford, eh? Ovitz hugged Ronald happily. In less than 10 years, this genius who signed as a screenwriter was now directing Hollywood's A-list stars. Ronald was one of the most consistently successful directors represented by CAA. This steady progress brought enormous benefits to CAA's actors, and given his early signing, Ovitz, who valued seniority at CAA, really liked Ronald. Nisida quickly gestured beside him. Ronald was currently having a falling out with Harrison Ford. Ovitz immediately understood why Ronald's expression was unhappy. Ronald, that's Hollywood. I like you, you're a winner. Working with stars can be challenging. If you have any problems, just call me. It seemed Ovitz didn't dare offend a star of Harrison Ford's caliber, Ronald thought. He wondered if Ovitz would speak like this to Spielberg or George Lucas, directors whose total box office earnings far exceeded his own and who had multiple Oscar nominations. Mr. Ovitz, I happen to have a question for you. Ronald walked with him to the largest partner's office in the corner. After closing the door, Ronald asked Ovitz, I heard that Harrison Ford is going to film the third Indiana Jones movie. He's going to take a 3-month break after finishing my film. Will director Spielberg also have to follow his schedule? How? Ovitz chuckled when he heard it was about this issue, and gestured for Ronald to sit down so they could talk. A director has the director's power, and a producer has the producer's power. If they don't like your male lead, they can replace him, and that way, filming can proceed according to your schedule. Ovitz spoke tactfully, and after a short chat with Ronald, he seemed to have calmed Ronald down. Harrison Ford had already played Indiana Jones in 2 movies, and audiences nationwide recognized him as the perfect actor, so he had a lot of bargaining power for this kind of film. Ronald's working girl, however, required Harrison Ford to persuade the distribution channels. In this situation, if Ronald could tolerate a few weeks' delay in starting filming, that would be best. That's Hollywood. Today's nobody, tomorrow's a superstar. Today's superstar, too, can fade into obscurity quickly. Even directors of George Lucas and Spielberg's stature have to compromise in such situations. Satisfied now, Ovitz had quickly appeased Ronald's displeasure. He smiled at Ronald. Ronald shrugged. He couldn't be truly satisfied, but Ovitz's persuasive skills had made the situation less unbearable. Ovitz smiled, put his arm around Ronald's shoulder, and personally saw him out. Rick, Nisida, come to my office for a moment. After seeing Ronald off, Ovitz invited Nisida to his office to discuss something. Boss, Nisida asked Ovitz what was wrong. Sit down first. Ovitz praised Nisida extensively, noting how his partner had managed to retain such a valuable client as Ronald. Your client, Ronald, most likely didn't receive a nomination for this year's Directors Guild Awards. Ovitz tossed Nisida a copy of the Directors Guild's vote tally. I've done my best, but there aren't many Directors Guild members among our clients. The influence on votes is limited. Nisida looked at the list, not the official nominations, but votes obtained by CAA through various channels. Unlike the Oscars, which are certified by PricewaterhouseCoopers, many people can get their hands on a nomination list in advance for the Directors Guild Awards. First in line was Bernardo Bertolucci, director of The Last Emperor, followed by Adrian Lane of Fatal Attraction, and last was Steven Spielberg of Empire of the Sun. However, for the Golden Globes and the Oscars, the company will do everything it can to help your clients get nominations. You can tell Ronald to increase his public relations efforts. The chances are high this year. There aren't many strong films, and if he gets a nomination, he could break records and become the youngest Best Director nominee. After all, many film critics also have voting rights for Oscar nominations, and we can do everything we can to get them. But, Spielberg, Nisida was a little confused. He knew Ovitz had been working hard to secure a Spielberg agent contract. Even if they weren't client agents now, he would still support Spielberg during the annual awards season because many actor clients wanted to be part of Steven's productions. Steven doesn't want our number 001 client. Sean Connery is in his new Indiana Jones movie. Many high-ranking Jewish executives at production companies don't like Steven either. This year is a good opportunity for him to reassess our CAA's capabilities. Ovitz shook his head. Spielberg had openly stated in a media interview that he rarely went to synagogues and didn't intend to raise his eldest son according to Jewish traditions, which greatly displeased the Jewish executives who dominated Hollywood and the media industry. If we could get Ronald, this young man, nominated for an Oscar for Best Director, while he at the same time, Nisida immediately understood Ovitz's idea. Ronald's Moonstruck was nominated, while Spielberg's highly anticipated Empire of the Sun didn't win. So, who could help him win an Oscar? Wasn't it obvious? I'll handle it all, Nisida said, humming a cheerful tune as she left her office. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she needed to quickly explain the stakes to Ronald, mobilizing all his resources to push for the award. A first nomination was unlikely to win, but a nomination for a Director's Award represented Hollywood's recognition of him. In the future, when he worked with stars, they would have to show him more respect. What good news? Ronald hadn't left at all, waiting for Nisida in the elevator lobby. Ovitz has said he'll fully support you for an Oscar nomination for Best Director, Nisida told Ronald after they got off the elevator and into their car. This time, you're the top priority. Spielberg's CAA isn't going to interfere, they'll prioritize your support. The two went to Ronald's house and began planning how to coordinate their award bid. They needed to continue lobbying the Film Critics Awards in New York and Chicago. The Golden Globes weren't really related to the Oscars. If Ronald agreed to attend, they should be able to get a nomination. Ronald wanted to participate in any events or interviews that could help secure a nomination. He also wanted to help Cher, a potential Best Actress nominee, and Olympia Dukakis, a Best Supporting Actress nominee, by getting them more media exposure to boost their nominations. After all, many members of the Directors Guild with voting rights hadn't necessarily seen many of last year's films. Repeated appearances on television and the mention of Moonstruck might just get them to put Ronald's name on their ballots. The two also discussed the West Berlin International Film Festival in February. This award was relatively weak compared to the three major European film festivals, and the timing was convenient. Hollywood commercial films generally didn't participate actively. Being nominated for the main competition, or even winning, would be a great boost to their Oscar chances. Ronald checked the festival schedule and thought Harrison Ford's idea of spending more time with his family was quite appropriate. If filming started in January as originally planned, there wouldn't be time to go to West Berlin. Ring 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 ring. Just as they were discussing how to get more votes for their nominations, the phone rang. Hello, this is Ronald. Ronald, this is Bannon. You're in Los Angeles, right? Yes, what's up? Ronald stood up, paced a few steps, and spoke to Bannon. Our Japanese friend, Johnny Kitagawa, has come to America. He says he has a good friend he'd like to introduce you to. They want to meet you privately to ask about some things in the American entertainment industry. Who is it? Can they come to Los Angeles? I'm busy right now. It's Mr. Norio Oga, the president of Sony Corporation, which you own stock in. Chapter 899 The Differences Between Eastern and Western Philosophy. The New York City Ballet's new production of Romeo and Juliet is truly admirable. The speaker was Norio Oga, president of Sony. Oga possessed a refined artistic air, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and spoke fluent English, quite impressive for a Japanese person. Ronald had gone with him to see the New York City Ballet's performance, and then returned to his hotel, the Peninsula, to continue their conversation. Oga continued to praise the high level of the New York City Ballet. This wasn't just Oga's affectation. He was a graduate of the Tokyo National University of Fine Arts and Music, majoring in opera singing. He later pursued further studies in Munich and Berlin, where he formed a close friendship with Herbert von Karajan, the conductor of the Berlin Philharmonic. If he hadn't joined Sony, he would likely have become a singer at the Tokyo Opera or a conductor of the Tokyo Symphony Orchestra. How did such an artist become the president of Sony, a multinational consumer electronics manufacturer? Interestingly, Oga's joining Sony was quite accidental. In his youth, he bought a Sony tape recorder to study opera, but he discovered that Sony products were riddled with malfunctions, making them practically unusable. So he wrote a letter of advice to Akio Morita, then president of Sony, summarizing all the malfunctions of Sony's tape recorders and suggesting ways to improve them. This letter greatly excited Sony's top management, who considered it a treasure. After Oga returned from his studies abroad, he was hired by Morita as an external consultant for the company. Oga was a genius who understood both art and technology. He worked as a singer at the Tokyo Opera while also participating in public relations for various Sony projects. One day, he was so tired that he fell asleep backstage and missed his performance in the opera. Knowing that his energy could only sustain one job, he gave up his musical dreams and joined Sony full-time, becoming one of Morita's favorites. Oga also had a passion for flying, obtaining 8 different pilot's licenses, allowing him to fly various types of aircraft, including commercial airliners. He flew to America on his own during his business trip. Hearing that Ronald was very busy, Oga personally piloted his business jet to Los Angeles to meet with Ronald. Afterwards, he extended a warm invitation, personally piloting Ronald to New York for the weekend to see the New York City Ballet's New Year's Eve performance. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Ronald, along with Bannon, Johnny Kitagawa, and Norio Oga, went to New York. In New York, Oga made no mention of asking Ronald for help, instead enjoying the finest Japanese cuisine and classical music performances with him. Besides the material and spiritual comforts, Oga also gifted Ronald a brand new upgraded Betacam SP camera. Unlike the older model, the new camera boasted an unprecedented 340 lines of horizontal resolution, surpassing the existing 300 lines of television equipment, and it seemed that major television stations across the United States were about to upgrade. They'll be staging a classical ballet for the new year, but their regular seasons will focus on contemporary ballet, Ronald explained. Because of Antonia, Ronald was quite familiar with the New York City Ballet, which, unlike the ballet companies in France and the Union, specialized in contemporary ballet. Yes, I really enjoy their contemporary ballet. I didn't expect their classical ballet to be so high level as well, Oga replied. Norio Oga was an expert. Few people in Japan could discuss art with him. Ronald played with a new camera. A gift always implies an ulterior motive. So he steered the conversation to business, asking President Oga what he wanted to consult. Ronald-san, I actually have some cultural aspects of America that I find very difficult to understand. Sony has encountered some setbacks in its operations during this trip to America, and I'd really like to find a master who understands both Eastern and Western cultures, who knows both American and Japanese ways of thinking, to consult on philosophical questions, Oga stated his purpose solemnly in clear English. Ah, Ronald exclaimed. Mr. Oga, I'm just a film director, not a businessman. I have a company, but it's only for the convenience of project approval. I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Ronald-san is a humble person, but he truly is the American art master who understands Japanese philosophy best. Oga nodded slightly, indicating that he wasn't making things up. It was just a pretext to find someone to chat with at a performance. Although he did indeed watch a performance and discuss art with Ronald, it was a very pleasant experience. The two hit it off immediately. Hearing Ronald's answer, Norio Oga knew this man was a rare talent, possessing a profound understanding of both Eastern and Western thought. Most Americans wouldn't understand the Eastern philosophy of showing humility when consulting with superiors. Even Schulhoff, the most senior Western employee and vice chairman of Sony's American branch, lacked this awareness. Americans, given such an opportunity, would consider themselves experts in Japan if they didn't seize it. Ronald-san was personally recommended by Kitagawa-san. I specifically sought out 2 films you directed about Japanese culture, Dragon Boys and its sequel. The character of Master Miyagi is a master with Eastern philosophical thinking, so I knew he hadn't made a mistake in recommending him, Oga explained calmly. As for Ronald's claim that he wasn't a businessman, that wasn't his main concern. Wasn't he himself a singer who switched careers and was now Sony's second-in-command? Oga was a shrewd manager. His problem mainly stemmed from his inability to understand the thinking of the senior management at American Arts Company, and even those within the company who understood the situation might not be willing to speak freely. Kitagawa recommended Ronald, and he wanted to see what this Hollywood director, known for his fondness for Eastern culture, thought and what inspiration he could draw. So, what exactly is your philosophical challenge? Ronald felt relieved to hear that they were discussing such profound philosophical questions. He knew a bit about Eastern thinking, and he could probably manage to dabble in philosophy with him. Well, Sony Music wants to acquire your Columbia Records. We've made 3 offers, and we feel we've done everything we could, but we've been rejected by Columbia's senior management. I really don't understand your way of thinking. So this time, I'd like to ask for your advice. Oga Norio was truly troubled and explained the whole story. It turned out that Sony and Columbia Records had a long history of cooperation, having established a joint venture in Japan as early as the 1960s. In 1982, they invested tens of millions of dollars in America to establish a new joint venture CD manufacturing plant. In 1986, Lawrence Tesso, an entrepreneur who made his fortune in resorts, acquired a controlling stake in Columbia Records and planned to sell its record label. Upon learning this, Walter Yetnikov, president of Columbia Records, immediately advised their partner, Sony, to acquire this valuable asset. Sony's chairman, Akio Morita, and president, Norio Oga, were excited. This was a long-awaited opportunity to enter the American market. They immediately entrusted Schulhoff, vice chairman of the American plant, with full authority to negotiate with Columbia. In November 1986, Sony made its first acquisition offer to Columbia. Tesso offered Columbia Records $1.25 billion. Morita and Oga accepted the price. Although expensive, it was worthwhile. Simultaneously, Schulhoff of Sony and Yetnikov of Columbia Records reached an agreement guaranteeing no major changes in the record label's management after the acquisition. More importantly, there would be no problems with the music being recorded. At that time, the most important thing was, of course, Michael Jackson's new album. However, bad news came from Columbia Records chairman Lawrence Tesso. The board rejected the proposal. In particular, Vice Chairman Paley strongly opposed abandoning the record business and persuaded the board to reject the proposal. 9 months later, in the summer of 1987, Taro made a second acquisition motion, this time with a price almost 60% higher than the first, reaching $2 billion. Akio Morita and Norio Oga agreed to the new price almost without hesitation. The main reason was that the yen was appreciating rapidly at that time. However, Paley, the vice chairman of Columbia Pictures, who opposed the move, still gathered a group of Jewish executives to vote against the new offer. They saw a problem in Sony's attitude and wanted to take advantage of them again. After the second acquisition failed, things took another turn after the Black Monday stock market crash in the United States. The main reason this time was that the financial market had seriously shaken Columbia's prospects. The day after the stock market crash, Taro told Schulhoff that if Sony was still interested in the record company, he guaranteed that the board would agree, but the price would remain at $2 billion. Schulhoff then consulted Tokyo for the third time. Clearly, Akio Morita wasn't bothered by the price issue. He told Schulhofer, if it was worth $2 billion last month, it's still worth $2 billion. Such favorable terms were unacceptable to anyone other than Japanese businessmen. Companies from other countries would definitely try to take advantage of the situation and drive down the price. This deal was fantastic news for the Colombian-listed company. Unexpectedly, after the impact of the stock market crash had somewhat subsided, discord arose again within the Colombian board of directors. Some board members wanted to unite and reject Sony's offer once more. I don't quite understand why Chairman Akio Morita didn't take advantage of the stock market crash to lower the price. Ronald, after hearing this incredible acquisition story, also felt that Sony was incredibly easy to talk to. It's not so easy for Japanese capital to enter America and acquire a long-established record company, Norio Oga explained. The idea of a defeated nation's company making money to acquire a victorious nation's company was a psychological hurdle that was difficult for the public to overcome. The stock market crash provided a convenient excuse for the public this time. It's just the defeated nation helping us through this crisis. Morita and Oga's primary concern was securing the deal as quickly as possible. Furthermore, the management culture of Japanese companies is very different from that of the Americans, Oga explained, adding the second reason for maintaining their offer. During the MacArthur occupation after the war, the U.S. military translated a large number of laws and imposed them on the Japanese government. Labor law was a prime example. After its revision, companies were essentially unable to dismiss employees. Therefore, once an employee was hired, they were expected to support them until retirement. Our company's young people always consider current company decisions from the perspective of development 20 years from now. This is a crucial reason for our company's progress. Compared to the benefits Columbia Records can bring to Sony over 20 years, this premium is insignificant, Oga concluded. I see. Ronald understood. It was essentially a matter of cultural and institutional differences. The lifetime employment system combined with the traditional loyalty culture among Japanese samurai daimyo. Employees were dedicated to their talents and efforts for their employers, and employers had a lifelong commitment to their employees. Large Japanese corporations, from top to bottom, are united in their workforce, with employees viewing the company as a family. Against the backdrop of Japan's economic boom, their international competitiveness is formidable. However, when they achieve success and expand beyond Japan to acquire businesses in America, they find themselves struggling to adapt to the prevailing business culture. On one hand, there's a long-term vision focused on the next 20 years, not short-term gains. On the other hand, there's a culture where not making money is seen as a sign of a foolish competitor. The Columbia board might even perceive Sony's goodwill as folly, an attempt to extract a profit from the deal. Ronald understood this cultural gap but found it difficult to explain to Oga. Just as he struggled to explain to American business leaders why Sony, despite having the opportunity to lower its price during the stock market crash, insisted on its original offer. By the way, Mr. Oga, isn't Paley, who opposed the acquisition twice in the boardroom, Jewish? Ronald suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Most of those who opposed our acquisition in the boardroom were indeed Jewish. But there were also supporters, Oga Norio admitted. In the United States, Jewish talent primarily flows into the entertainment, journalism, and capital markets. Columbia Records has many high-ranking Jewish executives. The person who first suggested the acquisition to Sony, Columbia Records Vice President, Yetnikov, was Jewish. Ronald recalled his unpleasant experiences dealing with Jews and understood somewhat. Mr. Olga, most American Jews are immigrants from Eastern Europe. Their business practices are completely different from Eastern traditions, Ronald explained with a smile. When they start negotiating, they'll feign a strong attack. If you're afraid of being hit, or if you back down because of long-term interests, they'll happily take the olive branch you offer as a gesture of goodwill and put it in their pocket. Then they'll think they've defeated you, an outsider, with their intelligence and ambition. Is that so? Olga Honorio was somewhat surprised. Was this how business was conducted? Did these people think the Japanese were fools? Yes, and because of your weakness, they will use this same approach to squeeze you every time they do business with you in the future. If you express dissatisfaction, they will use your goodwill from the first transaction as a benchmark to protest against you. Ronald had dealt with Jews for a long time and was very familiar with their reckless methods. Whether they exploit information asymmetry to cheat you or start by deceiving you with empty promises, as long as they can make money, that's all that matters. As for whether you don't want to do long-term business with them after you've been fooled, well, what do Jews have any plans for long-term business dealings? They just want to make as much money as possible. During World War II, they even sold the ropes used to hang themselves to their counterparts. This, Norio Olga began to ponder deeply. This deep-seated Jewish business mindset was simply incomprehensible to Japanese entrepreneurs. But Ronald pointed out the key points, and upon reflection, everything seemed to fit. He was indeed a philosophical master who had mastered both East and West. Without such a genius, one couldn't have created a character like Master Miyagi in Dragon Boys, a figure brimming with Eastern wisdom. Moreover, Jews have a characteristic: they are equally ruthless towards competitors, partners, and other Jews. They'd rather win you outright, Ronald continued, also expressing his disdain for this Jewish business philosophy. Long-term business thrives on win-win situations. How can things last if partners don't profit? Olga Honorio's thinking was cleared, and he immediately grasped the overall strategy. The reason they felt helpless before was due to cultural barriers, which hadn't anticipated the other side's short-sightedness. Now that they understood the crux of the problem, things became much easier. Since they were so ruthless towards their own ethnic group, they simply needed to find a Jewish person in the industry to deal with them. The Japanese were no strangers to this strategy. Ronald-san, you are the most insightful philosopher and artist I've encountered since coming to America, Olga Honorio said, shifting the conversation from business to discussing Hollywood's artistic achievements. Franco Zeffirelli, the director of Endless Love, a film starring Brooke Shields, is a well-known figure who has a deep understanding of opera adaptations and is particularly fond of Ronald. Chapter 900 Choosing Women's Clothing. Ronald chatted with Norio Olga about opera for a while. Olga mentioned he even wanted to sponsor Franco Zeffirelli to make some opera films, even if they didn't do well at the box office. Ronald promised to pass on the message to Zeffirelli in Italy. He was also a director in the opera world and had extensive connections. He was more than happy to have someone willing to sponsor him. Judging from the particularly enthusiastic energy in Olga's voice, Ronald knew he had already figured out a way to handle the Colombian acquisition project. So he took his leave. It was already a luxury for the president of such a multinational corporation to take the time to chat with him. Before leaving, Ronald suddenly remembered something. If he didn't clarify it, given the Japanese nature, it might cause a misunderstanding. Mr. Olga, you're so frank with me. Aren't you afraid that after I find out, I'll buy a few lots of Sony stock on the stock market? Olga Honorio was taken aback, then smiled. Ronald-san is indeed a master of Japanese culture. In Japanese culture, using funds to take advantage is indeed impolite, but Ronald's directness shows respect for himself, Sony, and the country behind them. He waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind Ronald making some money on this opportunity, as a reward for Ronald. Ha ha ha, I won't take advantage like that, Ronald also laughed. Actually, I bought some Sony stock a month ago, of course, because I'm optimistic about your business. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a rare Japan expert. Olga Honorio was even more satisfied with Ronald's statement. A breeze blew on the ferry from Staten Island to Manhattan. The winter wind was a bit cold on the face. Anne Rose, the costume designer for the film crew, poked her head out of the cabin and shivered from the cold. On deck, director Ronald, along with cinematographer Michael Balhaus and editor Walter Murch, were discussing location scouting. The three men, clad in thick leather jackets, exhaled puffs of white breath. and Roth quickly returned to her friend, art director Polly Pratt, who was in the warmer cabin. "How is Ronald's skill level? Is he easy to work with?" she asked. "He's a director who respects professionals, unlike some who like to make all the decisions themselves. He's also very respectful of women," Polly Pratt said, pulling Anne closer. Although it was the New Year holiday, the cabin was still filled with secretaries heading to Wall Street, smoking one cigarette after another in their running shoes. "So I need a big aerial shot, seamlessly transitioning into the cabin. I want to do something different at the beginning, a long take, to grab the audience's attention and establish the story's setting." Ronald and his two companions walked back to the cabin, where he explained his shot ideas to the cinematographer and editor. "Of course, that's possible. The final shot needs to be filmed close to the cabin, then interspersed with a black screen before transitioning to the cabin footage. That way, the audience won't notice the cut." Walter Murch drew a frame with his finger, explaining his idea to Ronald. This method of connecting long takes with black screens was invented by Hitchcock. His rope was the so-called one-shot film, where the entire film appears to be a single long take, like a play. However, with the technology at the time, a roll of film could only shoot a little over 9 minutes, so the so-called one-shot was actually fake. A 9-minute long take was designed, and then a black screen was used to connect the two shots. But at the time, the audience didn't understand, and it was quite novel to see this kind of film for the first time. You need to open with a Manhattan landmark, the Statue of Liberty. It's not easy to find drone pilots and cameramen like that. You need to find the most professional ones. Cinematographer Michael Ballhaus, a German, pointed to the sky in heavily accented English, explaining his design to Ronald. The helicopter would first circle the Statue of Liberty a few times, then shoot the ferry from above. In the morning, when the sunlight was just right, the Manhattan waters would reflect beautiful golden ripples. Then, it would swoop down and follow the ferry for close-up shots. This design is excellent. I've got the most professional NYPD to assist with the aerial photography. They're the aerial cinematographer for Tom Cruise's new film Cocktail. You don't need to worry about their technical skills, Ronald reassured Ballhaus. He had also asked Fox to apply for filming assistance from New York City Hall in advance. "Anne, what's your idea?" Ronald asked the two women after finishing his conversation with the crew. "Well, there are two options. Either we can prepare a Hollywood version of these working women's outfits, like Jane Fonda's 9 to 5, or we can follow the tradition of New York films and shoot in these most authentic costumes," and Rose was very familiar with costumes. Although the secretary wearing running shoes to work on the ferry surprised her, the sheer number of female characters' costumes in the script excited her, and she accepted the challenge. Generally speaking, starting from the golden age of Hollywood, films tend to upgrade the costumes of real-life characters. The costumes should be elevated to a higher social class than the characters' real-life identities. For example, in this film, Working Girl, the secretary Tess is an ordinary blue-collar worker, whose clothing is distinctive, not concerned with color or fabric, but still striving for a striking look. If it were Jane Fonda's 9 to 5 from a few years ago, the clothing would be elevated to the level of a typical college graduate working woman's attire. Not expensive, but conforming to the dress code for white-collar women, with conservative color combinations and attention to fabric. No, I don't need to elevate it, I need clothing that is generally realistic. Ronald felt that the script included a transformation scene for Tess, and the audience needed to visually understand the difference in clothing worn to represent her changing social class. "Teresa, where did you usually buy your clothes when you were a secretary?" Ronald turned to his old friend, Teresa Kate, a shareholder of the leg warmer company, who had come to teach the actors how to play a Wall Street secretary. The majority of employees on Wall Street are actually secretaries. In the basements of large office buildings, there are usually clothing stores catering to secretaries. "We don't have time to shop, and we can't afford the boutiques on Fifth Avenue, so we usually buy our clothes there," Teresa Kate replied to Ronald. "If you want to buy, you can go to 7 World Trade Center. The clothing stores on the ground floor there are the biggest. We usually buy our clothes there, they have a wide variety and are cheap." Several people dressed like secretaries chimed in. They asked Ronald, "Are you making a movie? Are there secretaries like us in it? An advertisement?" "We're making an advertisement, a clothing advertisement," Ronald made up to brush it off. If they knew it was a Harrison Ford movie, it might attract a crowd. "Sigourney's clothes, shall we buy them at the boutiques on Fifth Avenue?" And Ross noted Ronald's request, wanting to be realistic, neither exaggerating nor downplaying the situation. You decide. I want a woman born on Long Island, who went to prep school, frequently goes skiing in Europe, graduated from an Ivy League school, and wants to hook up with a Wall Street investor. Find costumes based on that. Ronald described Catherine's background. Back on shore, Bud, who was already waiting, drove a van and took several key people involved in the film's preparation to Wall Street to scout locations. This isn't quite right. Polly Pratt took several Polaroid photos in several high-level offices, and after reviewing them, she was very dissatisfied with the color tone. In the first half of Office Girls, Tess works in a partitioned secretarial office area in the middle of the floor, while her white-collar boss works in a private office near the window, where celebrities have better conditions. Therefore, the first half of the film has a slightly bluish-gray tone. In short, it had to convey the feeling of blue-collar workers on an assembly line. Have you seen the opening of The Apartment? Jack Lemmon in the insurance company's big office, that feeling of being a small cog in a machine. These office buildings don't have enough industrial feel, not enough of that despairing atmosphere, so where would be suitable? Ronald turned to Teresa Kate, who had worked as a secretary on Wall Street for over 10 years and was probably very familiar with this kind of thing. I haven't seen The Apartment, but if you want that assembly line feeling, I think there's nothing more suitable than the World Trade Center. In that place, waiting for the elevator at noon is like jumping out of a trench to charge into battle, and going in and out of the lobby feels like soldiers landing on Normandy. Hey, let's go to the World Trade Center. Everyone laughed at Teresa Kate's analogy. They walked to one tower of the World Trade Center. There weren't many people in the lobby. Looking around, Ronald exchanged glances with everyone. This place was really nice. The World Trade Center's twin towers had a barrel-shaped structure, with the information disk and elevators in the middle of the lobby. It was surrounded by a steel U-shaped support structure, and the exterior was covered in gray concrete. The glass curtain wall was partially obscured by concrete walls at the ceiling and floor. Although it was nearing midday and the sun was at its brightest, the light was mostly blocked by the walls, and the monotonous interior colors, gray concrete and brown marble, created a sense of oppression. This is where Tess should work, Polly Pratt said with satisfaction, taking out her Polaroid camera to take notes. Ting, the middle elevator beeped, and two elevators simultaneously arrived at the ground floor. Shall we go take a look? Ronald invited the team to check out the elevator lobby. The final scene where Tess turns the tables was filmed right there. Oh, the tall and imposing Ronald went first, but was bumped by the flow of people rushing out of the elevator. The secretaries-looking employees were all moving very quickly. This is fucking like a war, Ronald truly believed Teresa Kate's analogy. The public elevators were mainly used by secretaries and low-level white-collar workers. It was lunchtime, and the secretaries, with only an hour to spare at noon, had to squeeze into the elevator, rush to Chinatown a few blocks away to grab a cheap lunch, and then immediately run back to squeeze onto the elevator to return to their offices. After finally managing to squeeze onto the elevator, the crew looked around inside. The World Trade Center was built in 1973, and the elevators were old-fashioned models, not as large as modern ones. Everyone felt cramped inside. Having a general understanding of the World Trade Center's situation, Ronald agreed to film there. The upper floors were mainly offices of financial companies. Just 2 months after the stock market crash, many companies had begun to go bankrupt and withdraw, making it possible to rent relatively cheap office space for filming. In short, the impact of the stock market crash on the World Trade Center was still felt, and the crew had caught a period when rent was cheapest, which would likely save them a lot of money later. Everyone had lunch at the window of the World Restaurant on the 107th floor of the North Tower. Then they split into two groups. Cinematographer Balhaus and editor Murch continued to search for suitable locations in other buildings of the World Trade Center. Ronald and the two women went to Fifth Avenue to find office wear for the two female protagonists, Catherine and Tess. This was the most popular shopping center, offering clothing, jewelry, shoes, and all kinds of high-end women's wear. And Rose found a boutique on the street intersecting Fifth Avenue, not the most expensive or upscale, and instructed the manager, "Find more clothes like this red jacket and this swirling pattern skirt." Ronald looked around the store. The clothes weren't particularly eye-catching. "Aren't they a bit cheap?" he asked Polly. No, Ronald, you don't understand. Catherine comes from a good family, but she's an office worker, not a socialite. She can't wear custom-made clothes to work every day. A sophisticated professional woman like her wears ready-to-wear like the ones sold in this store, Polly explained to Ronald. Custom-made clothes weren't for everyday wear by professional women. Oh, Ronald stroked his chin, realizing his understanding of women's clothing was still lacking. Unlike bespoke fashion, most professional women were ready-to-wear for general business occasions. This is completely different from the style of the Hollywood women Ronald is familiar with. Working women are more understated and conservative. The trend started with haute couture and gradually spread to high-end ready-to-wear. Business occasions also require a more conservative approach. I suggest you check out ready-to-wear fashion shows from brands like CK, Bill Blass, and Ralph Lauren. The clothing there is what this movie needs. Let me know what you like, Anne Rose said, picking out a few pieces to show Ronald. Why should I look? I trust your judgment, Ronald said, looking at the clothes and shoes Anne had chosen and finding them quite attractive. This is, after all, a commercial film, Ronald. Whether women's clothing is beautiful or not is for men to judge. Your intuition is more accurate, after all, half the audience is male, ha ha ha. And Rose laughed. I see, Ronald laughed too. No wonder there are so many Hollywood scenes where the female lead changes clothes for the male lead to see. Women dress to please themselves, after all. Vogue, Cosmopolitan, and this basic magazine, give me a few of each, Ronald asked a vendor at a newsstand next to his apartment for recent fashion magazines. Alright, how about a few Playboy and Penthouse? The vendor gave him a knowing smile and handed him the magazines Ronald had requested. Then he lifted the second layer of magazines on the shelf to show Ronald. I want to see more about clothes, Ronald laughed heartily. He really just wanted to see clothes. Clothes? Huh, you understand women. The vendor pointed at Ronald a few times. These young elites in leather jackets weren't just looking for women with good figures, they now preferred women with poise and professionalism. Here you go, Sports Illustrated. It has a swimsuit show? The vendor quickly handed Ronald a few more magazines from the other side. Thanks, Ronald handed over the money, rolled up the magazines, Sports Illustrated inside, with a Forbes on the outside for cover, and went upstairs. Ronald, having ordered takeout, opened a Coke and started reading a fashion magazine. The magazine featured a lot of business attire, and Ronald even saw a photo of an old acquaintance, model Cindy Crawford, walking the runway. He picked up the phone and called his agent. Richard, are there any fashion shows in New York lately? The business attire kind, get me a few good ones. Do you want to see Cindy and Christy? Let me check. Richard interpreted this as Ronald wanting to see old friends. They happen to have a few ready-to-wear shows in New York, not haute couture, lower end, and there aren't many gossip reporters there. If you want, I'll have them deliver the tickets to your apartment. Ronald thought, I didn't specifically want to see them, but then he thought, good clothes look best on beautiful women. I might as well see how they look. Okay, are there any in the next couple of days? Get me a couple. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.